wanna be a hero 自分を信じろ誰かのために心をたぎらせろ You know 困難な道を行く俺はヒーローどんな奴が来ても Take off and game over 誰かがこの世をコントロールしようとしてるんだって Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread, ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Where you been? Now I'm back, let's bump that. Got a phantom in my hand, I'll clutch that. Get an agent on flank, got a loop back. Shall we simmer on down with a 5-step? Where we been? I don't know, going downtown. Got the city lights seated like a ghost town. Got the body frags hiding all spooked out. Cause we got radiant night, you better bow down. Now whoa, you from Omega with the oh no. I'm with the alpha and you know, don't make that ticket spike sound. Put that away, you'll hurt yourself. Be an anchor, let it all come your way. We got plenty for you, boy. Just say we got sheriffs, so starry-eyed boys. Got the banner highs, blown to the banner well. Who's there? Know this.
When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will get dull. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it. I move in silence. No footsteps. Moving into position. Signal. I'ma take you all down like dominoes. I'ma take you out with another spike drop. Overheated, but I love to lock and load. I hear the echo. I hear the echo. Bang bang, run it back. Team with the versatile. Ba-da-da-da-da all day. Enough with the chit chat. Steady with the one tab. I'ma set it off. Just wait.
Oh, eres la omega con la oh no. Sabes que la alfa soy yo. Go, vete, vuelve cuando no estoy así. Desapareció. Oh, ¿cómo piensa que no? Traigo la peña, las de Sheriff Fellow. Llama al chatarrero que se va a hacer rico. De lo que dejaré el tipo al suelo.
When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it.
나의 속도가 돈이라면 fans on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 다가서면 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸에 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서줄게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 선이 몫을 내 못다 짜증나면 질러 I don't like being cool At least night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss be or she 와 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는 대로 내가 다시 look Told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 참 we ride 머리 위로 투 그래서 이거 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 곳 올려놔 bus 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느낄 like demons 자식 나고 기는 것들은 전부 천했지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 눈에 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
Told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told them myself
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं आता है तू ना करीब तू बेटी चीप जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजाना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना Cause I am the Raja Cause I am the Raja Look at my eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कब्र मैंने खोदी क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरियां come to me and you just gonna die that's really a given I am invincible and you are invisible see that's really a difference get out of my way I'll leave the world the choice is yours I don't kill my enemies I play with them that's what the toys are for from Mumbai to the rest of the world I am the Raja भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना तू मेरी तरफ आना आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी
like a butterfly. I flip a switch, keep a secret, let you come inside. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. When I run the gamut, but I could never plan it. I keep on breathing when I land it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Anytime you clock a butterfly, you flip a switch, keep a secret, let me come inside. When you run the gamut, but you could never plan it. You keep on breathing when you're in it. If you give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when you are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. Give me a piece of your heart, you keep easy when we are a part of two worlds. It could be nothing, maybe it's something. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me. Me. Keep your eyes on me. Keep your eyes on me.
Renegade, let's go. 24. Let them all blah with a kick home. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kit. Room, boom, 400, that's roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body to get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain though. I don't want cut my line. Running fist fire, scare no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBA, fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, let's go. 24. Let them all blah with a kick home. I don't wanna pedal with an old 3 kit. Room, boom, 400, that's roll. Got to see 100 the move. Get lifted, body to get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Oh, scared of my life. Skittles. Green pet flavor. Great. Take all the vibe.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah. Let me get a punch. Let me get a punch. Let you feel the punch. Let me get a punch. When a hook don't sleep, yeah, bro. When a hook don't sleep, yeah, bro. When a hook don't sleep, yeah, bro. When a hook don't sleep, don't punch me. Don't keep getting me pissed before I make you bleed. Pray for your rest in peace. It's the only peace that you need, even a punch. This is the purge. Everybody please your perk. Your perma kick these people with my kitty pound. Play with the wrong gal pound. Put when they put get my pop on out. Pop on now. Yeah, I'm a kite to my pound. Pack it out, back it out. กูสร้างมึงภาพลับ yo how about now bruh จบบ้านนี้ไม่ต้องรอถึงหูพวกกูจัดมึงจุก now out Be the pepper pick a pack of peppers People like me pick a pack of bricks for a week per day per minute Rapper likes me ทำพวกมึง panic บอกกูเป็นผู้หญิงมีผลต่อ proof ไม่ควรได้ pride เข้าใจ
มึงรู้อะไรไม่รู้พร้ำพวกขี้แพ้มาพายก็พูดไปก็ไรพอยเขาต่อยสักชุดดีกว่าพวก Problems are proof in one punch. All battles are beat in one punch. For you to sleep with this one punch. ไม่สะเทือนกูสักนิดกูขอสกิล one punch. You wait ที่กูโดนมามากกว่า one punch. วันนั้นที่กูเจอกูสักคนมา one punch. One day, one life, one dream, one punch. If you have one shot, better have one punch. Eminem said, Millie Rabbit, I'm the old shark. You just catfish. Kevin said, พอแม่คือความจริง Summer and from the competition. พอลับคือ I'm the best, right?
Long have we waited, but that wait is finally over. All around the world, many regions, maybe too many, have their Toronto representatives already. So it is time that the EMEA teams battle for a chance to represent our region in the global stage. Hello everyone and welcome to the EMEA Stage 1 playoffs, coming to you live from Berlin, Germany. My name is Kakuka and I will be your host for the day, joined in here on the desk by Billy and Minnie. Minnie, we haven't seen you in a while. What have you been up to?
I've been at home chilling.
That's
watching
it?
the games. I've been enjoying all the tech pools from home.
So you've enjoyed them?
Sorry, I didn't deliver on that tech pools there. I was worried for a second that I'm making a joke that I shouldn't, but come on.
What about you, Billy? You have some news, some exciting ones.
I moved to Berlin, officially a Berliner. So yeah, it's been great. I've just been settling in, enjoying the sun. So yeah, I'm happy to be here.
Well, it's good to know that we have some changes, some things that stay the same, but obviously it was the end of the regular season and moving on to playoffs. Let's take a look at the standings to remind people of how things ended. Any surprises that you have here? Any highlights for you? I'll start with you, Minnie.
I think the elephant in the room here is Vitality. I think that the rest of the bracket looks reasonable, but Vitality coming in at 4th, like the start of the year, we're saying they're a super team coming in. They perform the best at kickoff. And they're 4th. They're in this lower bracket already. And the game that they have to play is against Fnatic or Foot. That's not going to be an easy first game.
No, I have to agree. I think I'm excited though for Team Heretics and Team Liquid, of course. They're just one match away from qualifying to Masters Toronto. But I think as well, looking at the teams here, there's a couple of dark horses. BBL are probably the ones that shout out to me. I think that they could go on a good run here.
Yeah, BBL for the first time making playoffs. Let's go! I'm so on this train. Yes, but the matches that we're going to have today, as you were seeing at the beginning of that bracket, is going to be BBL going up against Navi, followed by Foot versus Fnatic. Nobody will qualify today, but nobody will go home. So it's good and exciting to start from here. But let's take a look at what we have from the rest of the world, because as I was saying, many regions have already all the teams sorted out for Toronto, and this is where we're looking ahead. Any surprises or any very strong support coming from any of these teams? Minnie, I'll start with you.
That needs to be changed into a train. Because there is a train coming right now. It's going fast. That train is fast. The momentum is building, and Paper Rex are qualifying, and they're winning Toronto. That's what's going on right there.
Okay, I like that. Billy?
I mean, an Ascension team making a Masters, we have to be excited about that. Exactly. This is so exciting. I think as well, MIBR, I mean, Aspas always makes the second Masters event of the year, so it's no surprises to see him back there. So yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward. Of course, you can see that for VCT EMEA, we have 3 spots to fill, but we will do that throughout this week and the next one. Things that are also changing, we're going to be playing on a different patch. It's not a big patch, it's not one of that changes everything, but Billy, there are some changes that definitely need to be addressed.
Yeah, definitely. I know that we've got a brim change, but it's not like super major. It's just that there will be a sound cue now when a molly drops underneath the smoke. But it's actually Yoru and Astra. I'm really upset that they did this to my girl Astra. She didn't need a nerf. She didn't need this. But hey, I mean, go ahead. The Yoru one, I think, is interesting. I think that it's probably going to make him more balanced, right? I think that this is kind of a needed change. Like, his ultimate is so strong. You can get so much information from it. So, yeah, I think this just balances him out a little bit. I'm not expecting to see that pick rate lowered at all.
Okay. Minnie, anything you want to add to
Yeah,
those
I think
changes?
I agree with Billy in general. I think Yoru is to be played a lot. But I think this almost foreshadows the Teo nerfs a little bit, where Yoru and Teo, that kind of combination might not be as potent. So
yeah, okay, so so that ultimate will not be that effective. Anyway, we're in playoffs, and speaking about playing, I love some games. So I'm gonna put you two to the test. It is time to do some all-stars. We've seen some new faces coming into the region, some surprises, but I wanted to get you guys to play a little bit of a game. If you're watching from home or if you're watch partying, please join us. You will need somewhere to write on. You can use your screen, of course, but it is time to create your ideal roster. The rules are very, very simple, okay? I'm going to show you a reel of contenders. There's going to be 20 players coming in the back of you, and I will run the reel a couple of times. The first time, you only have to look at it, and I've given you whiteboards, so if you want, you can take some notes for the possible players that you would like to have on your ideal team. And then we'll play the reel a second time around, and then you will battle. Whoever buzzes first, when you see the player that you want, you will get him for your team. Everybody good? You understand? At home as well? You have your buses ready at home? Okay, so let's bring it up and start with the players. Are there any, before we even see the faces, any players that you would really like to have on your team? Spraying that it's there?
Fnatic.
No, a player. All of
Fnatic players.
Oh, okay, any. Oh, okay, we have the first one. Okay, so right now, just take a look at them. Levin,
I'm gonna pretend to write
Mr.
on some of
Fallen,
them.
yeah. Martine, Crashies, Koala Noob, Mini Boo, Sivov, Kiko, Sociable, Suze, Proxic, Kayak, Rians, Suigetsu, Nats, Derke, Angel, Benji Fishy, Yampi, Kicks, Profek, Jet2J, and that is all the 20. It's definitely going to be testing your memories out.
Yeah,
okay.
My tactic doesn't work.
Yeah, I don't think that your tactic was very good. Because I was going to say, I'm going to take a little look.
I got one name right.
Yeah, that's good. Not a good tactic. Let me take a look.
No, I have a tactic, but I can't
Oh,
reveal my
yeah.
tactic
Okay.
just yet.
Okay.
She
I
knows,
absolutely
she
love it. No. I think you have something there. Okay, so you guys ready?
Yeah.
Let's roll it again.
Oh my
Let's
God, wait,
roll
I'm
all the
scared.
players. Whomever buzzes first will get the player.
I got so much power.
Okay. Okay, you went for Mr. Falling. Mini, have it on your team.
Yep.
You happy with your decision?
I think he's one of the best fragging IGOs we have right now. He's playing phenomenal. I think he's like top 10 rated in the league. So I'm having that on my team.
And Nero Hearts as well. Okay.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, you're fine with that? Okay, let's keep going. Okay. You're on a rampage. Martine, why Martine?
That's the highest rated player in the league.
Okay.
So
fair,
I've got the
fair.
stats in my head. I'm just going down the stats list.
You didn't even need to take notes. Like, okay, I see what you're doing.
I had him on my list,
but
but
you weren't quick
then
enough.
I realized I already had 5 more people, and now I've forgotten.
You better
who's
start
filling what
working. He's
roles,
already
but-
has,
yeah,
he
okay,
already
put me
has
to
2
work.
players.
Put me
okay.
to work.
Okay, let's keep going. Really? Okay. Are you guys for real?
The second high. Sorry, Martine's second highest.
She was. I'm sorry, but she actually pressed it first.
Sorry.
So I am so sorry. Billy,
wasn't
you get Sivop on your team. He just assumed.
No, I was no.
He just assumed.
No. I was talking about Martine and Miniboo. I passed on Miniboo.
Yeah.
He's the highest rated player. I messed
Yeah.
up. Yeah, I
That's
messed
okay.
up.
That's okay. Yeah, I want
That's
to
why I
go.
was so surprised that nobody. Like,
Yeah, my
okay.
Yeah,
bad.
I know.
Sorry,
I didn't
Billy.
even think about it. I mean, I'm tier 2 defender. It makes sense to have someone that came up from tier 2 on my team. So.
Okay, absolutely. Let's keep going.
That's the highest rated Smokes player.
Okay. Honestly, really, yes, that works. Okay.
These guys, they better be nice people. I don't know anything
you
really
need
about
to think
them.
also about the synergies within your team, but
Yeah.
I'm not mad at it.
You
I'm
need
not mad at it.
synergy when
Let's
you
keep
got
going.
stats.
Let's keep going. It's sociable,
Yep,
right?
sociable.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, recon player,
Are
fantastic.
you scared that we finish the players then?
What do you mean?
Okay. No. I'm just
he's
saying.
good.
No,
He's
I
good.
like it. I like it.
He's good.
I also like the fact that you have one from each team.
Yeah, you're being very quick about
Yeah.
this.
Am I?
Okay. Yeah, you really are.
I need a
Okay.
I need a sentinel player. You got
Girl,
to
you need to step
deny
up.
me
You
a
need to
sentinel
step up.
player.
Let's keep going.
Oh shit.
Rian's is a good one. Oh yeah, it doesn't matter if it's just live. It's okay.
Real mini just came
Rian's,
out for a
It's just
second.
too good. I don't think you even need to defend it.
I don't. Yeah. I don't.
It's Rian's. So let's keep going. You know, we don't have all the time in the world. We need to get the players started.
Oh, her reaction time's better than me.
Did I get that first?
Yes,
Oh my
exactly. You
goodness.
did.
Because you're closer
Girl,
to
your
Yeah.
team is looking stacked. I actually really
I
like your
really
team.
thought this through. I really did.
Okay. You still need to do a list, but
fine,
we'll
it's
get
fine.
there. We'll get there. Okay. You only need one more player. Do you think you know what you want? Oh.
Going.
He can't play sentinel though, can he? Oh, she did it again.
She's too. I'm so sorry.
I'm
You're
so
too slow.
sorry,
You're too
Minnie.
slow.
That was me.
Wait, what? You got that?
Producer confirmation.
Oh no.
I'm not so sure.
Oh no.
The light shone on him.
I think I actually messed that up, but I'll take it.
I mean, I
That's
think
crazy.
it looks unreal on your side. I'm not gonna lie.
On my side?
Okay. Before you defend your team, Billy, let's keep rolling with the players
let's
because
finish
now
this,
at
yep.
least you're only playing against yourself. You need 2 more players
Yeah.
to finish up your roster. So let's keep rolling some players.
Okay.
Of course.
I'll take Prophet.
I see what
Yeah.
you're doing here.
I'll take
I see
Prophet.
what you're doing
But
here.
now I can't remember who's left for me to take the last one. So I'm panicking.
I think Chatterjee might be the last.
I'll have to take you.
So you'll have to take him.
That's fine.
You should have
Okay.
put someone really not as good at the the last. Because Yataji's
Well,
a
first
good
of all,
pick.
I only gave the names and they shuffled the order.
Oh,
so,
okay,
I was just
okay,
making sure that there was a
okay.
little bit of everything. Okay, so as we walk on by, these are going to be your 2 teams. If you're watching from home, please let us know what team you ended up with and which one do you like from this 2? Which one do you think
You
will
gotta
do
remember,
better?
we're
Are you
also
coaching this team?
coaching. I don't know what your coaching style is, but I'm happy with this team for my
That's
coaching
crazy.
style.
He's pulling the coaching cards. Like that's actually crazy.
Let's go back. Minnie, do you like your team then?
Yes, good. Lots
What about you,
of highly
Billy?
rated players.
What's your main strat?
I think that you have to back yourself, and I think
How many-
I've gone for players that all have really great vibes as well. I think that they could all get along super well.
I think you can also run some double sentinel on your side.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah. I
Very
really
on
like
meta,
it.
yeah.
You also have a very versatile team. You can run the double duelist. But today, and speaking about the versatility, it's the day of the Turkish rookies with Levin, Sociable, and Ruxic all impressing most of us during stage 1. What do you make? Do you have a favorite, Billy?
Honestly, it's really hard to say who my favorite is. Maybe Sociable, actually, just because it's crazy that we're even calling him a
rookie? Yeah.
Yeah, like, and the people that he's played amongst, you know, the likes of Woods, the likes of Yetaje, like, it's crazy that he's found himself in VCT only this year. So yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing him play, but honestly, like, each of these players have impressed me so far.
Yeah, I think for me, Sociable and Ruxic are these players that I had high expectations for this year. Sociable should have been in this league a long time ago.
Ages
like he's
ago.
only just got here. Very different styles, I think, but both of them are incredible.
Yeah, exactly. And Sociable is going up against Ruxic, as you were just mentioning. And we have a quote from last week, I believe, saying that he wants to play against him because he's his ex-teammate. He also played against him. So it's very good that we're going to be seeing this head-to-head. But obviously, Ruxic also helped lead Navi to an impressive performance against Vitality to secure that 3rd seat. Minnie, you were mentioning seeing Vitality on 4th is on a 4th seed. It comes off as a surprise, but we cannot underestimate for some reason all the things that Navi are going to do, and especially Ruxic.
Yeah, I mean, Ruxic hasn't had, until recently, I don't think he had a great year. I was hyping him up coming into this year as the rookie. I thought he was going to be top 2 Smokes player in the EMEA. And I think that now he's coming into form as probably Navi's best player. And he's able to take over games versus teams like Vitality. So that's a very good sign for him going into the game today.
Yeah, I think Vrooksik had a stellar performance against Vitality, especially on that Haven. He was absolutely ridiculous. 9 first kills, 0 first deaths. Of course, you want your smokes to still be up, and he was never giving away that first engagement. So yeah, I think he's been performing so great. He's one of the top 5 performing players of week 5, stats-wise as well, which is just insane to see him kind of come to the light now, as you say, Minnie. My only thing today is that he's going up against someone like Profik, who has also been such a great controller player.
Both on your team, actually, from the All-Star. I'm kind of sad that they're not, that the bracket is not flipped, because I would have liked him to go against Team Liquid if they are to win today, to have that Kiko versus Vrooksik. I think it would be very interesting to see. But when we take a look at the history also between players, it is something that we cannot forget. We saw Yampi playing for a very long time in Liquid. This year he moves on to the IGL, and today he's going to be going up against Angel. The record is on an 8-2 to Angel, actually, surprisingly. But that is definitely a head-to-head that we have to be excited for.
Yeah, I think people just forget that Angel's one of the GOATs in the EMEA. But yeah, Yampi's now got his system. He's got things going. It's looking good for him.
Yeah, exactly. Well, let's wait no more. We've waited long enough, so let's welcome our teams to the stage and let's get this playoffs for VCT EMEA Stage 1 started.
It doesn't matter what you do in the regular season. You can be first or fourth. What matters is what you do in playoffs, if you get there.
I've come second in a lot of grand finals, so has Patty. I think it would be good for us to finally win.
I'm excited to see if we have what it takes to win playoffs.
I have a goal to qualify for Toronto, and we're going this way. Every player wants to make it to the international.
This stage should be impossible. Hero has his moment. Oh, lovely stuff.
Our goal is just get the trophy.
You can't underestimate the power of trust and being a team.
We have practiced, all of you, and you guys know how good we are.
No more week-to-week encounters. The battle from here on will be fought almost every day. If you want a shot to battle against the best in the world, you have to prove it. And today, BBL and Navi have the perfect opportunity to make that statement. First, let's go into the map, Veto, Mini.
BBL banner split, this is what I expected. And then Navi leaving Lotus open, which means that BBL get to pick it. I'm looking at that map as, you know, historically Navi not being comfortable on that map at all.
Yeah, I think for me, like, Navi selecting that Fracture is interesting. I know that Angel had said that, you know, I'm one of the best IGLs on Fracture, but time and time again, that's proved to not be the case, right? This is a map that they've lost the 2 times that they've played it throughout the regular season. So, yeah, interesting that they decided to go there. I think Ascent, as a decider, is such a great decider. We've seen such an improvement in BBL's performance on that map. You saw that crazy 23-25.
We're down for another 48 rounds.
Yeah, bring it up. I want to go there again. again.
I'm kind of sad that we do not get to see the Haven pick last minute.
Yeah, both teams looking phenomenal at Haven, but I think that Angel's actually better at calling on Ascent than Fracture.
I mean, historically, Navi, even though that we've seen them for, I believe, 3 out of the 5 weeks banning that Ascent, it was going to be the 3rd map if we ever got there versus Vitality. So leaving this one as a 3rd, it's not surprising. I just, you know, wanted the Haven, but I agree with you. Billy, what can we expect now focusing on this first map on Lotus?
Lotus for me is interesting. I like that Navi decided to switch up their composition. I know that the first kind of iteration we saw, I wasn't a huge fan, but of course looking at Lotus, we're probably expecting to see them play the same agents.
Do you think they go again?
Yeah, I think so. Like, even though they lost, what, do you think they'll change
I think they've changed composition so many times on Lotus, and it's been red every single. It's been a loss every time that I don't know what to expect from Navi anymore.
It's a very foot approach, right? Especially on Lotus, it's like, oh, we try a composition, we're a little bit surprising, and we change it if it doesn't work. Let's take a look at the agent select. And Navi, you were right, are changing things, and it isn't that. Okay.
Listen, do you know what? At least it's not Angel on the Teho, because when Angel was playing Teho on Lotus, it didn't look totally great. It felt like he was very kind of, you know, not in line with the rest of what his team were trying to do. So I think Xiao, this is nice for me, because we've seen him play the Teho on the Pearl, and it didn't look bad.
I like them starting defense here with a double Senti as well. I think Deadlock has value on this map in terms of like a little bit of gimmick value. The net early on to take rubble control is going to be really big for Na'Vi. And BBL are going to have to figure out quickly, and maybe in some timeouts, figure out how they're going to deal with the double Sentinel.
Yeah, absolutely. We've seen a lot of double Sentinel here. Angel is his first time on the Deadlock. So I'm really looking forward to see how this defense goes. And I'm also really looking forward to tossing this over to our casters for this match. It's Haza and Cairo.
Thanks, guys. Yes, in what proves to potentially be a historic day for BBL, their debut in a playoff stage and a chance to make it 4 consecutive wins, something they've never done in VCT EMEA history before. Na'Vi are here and ready to play spoiler, fresh off the back of a win against last time's kickoff champs.
Yeah, and as well as that, Haza, when we look at stage 1 for Na'Vi, the full time they haven't changed the comp when they've revisited a map. They're revisiting Lotus, changing it for the first time in playoffs. For BBL, we've seen them start to regress in terms of playing with a jet now rather than playing with more intricate compositionally wise. So looking at this, looking at Lotus, there's so much to be excited about.
Absolutely, and you hit the nail on the head. The desk as well stressed it in detail. Na'Vi haven't won this map since week 1, stage 1, 2024. They have a trend of wanting to play it and then changing the comp. They've done so the last 4 times, this the 5th. Starting on the defense, you can already see the protocols in place. Early positioning Angel outside of A. Stacked setup C to be tested.
Mound fight easily won with the dump of utility. Something that BBL like to do. They love to go in mid-round and take their time. 11 though, with a chance to maybe clear close left. Doesn't. Oh, Rooksick at the same time gets the entry.
Yeah, so much damage offloaded in that exchange. I mean, BBL, they can't have the green light and hit C simply based on the fact that the util ran out, and now with Angel reinforcing the A lobby side, the barrier mesh going up, and even further time for Na'Vi to reset. It's a 5 versus 3, and will BBL have to give up all the ground that they've got on sand?
Still though, you look towards Angel all alone on the east side, untradeable. He knows what he needs to do, backing off and playing a lot more passive.
There was also a cam up in sand as well that only just got broken by Yampi on the way out, so a little bit of an information vacuum, but very quickly that void is filled. Na'Vi now know, the captain calling it in. A, where BBL will look to end this.
Something that BBL have been very good at is fighting back in 1vx's, 2vx's, and a 3 versus 5. Can they do it here?
That's the question you're asking, and it's going to come through some clever positioning perhaps. Yampi leading the charge, Sociable right behind him. 2 players walking into the stairwell and 2 making an approach from spawn.
Chance, you've got to be looking towards that B. Heaven player, and it's Prophet that gets the first kill.
Oh, yeah, but they're off site now, Cairo, so this is a problem and the smokes are up.
Yeah, I mean, just going to defuse here. You need a player to get off the defuse, but Yampi comes in the right time. Still the defuse coming through, and Na'Vi gets the pistol.
Sociable's going to walk away and wipe the slate clean, but that's a frustrating way to lose the first. We know that BBL's pistols have been good, the best worldwide, some may say. And that always comes through the slight deviation in terms of preparation, but this round, when you go 2 players down, you're never going to be falling back on what that preparation looks like. It's always plan B.
Something to keep our eye on as well as we move through this map is Levin, right? It's been feast or famine for him on the duelist. Something interesting about him on the Jet. He's tied first in first kill percentage per round, right? But he's also third in first deaths per round from stage 1.
That's exactly it. To just bounce off what you've said, ever since the Liquid game, he's always gone positive in first engagements, but they do still take a heavy toll. Oh, that's another one of them. Koala Noob with the punish. This round for BBL, a bit of a write-off. It is just that Outlaw, which has now exchanged hands, and as Prophet reloads it, Na'Vi should know. Absolutely no reason to give BBL what they want here.
It's a big investment towards your Antico.
Something that we've seen the other Turkish team do as well, Foot. They have been playing the exact same way, looking to try and set up Zeus, both duelists from last year in the Turkish Challenger League.
Get through this A rubble fight once again as YouTube comes through, but Ruxic taking that peek, brings it back to 4 versus 4. Angel in a do or die position.
He's the only player here, so he's got to try and go scorched earth. The drone,
does it clear him?
Not gonna clear the corner, so how much more does Angel get?
30 seconds left.
There's only one player pathing into him, like you say. Sociable has to open up the door for a second time, but Angel still not quite going for this timing. Now the sight hit comes through and he drops.
Oh, this is going to be massive, Hazza. Spike Low still to make its way onto site, and look at the time.
10 seconds or so. That's factoring in the spike plant, and still BBL not quite getting to work. Yampi finally drops it to the deck, but so does the rest of his squad. Koala Noob makes it 3 on the round. Prophet in this 1 versus 2 still has you on the edge of your seat. It's a spray that could line up for him. He's got the first, but Shao saves the day. Na'Vi through the anti-eco, but not without a scratch or 2.
Yeah, playoffs drama, getting close, tight margins. I mean, that's what you'd imagine between these two, our mega Seed 2 and Seed 3 from Alpha. Now we head in towards BBL's rifle round, and they've done so much damage to Na'Vi that this bonus should be not much of a conversation.
True. In terms of converting those rounds, Na'Vi do not sit particularly high in the pecking order. I think the main focus for me coming into this full buy has to be for BBL converting from post-plant positions, but then also getting yourself in post-plant, even like 5v5, 4v4, something like that, because I have to say right now, they are burning the wick at both ends. Evan to lead the charge into sand once more, and supported by both initiators, they've already dumped utility, still building towards the first of those ultimates.
Angel switched up from the A side to the C side as well, the deadlock ready to combine with a Cypher.
Util is there, but Levin just trying to bypass this, actually grouping up with Yampi instead, wrapping around the side. That's where the Stinger gets involved. And sure, Levin will drop without his kill, but the rest of the team have followed it up. BBL with 3. Na'Vi down to their last couple players.
And what, you've got a Guardian, Vandal here, there's investment and players ready to fight. But with that being said, 2 players to the good. BBL should have this done and dusted.
Looking at the money, Ruxic should be inclined to save it. I mean, Shao as well, I was going to say, it's just the Guardian that you're holding on to. Do you want to throw that into the situation? Keep it for the next round. I think that's the option that they've elected for here. So much better from BBL, just quick, efficient trades. We've seen them a couple of times now condition that refreshable utility. This is the first time they act upon it.
And I think as well, Levin is the only one that dies, and I made a point of saying like his first death is pretty high, right? But he's getting value in the sense of the value of the space, and not only that, his tradability as well, which I really like from BBL. It's nice and simple.
Of course, Levin as well moving back onto the Jet, a little more dynamic in terms of his gap close. You saw the updraft used there, and it's actually Yampi's double with the Stinger that makes all the difference. Now into the next, it is just those 2 saved weapons. I think my idea of the Na'Vi economy was a little bit more ambitious than what they are actually working with.
100%. BBL just going back towards this C mound fight.
And to sort of hark back to how Na'Vi are playing this. As you can see, Hero just trying to bait early on, and Koala Noob on the other extremity, working the map as they're trying to maximize this. BBL look to be pretty direct for a second round in a row.
Yeah, but this Rolling Thunder doesn't actually catch Roxic, but the right it does. Hero at the back of site opts to back out and play the numbers, although how many numbers are really going to be left here? It's a 3 versus 5, and Levin's on the hunt.
Yeah, that insatiable hunger that he holds, not going to stop until he's put in the ground. Na'Vi down to the 2 Sentinel players, both on pistols. Didn't come in with all too much. The grab net's back up. That's something to think about potentially, but I think the big narrative point for this round, for me at least, for BBL in terms of those entries and actually how they've looked to work the map instead is when they played Lotus last time against Mates, you're seeing Levin go A at the start of the round a lot and trying to open up that space instead, which was a bit of a mixed bag, but here already you're seeing they value the fact that you can just hit C quickly. Yumpy's steps being heard, but Angel giving nothing away. So that's how it ends, 2-2.
Something else to note from this round as well is the fact that Na'Vi actually tried to fight for Mount, right? When you think towards the 3 players that started in main.
Yeah, it was a team blind. Yeah. The only reason Xiao dies there is because he was blinded by Ruxic.
Yeah. But for this round, moving into the next one, that C Mountain fight, they're not wanting to go for it. BBL, they're going to opt for Rubble instead. And this is where we've seen
cut their walls down.
The Rays come through time and time again, and the showstoppers available.
It is Koala Noob back on a roll, which he gave up for Hero previously, but already showing what he can do. Quick double kill. BBL reset, trying to fight back through, and that's where they're going to have the jump on Koala. Xiao still standing out in the open. The only player nearby is Ruxic in tree. But given just enough time to disengage, Na'Vi will keep their man advantage.
On the other side of the map though, the Cypher of Hero is going to try and move with the ebb and flow of the map. And he'll have eyes on the attacker spawn. Meanwhile, BBL, try go B.
And Xiao has shown his hand, but this positioning main is so strong. Taking the B site now, especially with Hero closing the net, means that BBL are stricken for options, and A looks like the only real outcome.
I have to look towards Ruxic, a man who's had an uptick in performance, and well, it's Xiao and Angel are the ones instead to get the kills. Ruxic now to add on top, but it's Yampy. Imagine finding himself a little pocket on the side, but Ruxic will get that kill, and Na'Vi get their advantage back.
You could see as well, Hero was trying to do a little bit of limit testing on the previous round, and having brought that now into this, they do get the early info. There are rotations there. You're seeing the reaction as well from Xiao to take the B main space, and as soon as that happens, he has a strong position here late, and BBL aren't able to set up that layering, the positioning that allows them to win in post where they have struggled, but another huge round coming up.
BBL, a lot more default, looking to explore the map, look for clues.
And you have to against this comp at times, and that is where you will find the reward. Sociable knocks down Hero. That's the up on attack in play.
And that's a massive gap that you've just opened up, and Na'Vi need to be quick to try and fill it, but instead BBL are the ones that take the space.
Exactly. Levin's just going to dive bomb straight in, blades in hand. Takes the elevated positioning. Up in the bird's nest, just waiting for Na'Vi to show us something, because Angel has the ult right now. That Annihilation can come in at a moment's notice. He's simply waiting for the spike to hit the ground before he opts for it.
The longer this takes, though, the better Na'Vi are going to be in position. Instead, it's the ultimate used by the tail. Koala Noob in towards backside, trades it out even.
Yeah, this is all space denial, but Angel still has the ult, now investing it. What? Not looking to connect to anything. Na'Vi 2 kills back. Advantage suddenly sitting with them. Spike drop towards Bend. Still a bit of time for BBL to make an adjustment, pivot away from this. That looks like exactly what they're going to do. As soon as the support of Sociable arrives, the door is turned, and B is on notice.
Evans, Blades, manages to dodge the Sonic Sensor, a tap of the spike for a bait.
And with BBL being a player down here, Sociable's just turned this to a full-on lurk. He spots Shao, but he gets Angel instead. That's 2 players for the price of 1, and so back to C11 goes.
Time is getting low. This spike plan is massive. It needed to be done, but Kuala is clutch, and he'll win the round for Na'Vi. A massive timing for him.
There is just none left for BBL there. Sociable at the very least able to sidestep the salvos and secure that rifle as any kind of remainder into the next. But the op has been repossessed by Koala Noob after it found an acute first pick. Nice use of the ult from both teams to just clear space and make things ugly, as the Seaside can be at the best of times.
I felt as if, though, that the pause from BBL, right, they're trying to bait something out, but...
Guys, we are doing super fine. Guys, trust me, we are doing super fine. Right now,
seems as if they're still confident in what they're doing, but at the same time, it's not getting the results that they're looking for. Have to be looking at routes here.
On an island, but that's how he likes to play. BBL not going to give him the time of day, not allow C to be contacted, and actually Na'Vi just doubled down. Hero here in support. Again, it's that info game that they seem to be winning right now on the defense.
I mean, a tap of the cam, you know that no one's going to be in that B main space. It's towards the extremities which we look, and Kuala Noob has his op.
The question is, do BBL still want to head into this, or do they expect an overextension from Na'Vi elsewhere? Because being posted outside of C, Magnum would have heard the drone for the reclear. They're going to still head straight into this.
Yeah, the op is ready. Seen the barrel, and there goes Sociable. So quick. With that, Na'Vi are so happy to leave that A site.
Magnum still committed to this lurk, potential for a B pivot late, but once again it feels like BBL are running out of options. Na'Vi not quite cottoned onto it. Sentinel utility in the choke rather than Hobbit, so free entry to the site as far as they're concerned. But how does this post plant look? They've got to play aggressive again.
Heaven, hello, they gets one back in his favour, but Yampi, he's lucky to escape with his life. Spike, though, has been confirmed. 3 players towards the B heaven.
BBL are a little isolated in how they're choosing to play this. Prophet space in Hobbit is huge, though, and he will continue to find value with his smoke to support. Oh, free haircut.
Yeah, Yampi's lucky, Magnum isn't. That was pure skill. There goes Hero. Na'Vi taking their time, coming back in, waiting for utility to come up, and with that, BBL are in position to win, and they'll convert. Na'Vi throw in the white till.
It's just not long enough left on the board for Na'Vi to make this workable, and Shao peeking into a pack of players. You were thinking that could have just continued to build their empire, but it's a slow process, as it has been for both of these teams throughout groups into the playoff stage.
I mean, that's what you'd expect, right? You grow into it, I think, as well, when you compare the two teams. BBL tinkering with what agent, what comps, what's working for them. Na'Vi have always stayed with what they're good at, right? The same comps every single time, and then building up the playbook from there.
Not on this map, to be fair.
Yeah, true.
Lotus is where they like to make changes, so that is the playoff deviation that you're looking at, and Koala Noob's op, the consistency. Can he get another? It's Angel, the first in the firing line, and Levin looking on, waiting to try and find the kill. The dash out is exquisite. There is no trade. Koala senses players nearby, and so he continues to walk forwards with the pin pulled, still no player found, and Na'Vi are hanging around.
BBL aren't, though. Look where the spike is, all the way over on the C side. This is a foot race, and it's who can get there first. It seems to be Na'Vi.
Yampi knows it's a 1v1, but he's going to back himself. And so Hero goes down, and the seaside collapses yet again. The captain to courier the cargo over. As the spike goes down, it's another situation where you feel like Na'Vi are not going to show too much interest in this one.
They shouldn't. Magnum can also go and be an extra layer. Instead, decides to support the rest of the pack. And Na'Vi, I mean, they're wanting to save for these rifles, but it will eventually come to a point where they have to start moving forward and actually trying to upset this one. You look at the money, though, it's a decent enough decision.
And I think you're also starting to see here as well how Koala Noob's op is factoring into what the macro looks like for Na'Vi. It was an interesting stat line that he hadn't actually bested another duelist player in a head-to-head with the op so far this event, up until you know, the last couple of weeks, as Ruxit finds the first of the exits, as this round does go to BBL and ties us up. But the point that I'm trying to make here is, you know, Flyer on the desk was saying it the other week, that the way to play against it, and whenever they clashed in challenges in NA, was that you're looking to meet him where he's going to be next, rather than avoiding it. And I think you're starting to see that now with BBL, at least in terms of how they're opening some of these rounds.
Interestingly enough here, we will be moving into a timeout, and it's BBL that's called it of the two teams, and they've had 2 successful rounds, so I wonder, does the coaching staff, have they seen something that they can work on, work against? Well, it was BBL on our screens, but it's actually Na'Vi.
Well, hey, look, maybe a double timeout?
Maybe.
Who knows?
Not again.
But in terms of what Na'Vi will be talking about here, I mean, you won 4 out of the first 6 rounds. Taking a pistol away from BBL, prying one from their hands, a difficult task, as many know, sitting just above 70%. At this stage in the game as well, there are some big ults coming up for both teams. You can see it. The Armageddon on Xiao, one off the showstopper, Gualanoob leading the charts. But then for BBL, it's that Rolling Thunder from Yumpy, which at times has been a tell of where they are looking to execute, as they do build around and build off him quite substantially.
Just to confirm, it is a Na'Vi timeout, just in case. Just in case. I know it looked different in-game for us, but looking at this, big stat line, and I think as well, like when you think of how dependable and the utility that Angel's got, I think this is a massive stat line for him.
Saving a penny or two from the pocket of Jack Igo. We know he was giving out bundles for every few first deaths given away, and it looks like it would have been one for Hero, but it's Levin that adds to that terrifying tally. Yumpy bouncing back with a couple of his own, and BBL are in the driver's seat on C yet again.
But once again, Levin first death straight away traded out, and now BBL move into an advantage, and that what should be post-plant, but Spam is looking pretty good. BBL trying to sway that with their own utility.
Spike planted.
There's ultimates to come back in here though if Na'Vi want to use them.
Absolutely. I mean, Magnum's going to disrespect this smoke solo. Looks like he's just waiting to walk in up close and personal. The Sheriff of Angel. It's the best course of action. He's walked in already and tried to spot out the first head. Angel's got so far ahead of this, but Yumpy keeps half an eye on the situation, knowing that in that head-to-head he's so often lost. This one isn't going to go away from him. Na'Vi's still running it into the site, but this feels like a formality. Magnum running it down, still time playing against them. And there you have it. BBL trading down their advantages perfectly. They now lead on Lotus.
I love how the BBL fans, you know, they had one chance to see their team go and play, and they've come in the droves to support here. You can hear them in the background, giving it advantage that BBL can now work with as they move through this attack. Rolling Thunder, perhaps not the Armageddon, the Annihilation to come.
It is the Armageddon.
Sorry, apologies.
All good.
It's just we get Deadlock there here, Annihilation. I mean, like synonyms of one another.
Yeah. But that's what the timeout would have been all about. Na'Vi knowing that there are ult rounds to build from here. The strat book yet to be shown. This new change on Lotus, it's Koala right up the guts of B. Nothing given from that. Yumpy again with another big kill. 11 won't lose this time. So player advantage BBL, it's the A space they find themselves in with this time. And having spotted that sonic sensor down, they know the space is open. What? That's crazy from Ruxig.
He's aggressive every single time. Rolling Thunder used to stall out the retake, but it's only one player caught, and it's found! Yumpy can't quite get the transfer of the cross here. At the same time though, look at the post plan. Both players out a tree.
Has to drop back because they knew the ult was coming in.
Oh, and they go, still though, Na'Vi, they've stalled out Profik, onto the spike they go. Profik needs to win that first duel, but can't quite do it. And Xiao with 3 on the round. Massive, but Na'Vi equal out the score.
It's a really strong position to be in now for Na'Vi. They chose to start on the defense. You have to remember they are playing double Sentinel. The expectation is that they lead this half, especially with the way that they started it. Just getting back on track as things stand, but BBL still have a lot to throw at them. Talking of Ruxic, I mean, this guy was lights out against Vitality. Felt like whoever was on the Omen, him or Koala, was the one causing issues.
Nice
this is just something that BBL have to be aware of to punish him as much as possible.
100%. BBL, they'll reset, go back towards looking around the map, 3 towards the A side, and still priority put on the extremities rather on B.
You've been getting huge value out of being proactive on B as well. Xiao, soon to be caught. It's actually Angel that drops. I'm not sure what the plan was there, but Na'Vi had 2 players peeking. Info back to BBL, and with the spike headed towards A, this is where they will aim to finish what would be their 6th round.
Na'Vi trying to be proactive here. Angel's got a great call on the round. The thing for me, though, is this is a must-win for Na'Vi when you look at the money.
Waiting to peek back out the smoke. The Paranoia prepared. It catches onto a couple players. Ruxic! That's huge utility usage. The rest of Na'Vi profit from it. But still, health pool is low. Sociable's picked up a Phantom. That's the first player. The healthy one dropped. Ruxic is gone, and there's only one more standing in his way. Sociable shifts from the door, and Hero just re-clears.
30 seconds left.
But the spike is his. And with 6 bullets, and the Hobbit door broken by those salvos at the start of the round means that the dominoes have fallen in the direction that sets him up.
Thing is, though, you look towards the Cypher utility still up. You can tap that cam to see towards Waterfall. You know a player isn't towards main.
10 seconds left.
Hero has information to work with
planted.
here.
Question is, how far does Sociable go? He has salvos and the ult, so Hero is already playing with borrowed time and borrowed health. Has to get a move on here. Sociable knowing that he's low.
Doesn't want to reload either. Give away another audible.
Exactly. So he'll play the slow game. Hero now finally arriving on site. First of the salvos coming out as a precautionary measure by Sociable. Can Hero hold his nerve? He's not going to be given half a chance. That's the ult. Straight back in. But still there's time to pull this off. He has to get onto the spike right now and find half. But Sociable has played the timing perfectly. Letting loose all the util step by step and just securing that 6th.
Yeah, I mean, they were talking about the Turkish rookies in VCT this year, Zeus, Levin, and also Ruxic. But everyone forgets about Sociable, the 28-year-old rookie.
The eldest rookie in VCT EMEA since partnerships began, but you can already see why his teammates put so much trust in him. Someone who's been made to play multiple roles, but since he has shifted into this Teho, it feels like that is the perfect fit, as it's a Red Bull clutch which continue us straight into the next round. With a bit more venom, BBL back to A again.
Bodies here, but Na'Vi are the first to fall. Koala at least here to get the trade, but he's not long for this world. BBL winning out this A fight, and they continue on as they try to hunt down Xiao, but he's able to escape.
BBL have access to the A site again though. Cairo, Hero the only player with a Vandal in hand. He's the closest by. If he drops, then all of the rest fall like a house of cards, and there you have it. Opposite number shut down. Magnum giving us what should now be a BBL advantage in this first half of their map pick.
Yeah, this is in line with what we expect from Na'Vi as well on the defense. Xiao, though, does have utility to work with. Against 3, I mean, you're just expecting BBL to close this out.
Excuse me, Xiao's stuck in the mud. Trying to get out of tree now. Again, just not enough time to even consider the possibility of this round being won by Na'Vi. That's it, BBL confirmed their advantage. It's going to be a 7-5 half in their favor.
Yeah, I mean, again, I just touched on it. This is what we expect from Na'Vi, but with that double Sentinel on attack now, how does that work? But with that being said, let's hear from Yampi on how much it'd mean for BBL to make it to Masters Toronto.
Get out of my way.
I think for playoffs, our mentality is pretty straightforward. We want to qualify to Toronto. I think the stage 1 especially showed that we can do it. We are working every single day towards that and together as a team.
Nice. Main. Defuse. Nice. I will defuse. I managed to. I have 2 bullets.
Nice defuse, please. You can't kill him. Just kill him.
I think if we qualify to Toronto, for me personally, it's another statement that I can be a tier 1 player. I was very, very close going back to tier 2 this year, and making Toronto is kind of mark that I can be a tier 1 player, and for the team, it would be an unbelievable experience.
Coming out of the first half, BBL with the advantage on their own map pick of Lotus, one which they've not lent into all that often. Na'Vi themselves have shown it in spells, but when they do, that often comes with change. Now into yet another pistol round. The question is going to be, can they tie us up early and show us the value of these changes? Or will we see more smiles from the audience as BBL have brought out numbers today?
I mean, that's it, right? On a day where history could be made, one away from making it to a Masters event for the first time for BBL. And you've got to be thinking, Na'Vi as well, it's been a long time since they've been amongst the top in the world in Valorant.
Absolutely. It's an ongoing process for both of these teams from different places. And there is just a reminder that we have alluded to a couple of times already. That's what makes a big difference. I think the thing for me is if we do see BBL start to then kick on, how comfortable can it be? Can they keep it clean? Because I have to say at times, they've left a couple of these rounds hanging. Na'Vi are not the sort of team that you can give that space, and so Sociable's already put his foot down, and it's Angel gone.
It's a big loss. You think of the initiation on the double Sentinel composition, and it really comes from that deadlock. BBL have an idea about this C play, especially with the spike being over towards this side.
Drone going out.
You can see Cypher being kept on B to keep that utility up in case the drone was to come through.
One suppressed.
Yeah, no, this is a great fight. Koala Noob taking down Profek. Didn't have too much early info there either, but BBL interrupting things. Still, Xiao unperturbed. He gets his one. It is the spike drop though, as you say, and Ruxic has to find a way to follow this up. It's with the smoke, but does Levin leave it? Yeah, he does.
Happy with the 3v3 now, not giving Na'Vi the advantage. At the same time, BBL, you look towards Yampi, moving through C Mound as Na'Vi move on to A here.
30
You
seconds
can see
left.
BBL's defense just being a little worried about the space that Na'Vi's taken because they've had so much time on this side of the map.
Points Na'Vi did look a little bit split up from one another, but you can see the setup is inclined towards upper. They're grouping there, but BBL coming in through stairs.
All three towards backside, utility to work with, and it does look good. The blast pack was even better, and Koala still comes out better than Levin. Yampi can't quite get it done in a 1vx. And Na'Vi win that pistol round, and that's the second pistol round that they've won in this 2 out of 2, even though they are the kings of pistol rounds, BBL.
And it's the exact same way that Na'Vi kicked off that win, which came as a shock to many against Vitality. They won both pistols on the opening map of Haven. This one is far more closely cut, I think, early on at the very least, but Koala Noob showing exactly what he can do. A player who, moving on into that next game, that qualification match for Toronto, could mean so much. Chance for a homecoming. In front of a crowd, of course, with his own wife and child. I mean, it means so much for these players. That goes without saying.
BBL trying to create a trap play towards the A side. It seems like Na'Vi are ready to fall for it as they move in. They're moving towards this side of the map. Levin was the only one left towards C.
BBL have stacked bodies up here, but it is just Levin's upgraded pistol that they have. That's on C. How good can these classics be?
utility. I mean, Yampy and Sociable have full belts, but they're walking right under their noses, and Sociable found the Classic's working, and that's one of the rifles that Na'Vi had.
Still not bad though. I mean, yeah, you've got an upgrade, and actually this panic play into B sends them straight to 11.
This could be massive for BBL. Instead, Yampy deals with players that were left towards the A side. Angel only on a pistol, and Ruxic with that Vandal. There's nothing that can really rescue. In fact, sorry, there's one towards Mound. Timing.
Door opens up.
No way. Magnum's going to peek out and Ruxic's going to find it. Still Levin to come into the fray, and well, that rifle that BBL had is gone. It still looks towards Na'Vi, although the Sheriffs might be able to kill. Instead, it's Levin's rifle that he got. And we go all even once again. Anti-eco denied.
Such a big round win for BBL. Just as I said, you want to see Na'Vi keep this clean, build off the back of the double pistol round wins that they found. They got to settle for 6 here. And look, BBL as a team, we know that they're super dangerous in these positions. They have the 3rd best eco round win percentage in the league so far. But then when you look at Na'Vi, they're 3rd from bottom when it comes to that statistic.
I like this from BBL as well. On their next purchase, getting that outlaw in. I mean, they've even got a hero rifle from Hero, and it's gone straight like that.
That cape is stripped right from his bag. Levin, wow, it's just something out of top drawer from Levin. His time is on rails. 3 quick kills. There wasn't all too much behind this from Na'Vi, but it's the context in which it's just stripped away as Sociable sent them up to a 9th.
Every time, I don't know what it is, Levin just has these pop-off rounds. You name a match and you can think of one, right? Whether it's the Blades, whether it's the Vandal. And the fans are loving that.
One of their own, a player to celebrate from the Turkish league now to the top tier, the big stage. Looking to take it one step further this playoffs. For every round that he's had where he's gone down early and maybe been traded, or even worse, not had impact, you get a couple like this from time to time where Levin is just tying them all up together. Nobody can get past him. Cracks the whip, the op has 2. It's a 2-player advantage which Na'Vi will leave unanswered.
I mean, Na'Vi still sitting B main, but you've still got that Cypher trap that will notify anybody trying to break through. Angel tries to come through the door. Sociable wins that 1v1. When it comes to gunfights, it's all BBL at the minute.
Levin still just looking over from upper. The bulk of BBL's retake is coming in from the A side. But already you can see Yampy as the sole custodian of the C site. He's trying to backstop this. Help can't arrive soon enough. It is all on him.
Koala's first up. And we've seen it giving away his positions though. Blast pack out, Koala wins that. C site is now open.
And that's the duel which Na'Vi desperately needed. Xiao just fluffing his lines a little bit on the plant, but it allows the showstopper to come back through. Damage, no kill. Prophet lives on 3. BBL have as many players, but the first of them falls. Finally kicked over the threshold, Xiao finding 1, but he needs all the rest. Ult available, the salvos and the stun. But in this committed corner, it's so much you ask of him. He's already got the first, but Magnum flying across the screen with the shorty sends them up to 10.
Double digits within touching distance. They're really making Navi's economy look dreadful. Levin, once he's moved on to this defense, his first kill percentage, absolutely insane. His team's setting him up perfectly. It's this fight back, and this is what always worries me about BBL. A little bit of sloppiness once they're in front.
He does the perfect jiggle pick without doing it.
Yampy complimentary. Interesting to hear from him after that foot game, sort of saying as well, if there's no sound coming from me, they're in my head. And if my voice is hoarse, then, you know, I'm in their head. And I have to say right now, it doesn't feel like he's had to shout, yet still the rounds are flowing through. With Na'Vi calling another timeout at this stage in the game, it's what I circle back to that I mentioned earlier. We've seen BBL a number of times now go up of a scoreline, you know, 11-6, give or take. We saw it against Gentlemates when they played Lotus on this exact same map. They were leading by 5 rounds, but they couldn't close on the defense, the same position that they find themselves in here. Same on Ascent against Foot when we went to the million overtime 48 round game. I just want to know that if they win this next round, can it be clean, or do Na'Vi have something to respond? Because they do need to now.
They do. I mean, that's the big thing, though, when you look at the socials aspect to it as well. What the players were tweeting, Magnum said that he felt that BBL were in the best shape of the season so far, and this was the time to show it. And as you said, they can't let this lead slip, especially not against Na'Vi, who's, as you've seen on that stat line, eco percentage win rate has been dreadful. Not that you'd have much of a chance, but I mean, here already it looks bad. It's sociable, it's teed up brilliantly.
So comfortable for BBL as well. Looking at the matchup between the now in-game leaders, Yumpy, many of his duels against Angel taken from the second seat.
I think for me, like, coming into this, oh wait a minute, look towards C-Mound, this operator.
11 is looking, but he's just going to dash out of there. Na'Vi not given a thing, and as soon as contact is hit, you know it's 2 players, smoke goes up, Sociable's there by the door, and he's going to guard it with his life. It's an in-zone flawless. BBL have their 11th, as expected, but in terms of those micro improvements, can they finally show some for us here?
Yeah, and I think as well, one thing that is always massive about Sociable in these multi-frags is how quick he's able to get these ultimates back up. The Armageddon, for instance, it's come back up again.
It's the support network on this round as well. I mean, BBL are just so reactive to what Na'Vi are doing. Feels like they're understanding the directness of this side, at least in terms of how they're trying to take early space. Magnum walk the line.
That's Prophet with them.
Right through the middle of the map. Evan looking towards Sando, and just before the tailwind expires, he does fire off one shot.
This is massive.
This is crazy! I mean, he's literally sat on top of the trip. And so Hero drops outside of B. Levin not given the C space to hold on to yet, but he's going to go straight back in.
I mean, the Nuno theft has lit everyone up, but Levin's just sending it in, and the timing's insane!
I didn't mean it literally, but the shorty's out, and he very nearly found himself a second, converging from both ends. Profek and Magnum doing their best. BBL still in a strong position, but backing on up. It ain't bulletproof. Profek dropping, and now a 2-on-2. Koala Noob trying to move it forwards, but it's Shao instead. It'll send the needle in Na'Vi's favor. That's number 7, and that's warning signs for BBL.
I felt a little bit rushed and a little bit egocentric as well. When you see the players like taking the duels that they did on the retake, not necessarily the B main plate, but it has to be said, Na'Vi responded very well in the mid-round to get on towards C. The ultimate usage good. Just need to be a little bit more aware of the timings that BBL are trying to take.
All missiles away.
A lot of these rounds from Na'Vi being so stop-start as well. You can tell the reason why they want to get investigative. Hero so often a strong suit of how they play these rounds, really valuable lurks. Ever since his rookie year on Fnatic, been so good at doing it.
I think right now we're seeing how Na'Vi need to play this, right? Slow, scaling up, they can't flash and be as explosive as BBL. This is looking very clearly like a B split, and straight away Na'Vi go in.
Tension is shown. Angel does have the ult to drop back on, and look, when they get into post, it can be scary. You have so much safety net here, and with Koala Noob already finding the first, Yumpy going down, that's a lot of your retake util gone.
Someone found his timing, and the sonic sensor did go off. Oh, and well, it looks like Na'Vi are going to have a well-clear advantage here as the annihilation goes off. BBL, they've left sociable to try and get something, but Levin, he wants to keep this up in pocket.
It was a quick 2-for-1 because as soon as that first player goes down, the second reeled in for free. No one to untether them, as Angel has a vice grip on this round, as do Na'Vi, and it's the same kind of stuff that I was talking about earlier. BBL get to an 11-6 scoreline, that gap of 5. They are right on the 11th round, right on the brink of greatness. As this team as a whole is, as their story has been this year, ushering in a new era. After 4 years as an organization, finally given something to shout about, the chance to potentially be the ones that represent Turkey on the international stage, no longer in the shadow of their now beaten Derby opponents. We see the timeout come through. The question is, what do you say to fix this?
Yeah, I think that's the big thing after the past couple of rounds and how solo and individual some of these rounds have been. You can totally understand why BBL have called a pause to this, just to talk about things and settle the nerves of the team, right? Because when you're in this position, your own map pick, so close to finishing it out, and you'd already spoken about it before, how much BBL give up their leads when they're in front.
And from the Na'Vi perspective, something so important for them is simply stability. We'd seen those first few series have to be extended to a deciding map for them to have a chance at winning it out. But it's what the players were talking about. Okay, we can 13-0 GX on a map, but then we lose 2-0 against Heretics the next. Then you follow that up with this huge Vitality win. But then if you drop to BBL in that opening round and you have to face KC and lowers, then you lose the advantage. All these mental margins that they've been stressing with the performance coach Zuza coming in and bringing a lot of value to that team environment.
Yeah, and I think as well when we look at the Heretics game, Na'Vi cited that as a chance to learn, and they have learned massively. You saw that in the Vitality game. Again, another slow round, as we expect Na'Vi to, using that drone to gain the information and create a big question mark towards A, but BBL fill that C space.
Over there.
Levin sticking to his guns, or op in this sense. Just signposting BBL authority on C. There are loads of players towards the other side. It's into Magnum they go. Quick double, and that defensive line drops back. The perimeter placed. Prophet runs out of bullets, but it's a 4v2 when the dust settles, and a chance for the defense to reset.
Lucky boy that Sociable has his utility up, and now the rest of BBL look towards A, but there is a slight gap, and that's towards Stairs.
Hero wants to be the thorn in their side, but Levin already has this covered. BBL have moved over. If the long rotation comes in towards C, then it's not a problem. They're set up for that retake.
On towards the spike. Hero can't really protect Koala from this position. It's left all up to the Rays to get this spike down, and BBL play patient. Would rather play with the numbers, and Levin up against Hero. It goes BBL's way, and they'll find 12.
For what feels like the first time, when BBL get in that position, they lose a couple rounds, timeout comes in, and it's a full reset. In terms of how they approach the round, you've got Levin really pushing the envelope on Sand, getting that op into a dangerous position. Magnum takes a bit of damage through the tree, but matters not. He gets his double. One more here from Prophet. I'm not too sure what Ruxic was planning there with the jump peak wide. Maybe just for the trade, but even then, Prophet with barely a bullet to his name gets out. So it all comes down to this. Finally, we see the op duel on both sides. Koala bringing it to the attack. Sand is where it goes down. Canadian come out on top. Yes, he can.
Brilliant entry, and he's away so quick on the operator. Look at the players playing within the smoke, looking to destroy the drone and play it in front. A little bit aggressive, BBL.
He's done a trap up here for Magnum, but he's playing to the side of it. When this cage goes in, I don't know if they expect this position at all. Oh, Magnum could be in for huge value, and he is. Diamond Hands holds on for a little longer. Finally put down into the mud and the mesh where it lands. And be hitting a stun. He can't quite capitalize on it though. Hero stepping to salvos. But stepping out of dodge with an extra kill to his name. And that's the round for Na'Vi. Still close between these two. A lot of unlucky timings, and I think as well Qualinoob with this operator on the attack. He was saying in the Na'Vi post-split one regular season roundup that he wanted to do everything that he was doing on MEA, right? Talking about how he was open, talking about how he played, that comfortability, and he said he really found that in the last game. As for this map, I've not really seen it as much, but that last round shows me that it can come here and there. But Brooksig burning half of his utility belt in that opening exchange. Only a little ground garnered. Evan. The cam's there for contact as well. There is an op on this line. Slowly creeping up. Koala, that first shot reveals it all. But still the spike is outside of C. Posturing towards sand. Evan waiting for this one player to walk in. It's the lurk of Hero. And when he falls, Na'Vi have struggled to maintain that map pressure. BBL could have them exactly where they need him. He takes this too early.
Spike's heading towards A. This could be the wrong decision for Na'Vi.
Walk straight into it. There's a trap up there as well. Magnum has been good for more than the sum of his parts so far. When Levin pulls the trigger. Na'Vi not yet given the shakedown. It's 4 players in lobby now that Levin faces up against, and Angel wins it this time, but Magnum finds his and drops back. 30 seconds now, and they're doubling back.
Yeah, they are doubling back, and with that, though, you've got Rooksik to be the canary in the coal mines. He's towards C.
He was. All it was just a clear close. They're going in now with, what, 15 seconds or so once you hit the neck of the site. Prophet dealing further damage. Forced to give it up for the retake. BBL have tools, but as this round has dragged on, look what Na'Vi have used up.
Yeah, this is going to get far too
He's denied
close,
the bomb.
And it's going to be a win. There's nobody else to fill it in. It's BBL to win, map number 1.
All of that from an aftershock. Yumpy saving onto key utility. And as we put it, it was a war of attrition which BBL were happy to play. As the rounds ground down and that second half came up, they were finally able to see it through a lot more confidently than they have done in times gone by. Maybe this could be the turning of a new leaf for this team, as they're only 1 map away from that qualification game.
Would you love a mastermind? Would you understand beauty of the beast? Any other Finnish songs you guys would like me to sing?
No, I want from you silent song. Silent song.
Silence. Sound of silence.
you know this song? Shut up, shut up, shut up. Or how is it called?
Red Bull gives you wings.
I don't know where you've been sold, but I'd be insane not to play my role. Yeah, I know I can break a fall, the stakes are low. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you. Call on me, I'm here whenever. Those who played it in one, move 5 is bad. Just know that I got a hand that I can lend you, and it don't matter when, no, I'll protect you.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make us free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back.
Like I said, you should never need any extra motivation to get up for these games. We're now going to have a huge number of rounds, number of maps in a very short space of time. Okay, this is where you start bringing it. This is where you bring the energy. Okay, this is where things are going to get really, really messy. It's not going to be perfect Valorant. We're not going to play a perfect map anytime between now and the end of the weekend, or any time between now and the time we arrive in Toronto. Okay, accept that, remember that, and get the job done.
And they surely did get the job done. BBL manages to close their map pick against Na'Vi. And I would say, Minnie, were you big on motivational speeches before going into maps?
What do you think?
No.
No, my job was to help Oster when we needed one. And then I'd just watch him do it, you know what I mean? No, I think that like I would be fairly... I would never use the phrase, we don't expect perfect Valorant here, because I think I'm the
That
opposite.
goes very against
my philosophy.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I love that Masters Toronto has been mentioned in the warm-up. Like,
it was like before we get to Masters Toronto being like, we already have our tickets, everybody got their visas, everything's approved.
Respect to that, and I've definitely heard Pal have that kind of warm-up chat with me before a ranked game. So yeah, no surprises there to hear that, but yeah.
Yeah, we're seeing here some of the results at the bottom of the screen. One of the topics that we were highlighting throughout the match with the small toasty with a small sign there is about BBL and their win percentage on those pistol rounds. This is the first time in the entire split that they do not win at least one of those pistols. Still, maybe they managed to close out the map.
Yeah, I think you got to kind of turn this on Na'Vi a little bit and say, when you win 2 pistols in a map, it's a little bit embarrassing when you don't make the map look even competitive on some level. Like, I think it was a fairly one-sided affair, this one.
What do you think, Billy, that it was not only one-sided, what do you think that Na'Vi was lacking to go through the pistol? You know, you have those rounds on the board. What happened on those rifle rounds that make Na'Vi not much?
It's difficult because I think I have to zone in on their defense, right? They were getting so many rounds on the board at the beginning of that match, and then it all just kind of started slipping away from them, which when they're running a double sentinel, they know that they need to guarantee those rounds when, sorry, there's a fly, when they're starting on that defense. So yeah, it just kind of started to slip away from them. You see them take those timeouts as well and not really being able to do anything off of the back of them. BBL were kind of aware of what Na'Vi were trying to achieve off the back of those timeouts. So yeah, I mean, all in all, just really great prep from BBL.
Yeah, and when we looked at that graphic that showed the plants, Na'Vi managed to plant on almost all of the rounds. It was actually the retakes, sorry, the other way around. BBL were managing to get the spike down and work very well to prevent Na'Vi from working on those retakes. One of the people that was definitely a highlight for the side of BBL is Sociable. The 29-year-old rookie, Billy, he was brilliant this match.
Yeah, I actually had to text Cairo during that map because he said 28. I was like, Cairo, he's 29, he's not 28. But yeah, I mean, Sociable was an absolute delight to watch during this. I think that he always is. And it's this round in particular, it was round 11, I believe. The 4K, the clutch, I mean, it was just so nice to see him kind of perform under pressure, which, like, when you're a Tejo, it's fine because he has that regenerative utility as well. So he can just play off the back of the salvo, play off the back of that ultimate as well, which he was getting that ultimate up time and time again. It was very clearly a sort of win condition for BBL in these post-plant rounds. So yeah, I think that he's just done so well.
Yeah, 20 and 12, not bad.
Yeah, and I think he's very different to when we see Turkish players coming in. We always expect, you know, that firepower and aim, which he has, but he also has, you know, a kind of mature, calm presence, which might be to do with his age a little bit. I hate the fact that we got to kind of tie it to his age.
Let's cut that storyline. Let's just cut it. He is 19 from now on.
He's 19, yeah.
Yes.
But he plays like he has that experience, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that this is also one of the situations that I feel we can turn also on Navi, right? Like he gets a 4K, he gets a clutch, but how does he end up in that situation to begin with, right? Also, one of the players that we have to highlight, we saw it in the server, the head-to-head between the two duelists was definitely one of the things that you should worry, whether you're on Navi or in BBL, but Levin was set up time and time again so beautifully, Billy.
Yeah, I think the game plan with Levin is just always how uncomfortable can we make the other team, and like you say, he's always set up by the rest of the team. It's very clear that their sort of game plan is to thrive in that chaos, and chaos is something that they try and pursue quite a few rounds, right? So yeah, I think that Levin, although he's not been performing perhaps at the level we would expect of him, I think he had a great showing on this first map.
Yeah, and I think as well, like the switch that BBL had overall to switch him to that Jet, it's just time and time again just working. Like, I think Euro is a better agent than Jet, but when Levin is turning around the team in a way that makes them look like they are absolutely a team that can go to Toronto, I think that's great. And coming up, I'm wondering if we can see that on other maps too.
Did you agree with that, finding that balance, right, between this agent is good and might make us look better, like on paper, this composition should be better over this one, but then when you balance it out with the comfort of the players, do you agree with this kind of
Well, I was talking, Pau in like passing told me that it's something different when you're expecting to go top 4 at global events. Like you have to min-max everywhere you can and optimize. Whereas BBL aren't quite at that level yet. So I think that for them to play into the comfort's better at this moment. But if we're seeing a BBL where they're pushing deeper into tournaments, the Jet might end up capping them at a certain point.
Do you agree?
I think the thing is, I understand that it's a comfortability thing, but I don't even think like Levin has performed bad on other agents. Like I think of his Euro, and the first thing that comes to mind is that round on Abyss where he's against Fnatic and pushes down mid. Like I think everyone has that round in the back of their mind from kickoff. Of course, this was like one of the first times that we saw Levin with him coming into VCT this year. So I don't know if it's a question of comfortability. I know that they've kind of said that this might be the case for just now, but I still think that he can play other agents as well. I don't think he's limited just on the Jet.
Oh, definitely. Something that we need to talk about, because now we're moving on to Fracture, which was Navi's pick, and maybe, meaning one of the reasons why Navi decided to go to this Fracture instead of, for example, something like Icebox, might be that we at least have not seen BBL running the same shenanigans we've put in the Jet everywhere in this map so far.
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see how this plays out, because the map pool is kind of not Jet focused. Like these maps aren't particularly great for Jet. Fracture's historically Raze and Neon's kind of maps, really. So it's very interesting to see if BBL are going to commit to that Jet strategy still on this map.
Well, that's the thing, because they were playing the Yoru on the Fracture before, so it is a question of are they going to play the Jet. I think that maybe if they're playing around with the Operator, which we did get a kind of glimpse at, but for me, that is even more of an interesting head-to-head because we know that Koala Noob dominates on the Operator, so I think that will be a nice one to see.
I love the head-to-head that we were seeing between the two, like at the beginning of every round when you see them at the same side, it's like, oh, who's going to get it?
It was that C round where Koala Noob just jumped and beats with the Op, and instantly Levin is taken away. So yeah, that's a head-to-head that I'm looking forward to, looking ahead at Fracture.
But we need to focus, right, on Navi. Right now they're one map down. Now they move onto their map pick, but they have not been very successful at it lately.
No, but when I watched back the VODs and kind of heard Angel apologize, I believe it was, to Koala for his calling in the last time they played Fracture, sending in Koala to his death instantly a lot of the rounds, and it did look a lot like that. Like Angel, the claim is he thinks he's the best on Fracture at his calling, but that last game wasn't great. I think overall, historically, he's been a very solid Fracture caller, and I think today it won't look like it did against Giant X.
Did you like his deadlock on Lotus? He went 1-6 in opening duels. Jack, how many giveaways have you done already? Because yeah, it's Angel. You know, he's gonna die first sometimes.
No.
Okay. That's very quick.
No, but the thing is, like, I think he had the right kind of ideas. I think it was that very first pistol round I had noticed that he bought that deadlock wall on his pistol, and I was like, okay, like, he's going down, he's blocking off A space. Like, you could see the ideas that he was trying to have. It's just that, yeah, in those kind of kill engagements, it just wasn't always going in his favor, but yeah.
I mean, Lotus is just not their map. I think they've lost now 7 in a row and played 5 different comps over those last 7.
And which one did you hate the most? Do you have them there?
I don't have, well, no, I don't have them there. I only have comps from this. Honestly, they're probably all pretty even.
Okay, let me rephrase.
No. The one I hate the most was when I had to, my first ever cast, I'm watching Na'Vi KC, and they ran like Teo Sage.
Yeah,
like,
the one where I lost
and
my
Lauren's
mind.
like, so what do you think of this comp, Minnie? I'm like, I hate it because I know my first time casting, I got to work this out whilst I'm casting. I'm clearly not comfortable at all. Like, I don't know what's going on. Na'Vi, just give me an easy one, please. But they never do.
Do you remember the last one that you liked?
That's a tough question.
In this meta, I like Teo a lot, and they don't play that much of Teo.
I mean, this one was
it's only on a couple
terrible,
maps.
no? I like this one with the.
I don't like
double
70 though.
You don't?
No, I'm a Viper believer.
Oh yeah, forgot you.
But yeah, going on to like the second and third map, Fracture Ascent, I think that Na'Vi are still in the series. Like, I had them losing Lotus, so I think this is fine for Na'Vi. Well, not ideal, but.
Yeah, just sharing some information with you guys. Players are currently experiencing client issues loading into the game. So league officials are working on it and getting us into game as soon as possible. So just bear with us in this one. Yes, we know. We know. we suffer through it as well, you know, but we are in this together, just as High School Musical once taught us very well. Billy, looking into Fracture, do you like the what we can expect from Na'Vi, what we've seen in the past? As we've seen, Na'Vi has picked onto this map the last couple of times that they've played it, but they have not won it. What do you think are the saving graces for them, maybe?
Angel needs to live up to his word and actually IGL in the way that he says he would, you know, making a claim like that. I would like to see them finally win this, and honestly, I'm still thinking about the Ascent. I would like to see us go all the way to Ascent. You know, both of these teams are fighting to qualify to Masters Toronto, so yeah, I want to see him IGL the life out of this game, and I think as well, the composition that they were running on Fracture, it's not a bad composition. It is really good. Like Minnie said, you know, they've played Teo on a couple of maps. Is that something that they decide to implement in Fracture? We have seen it come out from a couple of teams. So yeah, I'm intrigued to see, do they switch that fade out that Angel usually plays, and does he jump onto the Teo for perhaps?
I think they're just going to keep it the same. I think that Angel.
Did you think it's a bit vanilla for them?
It is a bit vanilla. It's I almost like it, which means that it's
you
not.
put a Viper in and it's.
No, not on this map. No, Viper on Lotus, I meant. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
On this map specifically.
You don't like Viper on Fracture?
No. Not anymore, no.
Why?
I mean, because what you're taking out is basically, it's like opportunity cost. What you have to take out is a Sentinel, which you don't want to do, because it's a map where you need a Sentinel. So yeah, I think that their attack sites haven't been amazing looking back, like at the stats of it. But I think that, you know, I do trust Angel today to kind of get back into that groove. I think they do have a weakness on defense. I think that if BBL have done their prep properly, they'll realize the way that Na'Vi rotate is always through CT, if that makes sense. They'll never push out and flank. So if BBL do some fakes, again, this is a segment for later maybe too that we could touch on for the Fnatic foot game. Like Na'Vi just...
What do you mean later? I'm about to literally wheel in a Telus trader. You're going to break this down.
Yeah, so Na'Vi are just going to flood between the sites, and if BBL have a good game plan where they kind of bait Na'Vi to flood those sites and then just fake it, like they could have some open sites potentially.
I mean, we praised BBL's prep, like going into that Lotus, so I think that this is something that they'll probably have gone back and watched and be prepared for. And I do agree with you. I think that last time we watched Na'Vi play Fracture, a lot of the time it was Hero not being a super strong site anchor for Na'Vi, and was getting punished very, very quickly and very, very easily. And I think with BBL's sort of explosive style, that's going to be really difficult for Hero to take on. He might get pretty overwhelmed very quickly.
Yeah, but the way I see Fracture is that Hero shouldn't be in those positions to be overwhelmed, especially in the Breach Teo meta. Hard holding those sites on Fracture is historically not a great look, especially against Breach and Teo. They're going to stun you, salvo you, get you out of those sites. So that is a potential.
You're either dead or in a position where you're soon to be dead.
Yeah, like I thought we realized this a long time ago, you know, but apparently teams still haven't quite adapted to that. And I think in this meta, it's kind of not acceptable to be trying to hard hold every single time. Breach and Tail doesn't allow you to do that. So if Na'Vi's added some push outs, I'd be happy. I don't expect them to. They seem to have a style that they like and just stick to it.
I love the fact that we're bringing Hero into the conversation. He did not have a brilliant performance on map 1, and at least I feel like, yes, last week we saw Rockstate having this amazing performance on Haven and whatnot, but I really feel like we have had this narrative in the past where the days that Hero has the day, it made such a big difference, Billy.
I think this happens with quite a few of the Na'Vi players, is as soon as a player is just kind of offline, it's difficult because then you're having to rely on hero performances. Didn't mean the pun there, but like you're having to rely on sort of individual performances, and it is really difficult if you're having maybe 1 or 2 players that's just not feeling it that day and is going to cost you a win and moving on in playoffs and having to drop into the lower bracket on the first day. No one wants to have to do that.
Yeah, and I think if we cast our minds back to Na'Vi building this roster, like, they had some of the early picks to build this roster. They built a team that, on paper, has individuals that are supposed to be there. So it shouldn't be surprising to me that there are players who can take over games, but it is a little bit surprising at times, potentially, that we see them go missing sometimes, because these were, like, essentially the first draft picks.
Totally. Yeah, absolutely. I think many people many teams wanted to get Hero, and he trialed for a bunch of them. But players are continuing to experience client issues loading into the game. League officials are working on getting us into the game as soon as possible. But while we wait to get ready, we're going to go to a break, but we'll see you right after this.
At the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं. तरूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings. Brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. What do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick. I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've been about us traveling. आज तो बुझाए मेरी जैसा मैं tarantula. ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सबकी कबर मैंने खोदी. क्या तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त ने मौर्य या दिला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja.
Welcome back, everybody. We have some good news for you. Apparently, everything is back to normal. Things are working. Oh my God, we see Ada Captain already. You know, of course, the players from the next match are already here at the studio, just saying hello to some of the fans. Do not forget to come and join us for some action. But let's go back into Fracture. Let's jump straight ahead onto Agent Select. No surprises on the side of Navi, Bailey.
Yeah, Navi deciding to just stick with what they know on Fracture. Interesting to see, actually, that they've just decided to go with no changes considering the results that they've had. But it's actually BBL. Profect moving over onto that Brim. I mean, okay, I don't think we've seen Profect play a Brim whatsoever this stage so far.
I think we have.
Correct me if I'm wrong. But it's not something that we see him on frequently. And then Levin, again, we talk about comfortability. They are just deciding to stick with that comfortability. He's no longer going to be playing that Yoru.
Yeah, I think that leaning into the Jet, like if you're already playing Yoru on this map, a map that's traditionally the Raze Neon map, I think switching to that Jet makes sense here. He's clearly comfortable on all other maps right now playing it, and so I have no doubts he'll be comfortable here too.
What do you make also of the from Astra to Brimstone real quick?
I think that Brimstone is just easier to play a bit better. The post plant is better.
But you're not Profig, you know? anyway, Mini, enough from us. Let's toss this over to our casters to see what happens on Fracture. Over to you, Haz and Cairo.
Thanks, guys. Look, I completely agree with what was said there. You're talking about an agent for Profec, still in his rookie year, of course, but you look at him having his highest ACS output on Omen and Viper, moving to something a little less micro-heavy.
Yeah, and I think as well, when you look at Brimstone, he's played it 3 times in his career.
Yeah.
First time in VCT EMEA, so looking forward to see what Profec brings out here.
11 comfort, a word we mention often, already demonstrating how deadly that Jet can be on Lotus. But now diving into Fracture, all focus on Na'Vi, this being their map pick and a chance to turn things around. Current records doesn't read the best for them as they are yet to record a win here. However, Cairo, I have to say, most of that does just spin back to how poor the attack was.
Yeah. There you have it. Na'Vi only won the map pick 28% of the time this year, but as for Na'Vi on the attack, a lot more passive, waiting to see what BBL do on the defense. When you think to the last time they played it, they were very proactive and aggressive.
Kind of slow play that you expect from an Angel-led side, and Yumpy already 1 map up in this clash of the captains, seeming to have the read. Full focus on attacker spawn side, so area where they will very often play from. And to call to what we were saying about this attack side as well, Na'Vi looking for their 3rd consecutive pistol in this series so far would be a huge addition considering the fact they only picked up 3 total rounds of the 10 they played on the attack against GX.
Has Hero heard about the players taking that orb? You should know that the players are up close. Angel and Hero combine, lovely. And at the same time, that A side, that's where the spike is going to go down. Easy enough, nice and open. I think BBL will have a massive task on their hands.
Absolutely, and it's only going to widen that gap if Angel was able to find that next kill towards spawn side as BBL are looking to converge, as they had done from both mains. Profect does get 1. You need a whole lot more. So much space to be covered, and you can even see the reposition from Shao towards Dish just to make this more difficult. Time bought through the utility. Na'Vi with the pistol, all but confirmed.
I mean, the fact that Shao still has 2 flashes in pocket to make it into the next round, I mean, it's menial stuff, but BBL have no time whatsoever. It's all about getting some extra orbs here. At the same time, they're going to get none, and Na'Vi, as you have said, get their 3rd consecutive pistol round.
Yeah, I mean, what a crazy way it would be if BBL do end up walking out of this series with the win, going to the qualification game, but then their pistol stat is mudded at the exact same time.
Well, I mean, it's already muddied because there's only like, what, if there's going to be 3 more pistol rounds, they're either going to end up with 50% or less.
I mean, look, a statistic that high, you can never keep it up. It's just not possible. There's
That's
always...
what Slicky was saying.
Yeah, exactly. And I think you get to this stage in the competition, in playoffs, with all of that tape behind you, how can you find a way to make things different? I mean, BBL, as we mentioned before, the credit for them on their pistols was that they were constantly changing what the setup looked like to how they'd played before.
when you look at this round, this is something similar to what we saw on the Antico last time round on the attack side for Na'Vi, and they walked straight into the trap. And this time, it looks like they're not.
Yeah, can't call it too soon. Still a minute left to go, and I don't expect Na'Vi to hit the site until we've burned at least another 30 seconds or so. Rapidly approaching A, 3 players from Dish. BBL at times have prioritized this space, but on this round it's just Yumpy stunned out waiting for cam contact. He's gonna dive in off that. He's satcheled away from the ledge. Classic in hand, Hero wins the pistol duel, and so that should be the Na'Vi second. They're gonna get this into post comfortably. Again, we talk about keeping it clean.
And BBL, at the same time on the re-entry, have decided to put one towards every lane, the exception being that CT entry, to see what the response is from Na'Vi. Well, I've saw Angel, Magnum and Profec in A main, but you look towards Levin, taking his time coming back in. I think it's just all about exits here for BBL.
Exactly. And right now, closest player to an ult is Profec, but even then, beyond halfway gone, as the spike is going to chime all the way down. In terms of Na'Vi, I mean, yeah, they're not too built up either, except for Angel and Hero, and both of them are going to get an ult point. That's on their own death. Levin not giving anything away. The fact this ends 3v3, I'd say BBL are pretty damn happy with that one.
Yeah, I mean, at the same time, so are Na'Vi. They only lost 2 of the pistol players, so
Sure.
3 of those rifles get kept into the next one. That's the benefits of their buy. And now this bonus round, where we have to put a lot of importance between these two because of what Na'Vi have coming into this one.
They have struggled with their bonus rounds so far. It's towards the B site where it looks like they're going to be heading into Magnum's utility a lot of the time. On the Cypher, those traps are just to try and contain players so that you can get a quicker flank in. Push the envelope, limit test A main, as you can already see Levin embedding himself in the space. Na'Vi are looking to split push B, but it's through the underpass that they take the long road round. They do have the camera watching topside. It's a slow setup.
You should expect that, right? It's Fracture. Just need to be careful of the positions that BBL decide to take up,
Yeah.
but they are being so much more passive than what we usually expect from them on Fracture.
But look at Levin though, he's now starting to walk up behind the trap, fully gutted out A main. Now we need to start seeing those rotations coming through. Yumpy should be the first of those players. Magnum will be caught in the tower, but still Na'Vi are yet to make their move.
Players now moving in towards tower, but
Solo.
that spike is down. Koala caught as well, and Magnum, who's been so good in this series so far, has done so well. They're still trying to clear him out, and he's burning the Na'Vi utility.
And it's just staggered in the approach. Magnum breaking the ankles of Hero as the next player up from the rope gets cut loose. Shao walks away with a couple, but it's all a consolation. BBL taking the ultimate prize and shutting down the bonus.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing though. When you're looking at that bonus, like, sure, Na'Vi, you're not expecting them necessarily to win that much, but with their buy and everything that they had, they'd set them up perfectly. And the fact that Magnum just wide swings is able to get to it, and not only that, burn through so much utility. Yeah, that's insane.
It was a combo play to try and condemn him, the Seize nade. The latter just bouncing off the side of the wall. Nice to see that Na'Vi are bringing some ideas to the table at the very least, but needing to sharpen up on execution as the Prowler cuts through Dish. Yet to remove the trap, but that's what Angel's for. To see if there's any reaction off it, as that's what you expect from BBL. Very protocol heavy at the best of times, so as soon as he breaks it, drops back with the melee, gets the orb on board. Just one away from the Nightfall now.
I mean, that's the thing, like, with Na'Vi and how long that they're taking. If BBL begin to start to be more proactive like they did on the last round, I think what we'll find is... Oh, Levin though.
It's the risk that you take, and as you say, Levin is here already on the angle. Still had the dash to go through, but the pack of Na'Vi players as well, all onto Sociable on the site, but his timing is exquisite. Sociable's managed to take the head clean off of Koala. And like you say, there is plenty of stall behind this. Profect queued up in the site, supporting Magnum there as well, and arriving with impeccable timing. BBL timed the scoreline up at 2 apiece, and yeah, after all of that defaulting from Na'Vi, the execution is so slow and so readable.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, right? It's labelled. And again, like the desk was talking about it, Minnie in particular, about how Angel thinks he's one of the best callers on Fracture. And I understand that historically maybe that's the case, but I feel as if we're now starting to get into a new era of Valorant, and at the minute it feels outdated in the way that Na'Vi are approaching this.
I'm glad that you mentioned that as well as we head into the Na'Vi eco, because that's what this new era is all about, right? The aim, the long-term goal is to be making global events again with the investments made. Koala, one of them, straight into the B site here. Magnum again is just trying to disrespect the offensive line and get up in their face. It's a quick triple from Magnum, and they'll make it a quad before the round ends. In zone flawless for BBL.
Yeah, I don't know, man. You can hear the fans. The fact that Magnum is getting so much value from his timings, and you'd expect that from a player of his veterancy.
It's a lightning fast round from Magnum. Someone who, as the ex-in-game leader of KC, obviously took them to Masters Madrid last year. His final game for the club against Hero in the knockout round of Stage 2. Straight into the next gun round. There's barely a moment to even think about what it is that we've just seen, and Levin's off is right back out. A shot missed.
I mean, stuck around for too long. Sociable's committed to a spray, and that's not what you want. Magnum again from tower. He started brilliantly, and he's got all the information that his team needs.
Hero still on this lurk, trying to group up with the rest of his team now. Many times we've seen Na'Vi attempt to execute out of dish without the necessary support to make it a success. Auto strike coming in. Hero just steps to the side of it, and with Profect gone, he needs to take the main space, and the hat off his head will help.
Yeah, it will, because Profect is close, but they've not looked. 11 nearly got a timing.
In behind with this off, and now has the info. It's back to the Phantom he goes.
The rest of BBL are close by. Gets another, although Hero there for a quick trade. Yampy not. And now we enter a 1 versus 3, and it's Magnum, the raid boss.
Needs this first kill onto Ruxic. If there's any chance that he gets into the site and wins this, that was the player that you had to beat, but holding the cross, it's clean. So the scoreline finds itself tied up again.
I mean, Magnum and tower once again proving to be an issue, but for me, I mean, Levin, I didn't feel as if he got himself properly set up with this operator. And then Sociable here just commits a bit too long. I mean, Hero has a massive round as well.
Absolutely. You're also seeing the value of the Brim in the comp, the stopping power that Profect has.
Yeah.
On a lot of these executes as well.
And I think as well, that's the big thing about the change compared to the Astra, right? Is these smokes last so much longer.
Back out, already revealed. Staying on the line as the Prowler's broken for him the first and second time, but he still wants to go for it. Angel once more finds his way into the feed early doors. Staying active, they look to push up behind the smoke, but there is a Sociable, a snake in the grass, playing main, but cleared diligently by Hero. Again, he opens up A, round on round, Na'Vi set in motion by their young superstar in the making. And with Angel, many years his superior, finding the round that put Na'Vi in front.
While BBL have opted to go for a more European roster, I think sometimes when you see the way that they play, it can be very Turkish in nature, right? A lot of individualistic ideas, trying to be aggressive, get in your opponent's face. I mean, that last round, for instance, right? I mean, Sociable's trying to hide in the corner, then you get a player trying to trade him out. And then from there on, it's just a domino effect, right? As BBL begin to topple. Still close though, Now Na'Vi only go 1 round ahead, but they have ultimates to push themselves on further and get a little bit of momentum now on this attack side.
Exactly, and I think to just wrap up that conversation as well, in terms of this new era of Na'Vi, the difference between it, you're seeing Hero, you're seeing Angel. Fun stat for you. Angel played his first recorded official tournament just 44 days after Hero was born. Two decades of FPS experience. He's going to hate that one. But I have to say, yeah, you look back to the rosters he's been a part of, FPX, always an international contender. That's the expectation that they had coming into partnerships, but we are yet to see it since all the way back from that first or last chance qualifier, I should say, of the era.
And I like how you speak about expectations for Na'Vi, right? The expectation for them to be making international events, which they haven't been in the past couple of years, but for BBL, they're creating their own expectations as they now enter the playoffs for the first time ever organisationally, especially since partnerships began, right? A team that's always been there, but not quite not, kind of like a Crystal Palace, like always mid-table, but never anything more.
Sue's gonna hate you. She's watch partying, I'm pretty sure.
Sorry, Sue.
Sorry. But
I mean,
there you go.
Norwich, mate. I don't know what you can do.
Okay, and you support Celtic, so we'll carry on. Everybody's a loser today.
Just stabbing each other on the back.
Yeah. But someone's got to win and move one step closer to that qualification match. Book a ticket to the 6. Right now, BBL looking the more likely to do so. Na'Vi have responded well on their map pick of Fracture, and with 60 seconds for either side coming into the gun round, you're starting to look at some of the ults available. One of them, the Blades. It's a very quick start towards Bridge BBL Go. Na'Vi want nothing to do with it.
With that being said, though, right, they clear all the way out and towards this the bridge spot, but also when you look at drop, there's a cam there to clear out that position as well, so BBL should have a good idea of what they want to do, and you look towards the players on the map, 7 are towards this A side, and one of them is Magnum.
His name holds the weight because of what we've seen in these previous rounds. Always good for at least 2 kills. That's been the story since Lotus. Laying top side. Oh, what a clear. Koala Juke just knew. Yumpy gets one back. 4 on 4. Forced out. Just riding the wave. Profek responding. BBL focusing on holding the sand space and with the ult in play, and Levin still keeping his position in dish. Angel goes down as collateral on the way out.
And both players are stuck out towards main, and you look at the post-plant utility, and it's terrible.
Levin now expecting that reposition. The steps would have been hurdle. The zipline, sorry, from his teammates. That's the call. And so Levin has the dagger. Shao can do nothing but fall in A main. And so BBL immediately respond. And all of that came through the timeout and the proactivity that they bring from the barrier drop.
Yeah, and that's absolutely massive. Rolling Thunder used as well from Shao. That's a great entry from Koala.
Planted.
For the players having white noise pumped into their headphones, they'll still be able to feel the vibrations on the stage. Yumpy loving life. As the op has come out for Levin, credit saved with only the knives used previously. Koala quick to close down on the A space, but no player main. The setup for the site hold. Profek, big duel, but goes down to Hero.
I'm stuck once again to how? And every single time he finds at least 2. Spike can go down, but at what cost?
Spike planted.
3-on-3 situation, post-plant Na'Vi. Not a player to flank from either side. It's purely from spawn that they make this reprisal, and with Koala Noob stacking up the showstopper and paint shells, there's a whole lot of utility he can use to keep them in place.
Going to clear out Koala though, so BBL have an idea.
Saving it all for post instead. Na'Vi want the long game.
That's the big thing, is whether they'll have the chance to do it, as Levin finds a player in drop and gets stunned out. Manages to try and escape towards box, but Every single player is falling to shout, and Sociable needs to try and ferry out the operator, but will not be given the chance as Hero cuts him out. Snavi keep their advantage.
It's very quickly turned into a one-round game. This was a huge duel, a deciding one there that you saw on Dish. Hero's been such a point of consistency. The Cypher on either side as Magnum gets a couple in main. But the big decision for me on the round made by Na'Vi is the fact that Koala is disciplined enough to keep his utility, backtrack from Sand, support the rest of the team main, and we do see a more cohesive look as they move into post-plant.
I think that's the big thing, right? Is Koala might not be getting value in terms of those kills, but he's certainly getting it in terms of the space. Setting up his team. His B side needs to be careful.
Hello. 11 out of left field. Sheriff gets value. Profek another. No upgrades. 11 looks against it, but with bodies dropped in Arcade, there are upgrades to be had. Na'Vi are going to start searching through Hero, but he has to be careful here.
Sociable switched up though. He's the one coming from main.
And in saying that, Hero's actually just completely looked towards Canteen. The players on site are caught. There is a crossfire to help support, but he's a little too far out of play. Finally, Hero arrives again and has the info, but Na'Vi are down a man.
Rooksix playing within the smoke as well. The players on site. BBL are closing in. Very close. Rooksix caught in the molly, and BBL come back into this.
I said it was a one-round game, but I didn't mean on the eco. Again, BBL find a way to do it. It's a huge win for them. A pace safe card, Thrifty, in fact. And with the scoreline at 5-5 right now, I know looking at the compositions, you only have that slight difference of initiators, but the thought on my mind is, how many more rounds do Na'Vi need to carry into this second half?
I mean, that is the question that we'll be asking ourselves in a long while before we get the answer. Na'Vi beginning to time out as that one was a very tough loss.
In terms of what BBL do well, it's just the one rogue rifle brought up, you put immediate pressure on, you get aggressive, and through that conduit, the rest of the team, given the lifeblood that they so desperately needed.
I think for the next couple of rounds as well, you've got to be thinking about the game plan from Na'Vi and where they want to go, right? They have been very slow at the start. They've started to quicken up the pace now as we head into these later rounds. And if they slow it back down again, there's a couple of ultimates that they can get back up online. For instance, Angel's Nightfall or the Rolling Thunder from Shao.
Yeah, it does feel like we've been kind of waiting for these to come up on the Na'Vi side and have the impact. You remember the round before when they used Shao's ult on A, didn't quite find the value. This round, so important for Na'Vi to stay in the latter end of this half. It's the penultimate one.
It's also the economy where it could go either way.
Exactly. It's the op has been regenerated in Levin's hands. Looking to let loose towards Dish. With how slow Na'Vi have been in some of these rounds, you're wondering if this is where we see the pace change. That's a little slow for my liking.
It's a little, I'll give you that, mate.
All good. Invisible barrier, Levin just holding back for us. So, I believe we should be ready to jump in just a second. But, I mean, while we have a moment, Na'Vi coming out of that pause, something that doesn't get mentioned all too often is actually the assistant coach that they brought in.
Yeah.
I don't think we actually have enough time to talk about it as the round, I'm being told, is now live.
Again, though, this is not slow at all. This is going to be quick towards Arcade, and Sociable is good for one, but that's it.
And Levin's still stationary, as BBL don't know if this is a full commitment towards B or not, but you can already see that proactivity coming in towards the main side instead in the form of Magnum, and Profek to partner up with him. 2v1 on Hero.
Oh, you thought for a second he was going to be getting the second. At the same time, you speak of proactivity. Koala Noob is going and searching of that trade onto Profek, and Levin all the way on that bridge side, and Profek loses out on that duel. Spike was under, and now you look to Levin.
Still closing in with the op in hand and has the cross.
Wins the first duel excellently. Now, 2v2. Where does Na'Vi go? Onto the B site, that's where they want to plant for. And on top of that, you have Breach and Brim, which is excellent for the post plant.
Duly noted. It's a good position that they plant from because you get value from the aftershock as well as the molly here. So long as there's a surface to send it through.
Yampy needs to be careful because both players can challenge him.
It's concerns of his own. Stun left side. Peek to come in from his right. Rooksik there, but Shao supports you. Lemon swinging in midair.
And Rooksik's molly, this is going to deny Yampy getting on site.
Yampy's just disrespected it and walked right through. First couple bullets going the way of Rooksik. But trading places Yampy on site, half stick.
This is going to get close.
Goes down to the wire, but Yampy holding his nerve. Rooksik calls his bluff. Na'Vi do get to 6, but not without tribulation.
That get far too close for comfort. Size in the arena from the BBL fans. Just trade central. And for a minute there, honestly, like I feel as if this duel right here, where Prophet just misses out on getting his own, could have been the decider in the round. And Levin trying to connect with Yampy, and Yampy just being 1 or 2 seconds too late.
That from Rooksik.
He knows you're low, he knows you're low. Nice!
It was just so fundamentally well played. I think, you know, BBL were looking for that opening. Levin's going to do it again here. The Prowler's not found him. What? How on earth does he step to the side of that one? Op kill picked up, Armageddon coming in, Koala safe from it for now. The spike is heading A, and so are the rest of Na'Vi. BBL still thinking that this is the site on the left-hand side of the map.
Yeah, but with them burning Angel Na'Vi to get that space on A, is it worth it? Realistically, Yampy's here, and he'll be able to give the information to the rest of the team. In terms of how they get back into this one, it's going to be pretty tough because Na'Vi's had all the time in the world to set up this post plant.
Caged off towards rafters. Koala keeping watch, paint shells to come back in and support Rooksik. He's solo main right now, and in that endeavor, Screw, 2 players from BBL taking away important real estate. Shao nowhere safe to stand on site. And as much as Hero will try to find 1 kill, the round will evade them entirely. It's a tied score at the half as BBL have gotten right back into this.
Yeah, you asked the question, Haza, the rounds that Na'Vi's got, is it going to be enough heading into the next half? Well, we'll just have to find out.
So coming into the second half of their map pick, Na'Vi now with twice as many attacking rounds brought onto the defense as they were able to the last time we saw them play this one against GX. Improvements have been made, but in the face of a brand new BBL who are back with a capital B, the question is, can they win every single pistol that we've seen so far? 3 under their belt, but the 4th would be a real difference maker.
It would. On top of that, a few players coming into this said that they wanted BBL in the playoffs. But is it too much for them to chew? That's the question that we ask ourselves here. BBL start their attack on this top side, and Na'Vi start their defense towards B main.
Something Na'Vi have always been good at is creating a lot of pressure from this defense and then forcing a reaction into the setup. You can see both trap wires on A, first of which spotted on Dish. Magnum to remove it. The rest of BBL are heading arcade.
Xiao would have heard that zip wire being used as well and calling to his team. Remember, that B main position is going to be huge for Na'Vi, and BBL are heading into it.
Important that they look to try and clear this, because the issues with BBL on this map typically stem from not having the ideal control once they reach post plant. B site was, their preference on a lot of rounds played. It will be here again, and after just having a tiny little look towards main, we're back to square one for both teams. Na'Vi reinvestigating, and so are BBL.
Xiao will take first contact here, but the smoke denies it, in fact, and well, he'll decide to combine with the rest of the players. But at this point, you're looking at a free plan for BBL.
Important that Magnum gets noted here on Dish. Been very good with these lurk timings, but Profek has now pushed them to a corner. BBL are on the offensive in Na'Vi spawn.
Yeah, remember, spike plan is extremely open, and Magnum, well, he is going to get caught. So is Profek. This is a topsy-turvy round, and again it goes Navi's way. Or will it go BBL's? Is the right in position to do it, but still rocks it, gets a double at the end, and that is 4 for 4 for Na'Vi.
Such a bloody cursed stat, man. You come in with 71% pistol win rate. It's a huge target on your back. I would love to know from our stat man in the house on the case, Captain Cow, to see where exactly we sit at right now in terms of that.
Enemy down. The thing for me, though, about that is... Let's go! Frustration, but I think the big thing is you don't win rounds, or you don't win maps on pistol rounds.
No.
You win it on rifle rounds. That's where majority of your rounds have to be.
And that's been the issue for Na'Vi as well, because you can already see Levin has the outlaw heavy shields, which we've seen Turkish teams pioneer in VCT EMEA so far.
Magnum noted towards top side with a Prowler.
And that's another callback to the previous round as well, where Na'Vi were, did a great job at maintaining this control late round. Great map material to use to just converge on the site and make that post even more difficult for BBL, as again they group up for this B hit.
Tower's going to be an issue, especially with Hero sitting here.
Oh, and he's out in the shop window, but I tell you what, those shots are worth every penny. Hero, second kill picked up already, and with the outlaw out of play, Levin loosening his grip on the gun, and BBL the round. Yumpy with just 1 point of health. It's one of those situations where you're saying, okay, I've got 40 seconds left on the clock. If I can, oh, no, I'm dead. Maybe try and plan for the next.
Yeah.
As this one is concrete. An in-zone flawless from Na'Vi.
Yeah, there's nothing better on your bonus rounds, right? To move into your bonus rounds with. You look at that buy, once again, it gets even better. And this is like what BBL love to do, like they just get Yampy on a stinger and send him in somewhere. I mean, you think towards the last time when it happened on Lotus, he was able to get a double. As for this round, it looks as if BBL are going to look towards the B side.
Yeah. Swish round from Na'Vi. Can they keep it clean?
Arcade completely cleared here, so it's a free runway for BBL.
They've already conditioned this space heavily. Look at Roxic, expecting that isolated player on the other side. But Magnum is quite the surprise for him. BBL player advantage. It's like they want to just run this one straight into sight.
Will they be allowed to? Because Navi's right here and willing to brawl. Although the smokes, they're respecting it. And that's a nice combination of utility.
I mean, so much dropped onto the head of Yumpy. Stinger serve. Hero trying to get his revenge in main. 3-on-3 the situation as it stands, but that's when BBL start to fire back. Cannon-like is Levin. Rallying off, shot after shot. And with Koala down to 16, that Vandal is best used in the next. Immediate response. Na'Vi's bonus is shut down.
This is the second time where we see Na'Vi get a great buy coming into the bonus round, and they can't do anything with it. I mean, sure, you get 2 kills, but I mean, one of them comes through the combination of utility. Yampi has the Rolling Thunder moving into the next. Sure, they posed a question to BBL in terms of how many different avenues that Na'Vi approached, but all in all, BBL had all the answers they're looking for.
Back-to-back nade kills for Koala Noob. BBL on the site, making it look easy. It's those brim smokes again that we were talking about earlier. It's now one off of the showstopper, the Rays.
Right there.
As there you go, that's your update. 11% taken off the top, but BBL won't care so long as they can book their spot in the qualification game. Oh, Profek has started off the gun round. It's B again, but it looks to be BBL's.
Yeah, a nice bait and switch on the entry, but again, Na'Vi, I was going to say, are respecting the smokes, but they're trying to spam through it.
And with Angel gone here and no C's, it's way more difficult to combo that util. Paul will be lucky to find a nade kill this time, I tell you what. He's done a decent bit of damage onto Sociable.
He has, but he's also received a decent bit. You look at him, 14 points of health.
Onto 11, can't handle it, can't muster up the strength to suffice the Na'Vi push as it comes back through. Sociable already with a chunk taken out of him. Salvo's now online, but Profek's found 3. Yumpy watching over from the tower. The captain's help support, but it's on to Sociable, undetected. And only one player left in front. No time for the util. You gotta take this head on. And Sociable does exactly that. A Red Bull clutch to make it 8-all.
A massive round to win out for BBL. And realistically, Sociable should have had no chance. That's the second time that he's been able to clutch up against Na'Vi.
That's crazy from Profek. And it's the kind of stuff that you're talking about as well. Astra so high on the APM. You can see what it means. But when, you know, you're giving a young player the confidence to just go ahead and play his own game. All right, Profek, go put the smokes down and then you can just shoot them. It's so much less for him to think about.
Yeah, and I think for me as well, it's nice to see Profek get his time in the sun here. Because you look at the last map, and he was bottom of the scoreboard, wasn't getting that much impact in terms of the kills department. But as for right now, I mean, top of the leaderboard, right?
It's the anchors on both sides which are having their time in the sun.
And I mean, it was the same for Hero in the last map. He was only able to get 7 kills.
Another young start who has found a serious upswing in performance in 25 so far. Na'Vi putting the faith in him, repaying that trust with 20 kills already. Silent start to this one as well. BBL are making a lot of noise, but it's behind closed doors in their own territory, top side of the map. Not often you see Levin as the lurker. He's the one player slowly making his way through A main.
Be careful of drop here because Hero's trying to play close by and aggressive as well.
Lovely combo. Magnum scorched by Rooksik's ult. And as BBL is slowly creeping into this, I mean, look, we've got a Bucky on Koala, we've got a gun on Hero, that's gone.
Yeah, that is...
Showstopper available, this is scary.
It is scary, but for realistically how long? Because BBL have dealt with everything. A bulldozer through this round. And Koala maybe just thinking of going to collect the rifle that's sitting in dish. He's already got his ultimate. It'd be a nice little bolster for the economy in the next round, but that's the big thing. You've got to remember coming into this round, there was the stat line about how good Na'Vi actually are on their ecos. They're one of the worst in the region for converting thrifty rounds.
Just making sure you have a plan coming into every round, and already Na'Vi in the back of their minds will be deliberating how the next one opens up, because this is all BBL up against the eco. It's their chance to get in front, a free hit perhaps, especially after the stat you already mentioned. I liked this, set piece, and to be fair, to give credit where it's due, it's a big investment to make in a round like this. That's where you're hoping you'll get that advantage.
But I think at the same time, you say it's a big investment. Na'Vi got everything right but the fights.
To now draw back upon a conversation I opened up earlier, yeah, they do have an assistant coach working with them now as well, Na'Vi, so that's a benefit. I think from Happy's time on M80, so much of that support network was with Gunter, who then went to Sentinels, of course, later down the road, playing a lot of meta stuff. And there's a fun story with it as well, with Chippy coming in while he's not based in Berlin. He's provided important insight, the team has said, and it's a nice moment as well because he was previously with Bait, another Ukrainian organization, and it's a continued investment in the local scene because the first time that he met with Na'Vi was at one of their own events ran in Kyiv. So actually, when you look back, there is that investment in the roots. The question is, do they have any more for us here in the second half of Fracture? Anything to fall back upon? BBL are the ones with the ults.
I mean, that's the thing, you speak about falling back. Safety net is on BBL's side, not only with being a map ahead, but as you said, as the ultimates that's most important. And Qualanub has that iconic operator in hand, even a showstopper to bail him out if it's needed.
Best op in EMEA, his words, not mine.
I think after the last map against Vitality, I mean, backed it up. But he needs to keep it up, needs to see that performance here. Playoffs, most important.
Offered the most duels head-to-head. This op continuing to float. It's Arcade, where he'll be looking to receive BBL on this round, but main is where the approach comes from, and the reposition is swift from Koala Noob. Trading places with Angel.
I think it's interesting that we're seeing Sociable actually be the luck towards the top side.
A few times he has gone solo with the drone to just raise a question mark or two, but Na'Vi starting to gravitate towards B now. It's the op under fire! Koala with a ridiculous shot. Showstopper following it up. Player advantage Na'Vi, less than 30 seconds. BBL have got to commit.
It's all about the recovery though, and Magnum being one of those players that could be the chance to save them as he comes in for a late flank, but how much time will he realistically have to get value here?
He might just have heard the steps. He might have heard the steps, Magnum, but still, as he looks to turn the corner, Hero takes the timing, 10 seconds or less, Koala Noob still going. Op in his hands. The safest pair of hands in the server when you hit his sight. A quad kill that keeps Na'Vi going. That's the exact kind of bounce back that you needed from them.
Thing with that being the round that's just happened, right? That shot's insane. Like, we asked for Qualanub to improve, right? To show us exactly what he's made of, especially in this important match. And yeah, and with that being said, like, this next round, for me, with 4 ultimates that BBL have, they can easily respond to Koala Noob's individuals.
Ooh, that's if you don't give him half a chance. Already, Profek has spotted out that player, bitten the bullet, util dump on the site. Aftershock buying a bit more time for Na'Vi to get in position, either side of Gen.
I was thinking about this.
Not yet responding though, Spike goes in. They'll bring this to post. 5 on 5. They want to push the line.
Yeah, again though, still those ultimates are available, and they're good post-plant ultimates.
Numpy, edge of the smoke. First kill picked up. Blades wide, Levin landing his shots. Na'Vi falling a player at a time. Roxic finally to restore any order, but it goes down early. And so BBL are staring at the strong possibility of double digits. Koala making his way out, and again, the op is good for the duel. It was that first missed bullet that just opened the floodgates though, and as soon as BBL got on site, they were never giving up the ghost.
Yeah, not at all. Nice, just post-plant in general, right, in terms of how they were watching the smokes and trading off one another, and the fact that they got out the other end, only using the blades and the Armageddon, I mean, it's a massive dub.
Also starting to see the willingness from them a little bit more to get aggressive in these situations, fight towards Gen, have a player wrap around spawn. This lurk has been consistently threatened at this point in time, so Na'Vi are caught in the headlights looking both ways. So barriers are about to drop again. Koala has guessed correctly. His op will be trained on the line, but can he find the shot?
Big swing round. Whatever way this goes will be massive. Straight up gunfights. Utility looks as if it's been spot on, but still no bullets really flying, or more, I should say, hitting.
Oh, no, I like this from Na'Vi as well. Smoke goes up. Signpost of authority. Seeing if they could clear underpass behind it, but say, Levin has already made his way around. He was the one player they were looking to clear out.
The timing's insane, missing out the haunt, letting it have its full duration. And again though, Na'Vi and Angel have called this perfectly, and they're moving into Cypher's utility in that BBL.
Na'Vi have found themselves in a situation such as this a few times already. Black and yellow shirts on the line, ready to defend the site.
Hunter.
But they have struggled to hold on. Could this be the time? The ult comes in. Hero can give himself a little more sustain with the cage, drops down to the next layer of defense, and the first couple of fights, well, he wins only one. BBL clean the slate. The op's still up for Koala, but it's a retake that you're looking at now. This is a tough pill to swallow, and not the first time Na'Vi have been put in this situation. No save as Levin is ready to backstab. This is number 11.
Yeah, and the fact that they get rid of the operator as well. You're now, again, looking at the economy state. Na'Vi won't have the money to get Koala back on the operator. I mean, I don't even know if they'll have enough money to get everyone on a rifle.
Spins back to the early decision making as well. Sure, Levin burns the dash to get out of dodge and move towards the other side of the map. You're then missing that gap close, basically, right? That's what you want to try and bypass a lot of the traps on site if you pair it with the updraft. Hero playing top site on A. The BBL are just so diligent to clear it, and instead they set him up as the deposit. He's the player that then turns into the flank. They're changing up the ebbs and flows of the way that they're playing, reading between the lines. It's really, really nice macro that we're seeing from them. It just makes it so difficult to read if you're Na'Vi. Like, they have the stack of bodies on the site, but it doesn't matter, because BBL are ready for it.
Well, history potentially in the making as we move into 2 rounds away from BBL 2-0ing Na'Vi. We start off slow, methodical. Roxic having to stand up to the task here in Arcade.
Here.
At the same time, Na'Vi made their way all the way through A main here. They've got so much information as BBL have completely forfeited this side of the map.
Just wondering how BBL choose to try and play back in here. Again, it's Sociable's drone just going as a solo move. Actually to set up Yumpy in Dish.
Perhaps a fake?
That's the question. They have the time for it, and as you can see, the spike starting to show an inclination towards A, but no, Profek is going to follow up the pack of players. The B site is where BBL look to be going. Yumpy just emptying his pockets as a fake. That's caught the attention of the players towards the bottom side of the map, so can the site itself hold on B?
There's a time in here, and Roxic's the one who comes out on top. And again, Na'Vi taking advantage into the post plan. Oh, momentarily.
BBL should be expecting the second player here as well to try and clear it as 2, but Sociable doesn't need the support. Angel's only got a Sheriff. It's a nice couple of shots from him, and with the ult online 2v1, it's Yumpy that's got to stand the test now.
He's managed to dodge the Nightfall and has utility to work with.
Stun and a flash. Could it be enough? Roxic no molly. Haunt not yet landing. Yumpy still hiding around the corner, that's half. Yumpy still biding his time, looking to win it out. The 1v1! Yumpy pounds his chest as Na'Vi get dropped A Red Bull clutch from the captain. That's map and series point.
Hazard, this is getting far too close, and Na'Vi, you look at what they have into the next round and it does not look good if you're a Na'Vi fan. That's a few times now, more than a handful. But it's more than a handful that Na'Vi have found themselves in an advantage and let it slip.
What a moment for Yompi to help fly the Turkish flag against the Turkish players on the other side of the server. Born himself in Finland, but learning the language quickly. A brother to Levin in this side. The team culture building week on week towards something bigger. And now just one round away from a 4th consecutive win. The first in the organization's history. In their first ever playoff game.
Thing to push this over the line. You look at Prophet and that orbital strike.
Na'Vi are getting proactive, starting to look towards A main. They've done this a couple of times now, but not fully found the value from it. BBL still queued up to go to the B site, but the cam has caught them in transition.
Yeah, this should be an easy call now for Na'Vi to commit to. Levin still in B main as well.
So much utility for the defense to try and stop this. Kill trap on site. Hero supported by the smoke. Rooksik the first. It is a fantastic reveal. The Horn lighting up everyone on BBL, and Na'Vi starting to pick up the kills for themselves. Hero's still alive on site. Shao going down in the smoke as it opens up. Sociable can't find any more than just that. Profek will be keeping his ult for the next round, you think. That's Na'Vi. Oh, I tell you what, no, he's not going to invest it here. Surely not. There's no time, Profek. It feels like a bit of a waste in the end, but he fancied his chances. And for that, you can't knock him. But Na'Vi do get double digits in one of the weirdest rounds I think we've seen recently.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit over-eager from both sides, but you win that round at what cost for Na'Vi once again? Like, still a lot of these players finding themselves like a little bit tough when it comes to economy, and it's so important in these last couple of rounds. BBL bring out this timeout to just make sure that they can get themselves over the line.
I mean, BBL lose here, and you're certainly not going to be coming into the last round with the best money on the block. A couple of players that would need to take the hit. I think the big win for them is the fact that you've still got the Armageddon. But in saying that, Na'Vi are closing in on a couple ults of their own, right? They've kept their own orbital strike with Rooksik. Shao 2 away from the Rolling Thunder. The same can be said for Koala's Showstopper.
I think we'll find these last couple of rounds on a knife edge. Like the minute details deciding these last couple of rounds, depending where the kills go, who's able to stay alive, what the money looks like, because again, it's so finely cut between these two, because you look at the money on BBL side, if they lose this, it could be a half buy into the next.
Those small differences. Still give credit to Profek for going for that.
Yeah.
I mean, there is a world where the final player is playing on the headshot box and you find that kill and win it by a fraction, but potentially costly. Little setup here, looking for the punish. It's the aftershock and the salvos. Oh, it is very well set up. Sociable finding Shao.
And that's big retake utility offline as well.
Sort of Gentlemates do the same before as well, so credit to them. They might have been knocked out of the competition by BBL, but
still got to be looking at Magnum looking towards this B side, but as the execute comes in, BBL still keep themselves in front. It's the star boy Levin who does it once again.
Look at Magnum though. That's the trap broken and the B site hold shattering. Scattered. Na'Vi elsewhere. They'll be rotating through spawn. The question is, does Magnum want to fight them ahead of schedule? And it seems like that's going to be the answer.
Lane in front. Lost the generator. Even clear this if you're Na'Vi, using the ultimate to deny the spike. Rooksik will get it, but won't deny the spike plan. Magnum had that one of his own. He'll get his second as well as Koala goes down. A 1 versus 2 for the Turkish player to deny against the Turkish organisation. And both players are disconnected. This is somewhat winnable, but BBL make history. 1 win away from Toronto.
Their playoff debut, and it's the first time we see 4 consecutive wins for BBL in EMEA. They move 1 step closer to walking through the Prince's Gates and onto his boulevard with their own dreams to be king in Toronto. That qualification game now awaits them. A rematch against Heretics from kickoff. And Cairo, you just have to say that throughout today, they played steadfast, even in situations when it looked like they dropped off the pace a little bit. It was a timeout, a break in play, something along the lines, and they responded right away.
The fans showing their appreciation for Na'Vi, though you'll feel a little bit hard done by. And it's what you were talking about earlier, not being able to connect these wins up, not connecting your form and keep it up. And I think as well, coming out of the Vitality game, the stocks were high for Na'Vi. Everyone was excited about it, but instead they find themselves in that lower bracket.
And that was always going to be the question. Could you retain the stability that Angel alluded to being a potential problem with this team? Performance, something so important, the reason for bringing in that extra coaching staff. I have to say, this is a Na'Vi team which is very well on its way to, getting to those global events potentially, or at least finding itself in further playoff stages with the look-in to move on. But it's just that consistency that you already mentioned that seems to be coming back to plague them.
Yeah, 100%. I think we are waiting for the interview to be ready, and I think it is. Kukuka is with Sociable. I'm excited to hear what he's got to say.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm joined here by Sociable and Yaman. I know that this just happened, but of course, Show Moscow and Sociable, congratulations. What was the performance that we saw from you today?
Anladım. I think it's not our full potential for me because we lost every pistol.
Sorry.
Yeah, I think we can do better against Heretics.
Oh, okay. You're already jumping from questions. We have some fans that definitely you gave them something to cheer for today. Also, on the other side of the stage, there was Ruxic. You played with him, played against him. How was it going up against him again?
It's good. Last time I played against Ruxic, he was won, and now I won. I think he's an incredible player, Ruxic. Also, their team. Yeah, it's fine for us.
Okay, a little bit of the elephant in the room. Going into today, you had a very high pistol win rate today. None of them. It didn't matter. You still managed to turn the game around and win in a 2-0 fashion. What happened throughout those pistols? Because they were very, very close. Do you think that Na'Vi had very big preparation coming into today?
I don't know what happened, but I think 2 or 3 pistols we just give entry for zero reason, and after only 1 round I think we have advantage and we throw. And sometimes it's happen. They are good pistol players maybe, but it's not important.
Not important when you get to rifles and you win the rounds, right? Yeah. You already mentioned it, moving ahead and 1 win away from Toronto. You're going to go up against Team Heretics. What do you make of them? They've, of course, finished their stage 5-0, but what is your personal opinion? Do you see that maybe they have a weakness?
I just want to say one thing for Heretics. Mountains are there to be climbed one day.
Okay. Definitely like that. Speaking about your individual performance, we have this thing about who's going to be the best Tejo in the region. Do you think you should be up for contention? Because definitely you made a case for yourself today. You've had a brilliant performance on the Tejo, and we're looking for the best Tejo in the region. Do you think that your name should be put up there? Do you consider yourself to be within the top of the region?
Region'in en iyisi olarak çok iyi oynadın, çok iyi performans sergiledin. Region'in en iyisi olarak görünmek istiyor musunuz? Düşünüyor musunuz?
Bana mı takıma mı?
Sana soruyorum.
No idea.
Really? Well, I'll make the case for you. We should definitely put you up there. Also, as you can see in the back of us, Fnatic is going to be playing against Foot. Foot already also have a pretty decent Tejo. Who are you supporting today?
I think Foot, but I'm sorry for Alpha.
I'm sorry, Alpha. Oh, he gives you a heart. Yeah. It's Alpha. He's wholesome. Well, thank you very much, Sociable. First time that we see BBL in playoffs. First time that you say the win. Before I say goodbye, do you want to say something to the crowd that came to see you today?
Oh, shh. 1, 2, 3. BBL.
And that is not all that we have for you today.
Nice, boys! Nice, Lurk! Nice, Lurk! Sit down, Roxy! Sorry. Nice, boys! Nice!
나의 속도가 돈이라면 fans on me 더 세게 괴롭혀봐 나를 rain on me 내 가슴은 bang bang 전부 걸어 게임처럼 너의 고개를 떨굴 때는 dance on it 모두 몸을 걸어 눈이 빛나는 걸로 전부 걸치고 난이 노리는 것들일 거야 발 밑에 쫓아와도 너는 절대 못 껴 넘어질 배포도 없는 애들은 no 따라오지 못하는 건 내 알바가 아니지 그래서 the boys not my type 아니 거리동이 틈에 판이 바뀌지 이기는 건 당연하니 cause my type 시시하게 겉으로만 판단하겠지 웃는 얼굴 어서줄게 잘 봐 날 멍청한 애들이 여기 차고 넘치니 바가게 선이 목숨 내 못가 짜증나면 질러 don't let me cool 앨리스 night to night girl들만 불러 money on the fool I'm a boss to be or shiro 뭐든지 다 내게 cruise 말했잖아 내가 뱉는다로 내가 다시 look told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
told ya 느리게만 보여 눈이 핑 돌아가는 놈들은 한 곳으로 모여 Shall we ride body with a tool 그래서 이건 누가 대신에 money dance on a private jet 여긴 닿을 수 없는 거 올려놔 boss 하늘 위로 떨어지는 별을 느끼 like demons 자식 나고 기는 것들은 전부 쳐냈지 왜처럼 증오들은 나의 밑거름 꽤나 좁아져도 너의 시선은 어느새 풀려 숨죽여 Hey you better you turn when I pull up Can't slow me down 나 끝이 없는 ride 멈출 수가 없잖아 안돼 소리로 망설임 없이 주사 위로 여전히 예상 못한 곳으로 향하지 like we to go
told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself I'm so bossy I'm so bad I told to myself
Looking at the world from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a Lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोक अब देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं तुम लोगों से ऐसे ना डरूं
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we jump into the second match, we need to speak about what happened on this first one. 2-0 victory for the side of BBL. I'm Kakuka, and I'm joined on the test by Mini and Magnum. Congratulations, Magnum.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
I mean, I feel like, especially, you're the kind of player that the longer it gets into the map and into the match, the better you get. Do you get that feeling too?
Yeah, but I think it's like almost every player, because you get used to the stage, you get used to the PC, the pressure is not there, you know, anymore. Like a lot of people were saying they felt pressure during our 25-23 game, but I was like, the different, you know, you just get used to it.
Makes sense. What is it like to win in front of the crowd today? Because the BBL fans are out in full force.
To be honest, I didn't even know we won on the second match, because there was a funny situation. I gave like fake info. Vola like sociable dice and he smashes his table. I'm like, oh shit, you know, like I'm just looking at him, and so I just was happy that we managed to win another round. Everyone started standing up, and I'm like, wait, we won, you know. So, but obviously it feels great. We don't have to play tomorrow. I think that's the main thing. That I think it's big disadvantage for. I mean, not disadvantage, but now it's gonna be rough for Navi because KC just saw 2 of their maps, you know, the day before, so there is no chance for them to change anything. But yeah, feels great.
Do you give a lot of fake info? Does that happen a lot?
Yes, it's like, actually it was happening in Fnatic as well. I remember I was like, I heard step and I said something. I mean, it's like, stop doing something based on sound. And it's still with me, you know, like sometimes I say, there is all, the Prophet takes his knife and dies and he's just fuming, you know, but I'm working on it for years.
How long have you been working on it?
Yeah, anytime.
Unit time. We want to show you something because you were very impressive on the defense, meaning you were making a point about how the players should play on this map, and Magnum did the complete opposite, didn't he?
Yeah, I was making this point that like playing off-site is usually quite good, but then you just played on site and killed everyone. So I was like, okay, we can request some clips of Magnum farming everyone and make me look stupid and a fraud like usual, you know.
I mean, like to give some feedback to this, I think it's very important if you're Sentinel to kind of throw sometimes playing on site, sometimes off site, because like if people like vote review and they know you're always off site, it's quite easy. They will just contact into you and explode on site. But as well, like in scrims, I play against like Techos off site, but against Fate you can just stay on the site.
That was something I was kind of bringing up, was against the Teo specifically. It feels just like Breach Teo just stops you completely. So you have that, okay, he's giving away his protocols. I'm getting everything out of him.
Wait, is this on camera?
Are you excited for the Techo nerf?
Yes and no, because like I don't understand this way of nerfing agents. I think killing them is not the correct way, because I think it will kill him on most maps. I think he'll still be playable on some of the maps, but we'll see. But it's same thing as Astra, you know, like everyone played Astra and then everyone stopped and then some people got back to it. So I think people kind of overreacted, but in first place he should not be this overpowered, because like for me as a Sentinel, I stay on site, I look 2 rockets, oh, I'm dead. So, yeah, you know, like that's my.
So at least you can play the game again now.
Yes, exactly. But as well, it will be more annoying to execute, so it's kind of 50-50, you know. But I'm not executing, so enjoy Burak Leon, you know, enjoy execute, bro.
I would be a little bit sad considering the sociable, like especially today, had one hell of a showing. The clutches, the impeccable utility coming from him. Are you not a little bit sad that you're not going to have the power? I was asking him, like, do you think we should put you in contention for the best Techo in the region? He was like, no idea. I was like, what do you mean? Like, Mr. Fallen's up there, but come on.
I mean, he's just an incredible player, to be honest. I think it always will take some time for us to adapt to different agents. But he's very talented. He can play duelist, initiator, Sentinel. So I think it's just about time. It's quite funny that he's being presented as rookie while being 30 years old almost, but he's talented, you know, so I'm not worried.
In our books, he's a rookie.
Yeah.
Is that a joke in the team at all? Do you ever meme about that?
I think it's just the Turkish culture, like everyone is being respectful. I'm just shooting these jokes, but he just always looks at me like he's a bit older, so he always like, oh, there is something, you know? I always laugh, then I stop laughing, I'm like, oh, sorry, you know? So yeah.
We're speaking about your protocols, and Minnie, I know that you wanted to take a look at one of the rounds, explaining how BBL is always aware of everything that happens around them.
Yeah, so this was about tower. So like you saw Magnum holding tower quite a lot, but just this drone alone, like usually teams are going to drone from further back, right, Magnum? But like this protocol here, where you guys are like clearing the whole of tower with that one drone, it means that you don't have to use any of this util for the site. You know it's free. You have all this post plant utility now. Is that? Can you speak about this at all? I don't know. I don't want to give away.
Well, I didn't even know we are doing this, to be honest, because I'm just on the other side of map.
Okay.
But when
priorities.
People, yeah, I'm just chilling. But on the like when I play on defense, people do this. There is a counter, and you need to kind of adapt to it. Obviously, I won't spoil it here. But you can adapt to it. But yeah, like you can just see how Techo value is, you know, like if there is someone tower, we will just rocket you. If you are not tower, we will keep your rockets and play post plant, you know, and it's post plus in the way that he can be on a side, throw rockets, and you know, like.
It's very similar to what we tried to do on Fracture with the Sova. We would drone through the tower. Unfortunately, we didn't get to show it much because we only got to play one game at Champs with that one, but yeah. It's a protocol that I quite liked, so I was like, yeah, we can show this. I
yeah,
like
but
it
especially with the Techo, like I agree with him. Like, I think that we've seen it in many different occasions, just having the stun and the aftershock and the salvos. Like, there's so many things that you can do. We saw Shao running for his life, not making it in most of the occasions.
And usually, like, when you want to break it, you need to make step, and the Techo player hears you making the step, and he will just pop the drone, and your Cypher trips are off, you know, and they just run on you. So it's like kind of 50-50 if you want to break it. So yeah, I think running Fate in this meta is kind of trolled by them, Navi, but it's just Navi, you know, like Navi things. I mean, they just like their comp, so I respect it, but you can see Techo value.
I think before the game we said that like this was one of the less trolly kind of comps from them.
It's the most vanilla, one of the most.
What did you think about their Lotus?
Yeah, the Lotus one. You went into game, you see that double sentinel, Angel on the deadlock?
Well, we played scrims against them, and I think they're they think that we struggle against double sentinel, like we got 13-0, I don't know, we just got absolutely demolished by Liquid on Ascent. So I think that this was their approach, and they kind of copied Liquid, Lotus, but it's like it was like more towards the individuals, like situations than to the comps, in my opinion. Lotus, you know, we just won more clutches, we played better as a team, like in these little things. But yeah, like we thought they're gonna play these double smokes with Fate chamber race. You remember that comp? So we were ready for this. We didn't expect them picking Fracture, so that was a surprise. But yeah, I agree, it was the better comp from them.
Yeah, enough with looking back. Let's look ahead. Heretics is waiting on the other side. What do you make of them? Do you think they're the strongest in the region?
Yeah, for sure. Like.
So how are you gonna prepare? What are you gonna use this day for?
I mean, tomorrow we're gonna play scrims, obviously, like to prepare like for the veto. But I think everyone is heading to this game because we pranked them quite a lot and we beat them a lot of times. That we are capable of beating them, but it's finally like match where there is high stakes against like the best team in my opinion in Europe. So we're just gonna go enjoy it, and if we lose, we lose. If we win, we win. You know, it doesn't matter.
Who's the final boss in Team Heretics?
Rians, for sure. Rians, he's doing everything in this team.
Okay, do you have any other questions?
Yeah, there was something that Pao was saying. He gave a little speech, and we saw it on broadcast before the game, saying about how this run now, you're not going to be playing perfect Valorant anymore because you're going to be playing so many games in a row. It's going to be a tight week. Do you identify with that? Like, how do you respond to that as a player?
Well, I think for us players, it's way better to play like more matches in a row because you just like these stress things make these games messy. I don't believe there is a player which doesn't feel excitement or like some pressure, and it just makes you make like sloppy things. You know, sometimes for example, I had big problems with audio today that I couldn't get used to it. I heard I heard things around me and there was no one. You know, so I felt a bit ill.
We can call the doctor if you want.
Yeah, please. I need to go get a checkup. So these little things make you make mistakes, but the more you play, the less you make them. So I think it's good for the players.
And I think it's also a good stress test, right? Like at the end of the day, you're playing playoffs to go to Toronto, and in Toronto it's going to be the same thing. But let's not get ahead of ourselves. Thank you very much, Magnum. Congratulations on the win. We're going to take a little break, but do not go anywhere because right at the back we have Fnatic going up against Foot.
Renegade, Perisco, 24. Let them all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, room, boom, 400 dash roll. Got through C, 100 the end move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double nine. Telephone cut that right. Shout out my son for the rain, though. I don't want cut my leg. Running fist fire, scared no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile, if I wish I put one pistol on my head. Was popping and popping, love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the NBO, fill up in the air. I be hitting minimal when I'm on the air. Yeah, boy so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, Perisco, 24. Let them all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, room, boom, 400 dash roll. Cut through C, 100 the end move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me. Scared of my life. Skittle. Grape head flavor. Grape. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with a face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
Renegade, 为心将我包围。Renegade， 弄我自我击坠。雨落下，扣紧我外套，一辆车穿梭在轨道。你不想成为我目标 ？Renegade， go on the more。
Renegade, Perisco, 24. Let them all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, room, boom, 400 dash roll. Cut through C, 100 the end move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double nine. Renegade, Perisco, 24. Let them all blood with a kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an old 3 kit, room, boom, 400 dash roll. Cut through C, 100 the end move. Get lifted, body the big cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body got another on me, oh, double nine.
Welcome back, everybody. We promised to bring you the action, and so we're doing. The players, as you can see, the teams are already on the stage, getting everything tested. And I have some news to share with you. Between the matches today and probably for a couple more days here in playoffs, there will be a longer transition times between Game 1 and Game 2. So today, before Fnatic versus Foot, as you can see, there's like about 17 minutes left. But the window, this window is intended to give teams sufficient time to set up on the stage using the new equipment and in the arena, and to allow the show team to fine-tune elements behind the scenes to make sure that we do not run into issues that we've run in the past. So this is a little bit of troubleshooting that we've, discussed, and to just make sure that we give every team the same treatment and they are able to adjust and get ready for it. With that said, two very important teams for EMEA are going up against each other. I'm Kakuka, joined by Mini and obviously Bailey. Welcome back, Bailey. We missed you. And especially this two, with the expectations that are behind it, ended up the season with a loss towards one of their nemesis, right? On the side of Fnatic, we see them losing against Heretics, and on the side of Foot, losing to BBL. Mini, which one was the biggest surprise for you, or the most defining one?
Oh, both got angles. Fnatic losing to Heretics kind of defines Heretics probably as the best team in the region. Like the mana.
Is what you mean? Yes.
Okay, sure, world. Heretics are back. But then Foot versus BBL, it's like Foot are supposed to win that game is kind of where I'm at with it. But BBL are just looking good. So, and again today looking great. So I don't know. I'm in the middle.
I have to agree. I think I said at the start of the show, BBL are looking like a dark horse. I don't think Foot can read too much into that one. I think Fnatic losing to Heretics, I mean, Heretics have just been looking on form, right? We can't disagree with that. They've been looking on form, and I think that Fnatic facing them, if you have like one or maybe two players having a bad day, a series can just completely fall apart. And I think that that was clearly what kind of happened last week. You had a couple of players maybe missing that were usually kind of top performers for Fnatic. So yeah, I think the Fnatic Heretics one is probably more painful than the Foot versus BBL one. Because you wanted to finish top of your group, right? It was to finish top of the group.
It's one match away from.
But I think both will be able to wash away their loss pretty easily and just reset for this. Like, they're both so experienced team-wise that those losses won't mean a lot to them, I don't think.
Yeah, but today is also about revenge, right? Like, can Fnatic get revenge after Foot eliminated that from kickoff? We know that there's been some ups and downs, but if we speak about recent performance, do you think that the Fnatic are going to be able to get that revenge?
Yes, the Fnatic right at the moment don't look like the Fnatic from kickoff. They look like a completely different team, let's be honest. Like at kickoff, they weren't looking amazing. Stage 1, they've come in hot. The only team they've really looked, Heretics, the only team to kind of make them look a little bit normal again, but it's Heretics. So I think that Fnatic should be feeling good today.
So would you not put into that same, because they've had longer matches, the ones that go to the third map, but they were very close against Yannick. But I guess that you can make the arguments of how they've been becoming better and better, really.
I think, yeah, you need to be able to face those losses, and I think, dropping a couple of maps and groups is actually a good thing for Fnatic. It means that they can come away and kind of learn from that experience. And I don't know, I think, yeah, I think this will be a great revenge game, especially with them having that performance against Foot in kickoff. I mean, it was two Turkish orgs that ended up, they dropped to BBL in the upper bracket and then dropped into Foot in the lower bracket. Maybe there's like some sort of thing going on in there, something in the water, I don't know. But yeah, today they're going to be coming back and they're going to be all guns blazing, I think.
It could be such a good day for Turkey. Like,
it really could.
In Spain, we do not get a lot of those, but I believe that Booster left a quote for you, Minnie, regarding on when Foot knocked them over off of Shanghai.
Yeah, I was trying to get a specific quote that he had, and we couldn't find it, so he just said, yeah, Minnie, you were there, you know how it was. Like, the guy was not having...
It wasn't, no, sorry, it wasn't fun, was it?
It wasn't, no.
Why not?
Because we lost.
Yeah, but there's different ways of losing.
We lost badly.
But that's what I mean, it's not the same losing against a team like Heretics, for example, last week. Would you put
like
it on the same...
a global event, when we would lose to Foot, like, we would consider that a disappointment. Like, we would have been a heavy favorite into that matchup. Now things have changed a little bit since, but I still think that Fnatic should be winning today, but I think it's a very even matchup.
Let's take a look, Billy, at the history between these two, right? Because we have seen this match a lot. Foot and Fnatic have been two of the teams that we've sent to the most global events. So, of course, they've seen each other a lot.
Yeah, no, they definitely have. And this is why I'm saying, like, it's so flip-floppy between these two. Like, obviously, in the very beginning, like, Fnatic very much dominating. But look at the kickoff performance, look at the Shanghai performance. It seems to be, like, moments, I mean, maybe not so much kickoff, but the moments where it kind of matters most. And I can see Minnie, like...
I see why he's
smiling. I can see Minnie, like, itching to speak about this. So, on you go, Minnie.
I'm not saying anything, It wasn't so back and forth 2023 for some reason.
Yeah,
for
some reason.
That's crazy,
right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So many people think that Fnatic were stronger there, and I actually was able to get an interview with someone that actually agreed with that statement. Take a look at this.
And we have a treat for you guys today. We do not get to hear from him often enough, but I have guys here for a little interview. And I'm going to be very quick because, of course, we do need the translations. First of all, how's your heart?
Gayet iyi durumda. Sadece anlık oluşan bir durumda, o kadar.
It's okay. There's nothing to talk about it. It's good.
Yeah, but you need to understand that with us not understanding what you say, but seeing you being so effusive when it comes to timeouts, we wonder from your perspective, how do they sound? How does it sound to be a player in Foot?
Foot'ta olmak nasıl bir duygu? Foot tarafında molalarda seni görmek farklı oluyor. Ne düşünüyorsun tarafında olarak.
Yani bu futla alakalı bir durum olduğunu zannetmiyorum. Valorant biraz da karmaşık bir oyun. O yüzden stresi de bazen kontrol edemeyebiliyoruz.
I don't think it's about foot. Valorant is a stressful game, and sometimes we are having difficulties to compensate the stress during the game.
Yeah, you're just very passionate. I actually agree with you. I speak with my hands a lot as well. So, speaking about the players and the team, I wanted to speak about a little bit expectations versus reality with Zeus. I think many people, making this big change coming into the year. I wanted to know his opinion regarding the subject.
Takım oyuncular hakkında konuşurken senin açından Zeus'tan ne beklentin olduğunu merak ediyoruz. Senin açından bu nasıl? Sen neler bekliyorsun?
Yani çok büyük beklentimiz yok desek yalan olur. Tabii sadece Firepower konusunda Jinet'ten sonra biraz daha ileriye gidebilmekti. Çünkü Jinet biraz da Game Sense'i daha kuvvetli hale gelmiş bir oyuncuydu. Biraz daha Game Sense'i düşük ama aim'i daha fazla kuvvetli olsun istedik bir oyuncunun. Şu ana kadar da gayet bunu elde edebildik gibi duruyor. Ama takım oyununda biraz geriye gittik gibi duruyor bundan dolayı. Ama bu da sadece Zeus'un suçu değil. Genel olarak bu sene biraz kötü başladık.
If I would say we don't have any expectations, that would be lie, because we have expectations from Zeus in terms of firepower. When we compare with Sinet, we were looking for someone who has more sharp aim fire compared to the game knowledge. But right now, it's just not Zeus' fault. Compared to last year's, we didn't start good as before compared to last year's. So it's not Zeus' fault, but I think he's doing good.
Speaking of this year, you're into playoffs, you've been here a million times, but you've never even made it to the grand final. I feel like you have this third, fourth kind of curse in your veins. What and how is it going to be different this time around?
Hep daha önce playoff'lara katıldınız ama hiçbir zaman grand final'a kadar ulaşamadınız. Hep 3. veya 4. olarak bitirdiniz. Bu seneki, şu anki beklentiniz ne? Neler düşünüyorsunuz?
Yani sene başlarken her zaman sene başlarken en azından finalde olmayı bekliyorduk. Ama şu an beklentilerimiz biraz düşmüş durumda. Çünkü takım oyun olarak biraz gerideyiz ve bu da bizi demoralize ediyor. Ama şu an için hani gidebildiğimiz maksimum şampiyonluk daha iyi olabilir. Bugün kaybedebiliriz, kazanabiliriz ama ne yapabileceğimizi bugünden sonra daha net görebiliriz. Bugün umarım şanslı günümüzdür ve biz kazanırız ve bundan sonra da diğer hedefimiz de Toronto ve sonra şampiyonluk olur.
When we were starting the season, our expectation to make the grand final, but with this performance, our motivation, we didn't manage to reach out to our full motivation and where we want to reach. And from now on, today we might win or lose, but our main focus is to just make it to Toronto from this point. But we believe that it will be good for us at the end.
You're such a realist, It's like it's not even about making it to the final. You just want to make it to the global events. You're mentioning and speaking about today. I feel like your rivalry with Fnatic is one of the teams that you've played the most in the entire region. How do you see their form right now? What do you think is their biggest strength coming into today?
İlk başta söylediği şey çok realistik olmanı beğendim, direkt söyledim. İkincisi bugünkü maç hakkında Fnatic hakkında ne düşünüyorsun? Maç hakkında en büyük strength'leri, zorlukları neler ya da güçlükleri?
Yani Fnatic güçlü takım her zaman. Bunu başka şekilde anlatamam herhalde. Güçlü sadece. Geçen seneden bence biraz daha zayıf gözüküyorlar. Bence bu da geçen seneki oyun tarzlarını hala değiştirmemelerinden kaynaklı. En azından ben buna inanıyorum. Ama bugün iyi oynayıp bizi yenebilirler. Bu da bizim kötü olduğumuzu gösterir sadece.
Fnatic is strong. Fnatic is always strong. Compared to last year, I don't think they're good as last year, but they're still performing well. Today, if they win against us, it will only show us that we are weak. But they can win. We can also win. We're gonna see.
Okay, we shall see. Well, best of luck in the game, and thank you very much for the help.
Thank you.
Jesus, the words from Gaia's there speaking about how if they are to lose today, it's not about Fnatic not being good, it's about them being weak. Bini, have you ever had that kind of approach to facing up against a strong team?
Yes, but I'm surprised that it's to do that to Fnatic is strange. Like the confidence guys has there is incredible. Like clearly he thinks that they're the better team today, which is fantastic to see. I've never had that level of confidence going up against like those kind of teams, but I get the perspective of kind of it's our fault. Like I like to see that from a coach. It's our fault if we lose today. We're the weaker team. So I like that approach.
And you know what I also like? Both of the IGLs coming into today, Billy. I think that from both of the sides, especially this stage, we've seen growth, we've seen incredible individual moments, and this head-to-head always delivers.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, I'm so excited to watch these guys come up against each other. And when we consider them specifically, it's the clutches that we're looking at. I mean, this one, of course, you can never forget that one, the turnaround that they had on that Haven map when Boaster clutched that. But I mean, Boaster, top player in clutches in EMEA, sitting at 28%. So far, 13 out of 47, which is just absolutely ridiculous. On the opposing side, when you have Mr. Fallen, he's not looking so great. He's sitting at 6 out of 39, so half of what Boaster is sitting on at the moment. But I think something that we have to consider when we're looking at these two going head-to-head in the clutch situations in particular, look at the agents that they're on, right? Boaster is playing... Oh, but Boaster is usually playing that Omen, that controller role. When I look at Mr. Fallen, he's on much more initiator roles, right? So I think that definitely is something that we have to consider too.
I think it's also just that Boaster knows his strength is in those clutches, and I think Fnatic play into that a lot more than Fallen. Fallen isn't always going to be last alive necessarily, whereas Boaster's going to try his, or should be trying his best to be the last one.
Yeah, I think that to me it's also the 1v3s, the 2v4s. Both of the teams are actually very good in those clutch situations. But Mini, speaking about diving deep into the mines, you had a look at how Foot and Fnatic played their defensive weak sides. So let's check this out.
Hello everyone. We have a new segment today called Mini's Macro, and I want to break down a strategic concept that is tied to the game today of Fnatic versus Foot, because I think that they have a stylistic clash in the way they play their defense sides, and I want to talk about that a little bit. So the first clip we have up is Foot. And the concept that I want to talk about is called weak side, strong side. And first of all, I want to explain what that means. So we're looking at the defense side here. So Foot are on defense. How we identify where the strong side and weak side is we draw a line down the middle of the map. Cheated just a little bit, but on Ascent, this is where the middle of the map is. And we identify where there's more players. So there's more players on B for Foot right here, 3. 2 on A. So we call this A side of the map, we call this the weak side. And the weak side is what we want to look at here. How do Foot play this weak side? So we play out. As you can see, Captain, after Captain is already on the site, ready to fight, even though he's on the weaker side of the map. And Zeus is flooding in. And this is Foot's style right here, is fighting to the bitter death. We see Fallen from one angle coming in. We see Zeus from one angle coming in, right here cleaning up. It's all based on individual play, but trusting the rotations to come in. So yeah, so I want to see today whether Fnatic can identify those weak sides from Foot, execute quickly before the rotations, or can they provide fakes? Like, can Boaster read the map, create some fakes, draw those rotations across, because Foot have to rotate to support their weak side, and then exec the other side of the map. So that's Foot style. It works very well for them because they have good aim and they trust that protocol. But that is what they'll do on every single map. So I want to bring up the other clip, which is the Fnatic clip. And Fnatic style, we like to call them the kind of perfect macro team. On their weak sides, they're going to be playing a bit more disciplined, right? So if we play out this clip a little bit, what's happening here is Fnatic, they're kind of fighting around the middle of the map a little bit. A's currently the weak side. And we see Alpha on the Vice. He's moving over towards A. So I want to zoom in and show you this right now. So as again, where's the weak side? Weak side is A, 2 on A. Now, for Fnatic, the difference is usually what would happen is they play to concede that site. They'll play for the retakes. They don't want to go 2 versus 5 on these counter execs. But Alpha makes a little bit of a decision here that is uncharacteristic from Fnatic. So I'll zoom in again just so you can see. But he has actually tucked himself under Heaven right now. He's not on top, he's under Heaven. He's committed on that A side. He's committed on this weak side. He's playing a bit like how Foot would, but the problem is the other side of the map for Fnatic, they're not ready to go flood in like how Foot did on their defense. So this is something that I've kind of identified for Fnatic on their Ascent, is this indecision around playing on the weak side. We've got one player playing like Foot did, where they're going to hard hold, and the rest of the team is not on the same page. So I think what I want to see from Fnatic today is a choice. I want to see them go to their actual style, playing disciplined on these holds where they give up the sights a little bit more. And you can see here the flood coming in, it looks nothing like how Foot did it. Foot were coming in from multiple angles at once and cleaning up. So yeah. So the rest of this clip is just Fnatic saving and losing, but that's the big thing today that I want to see. Can Fnatic punish Foot for having this kind of one-dimensional style of always holding the sights? And has Fnatic fixed their Ascent defense protocols to play for this retake?
My response to you, Min, is that you are obsessed. Sometimes you need to let go, okay? So how about we just forget about Fnatic for a second? And Billy, why should Foot win today?
Why should Foot win today? Because Zeus is going to pop off today. He was lost in that series against BBL, and he's going to bring it back today.
Exactly.
That's my 2 pence.
And look at Mr. Fallen. Look at that smile. You know, like Bruce on the side of Fallen, but of fighting. But Fallen's on the side of Fallen in love.
And Fallen's been farming.
I do not care, Mini. You know
Fallen's
why?
farming.
Because we have to welcome the teams onto the stage. Let's welcome Fnatic and Foot for our last match of the day. Teams go up against each other. It looks like the stakes are so high. Fnatic was playing here not that long ago, less than a week. They were playing their last match, but had a little bit more time to prepare coming onto this and to catch a break. But let's speak about the map veto. Mini, what would you like to see from today?
I want to see Foot punish Fnatic by going to Ascent.
Okay, Billy?
Yeah, do you know what? I'm on board with that. I am very much on board with that. But so far, we're going to be teased all the way until the end. Foot selecting Lotus. Oh, we're not going to see the Ascent. That's quite
Foot
sad.
picking Lotus is crazy, by the way. Fnatic, it's one of their
how crazy.
Crazy in a veto 9.
9, yeah, I mean, probably it's because they've found their footing now with the Waylay and the change that they made. Maybe they're counting on maybe Fnatic having less time or them not showing too much on that map, maybe?
I like what you did there, finding their footing.
Yeah?
I like that. I like that a lot. Listen, do you know what? If they're comfortable on it, and Zeus, like I said, is going to pop off today, then yeah, I'm not against the Waylay.
I think here, Foot banning Icebox is also interesting because I don't see a world in which Fnatic ever picked that map. So the veto is very strange to me from the Foot side, but Guys is clearly confident that they're the better team, so it seems like they're just playing into that.
I think that one thing that Guys is also doing is that he knows that every single time that Split has been open this stage, Fnatic has picked Split. So if you're already in the idea of I'm gonna be picking the Lotus, you put Fnatic in that predicament of I guess Split. But you're right, it's not like Icebox was a map that they could have banned, but maybe that was the curveball that Fnatic had ready. I think it's like a read into the read.
And to be fair, if Fnatic I'm sure would have expected Ascent. So they would have been practicing and prepping that all week, I imagine. So that might be part of it too, knowing that Fnatic are strong on Lotus, so they probably wouldn't have prepped it as much, and Foot could play into that, but it still is a curveball.
I think to come back to the Icebox point, I think it's actually really nice for Fnatic that Foot have like just completely taken that away, because now they're just getting to completely hide. For the rest of playoffs, right, we've not seen them play Pearl, we've not seen them play Icebox. The more that they can keep these uncovered is going to pay off for them in the long run.
Well, let's focus on this first map. Foot, just Mr. Fallen going on that breach. Apparently, no bigger changes from what we saw that they showed the last time around.
Yeah, and the Waylay pick on Lotus, I liked it, but it didn't look like Team Liquid levels of Waylay. Like, I think Team Liquid have the best Waylay on Lotus right now, And I want to see, hopefully Foot have had some time to implement some of those ideas. It felt like they were just letting Zeus just go by himself places and didn't really have as big a plan on their defense around the Waylay. So I want to see them mature out a little bit there.
I have to agree. I think a bit of Foot's game plan recently has been the kind of Zeus go kill, and that they trust in him being able to take those aim duels. You kind of heard Gaius mention it in that interviews that he has this firepower and he's able to win out those aim duels, and was exactly what they were looking for when they were picking up a new duelist coming into this year. So yeah, I'm expecting to see a better performance coming out from Zeus this week, especially given the performance that he had against BBL in that very last week. He went completely missing in that series. And if Waylay is going to be the new agent that he's jumping onto, then so be it. I'm looking forward to seeing it.
So from the Fnatic side, and since you absolutely love speaking about Fnatic, Mini, when you look at the compositions that they've been running a lot, you love the Viper, especially on this map. What is the #1 thing that they can do to be successful against Foot and what they're and the Waylay?
The Waylay in particular? I think it's just recognizing the fact that Zeus on defense is probably just going to be aggressive on Mound or Rubble every single round, and if they see him there...
Alone or with someone?
Mostly by himself. He doesn't have too much support when I watched them play, especially on Mound, so they could identify that and try to, you know, isolate him out. Generally speaking, the Foot composition doesn't have the best C hold on their defense, so I think that Fnatic might lean into attacking that C site. They only have the Cypher really to defend, which I think historically has not been the best agent. If you look at Fnatic's side, they've got the Viper and the Killjoy with the Orb, the Killjoy mollies to really defend that C site. And on the attack side for that Waylay, actually, something I didn't really catch on was that the deep dives that Foot do have on the attack side are interesting, and I'll be interested to see how that plays in against the Viper and the Killjoy. The Viper, Killjoy, and C is nasty to hold, but the Waylay does allow you to kind of get past that, and then if it goes a little bit south, you can refractor it. So that could be some cool interactions there.
I think it's because the way in which we've seen the Waylay implemented with some of the teams is more as like an information gathering tool, in the sense that they're able to dash in, dash back out again, get that information for the rest of the team. But we're talking about Foot. They're not really the type of team to kind of go in and get information, then dash back out again. If they're hitting a site, they're going in direct. There's a lot of firepower and supportive utility behind it. So yeah, I think, as you say, Mini, going up against this sort of composition from Fnatic, I'm looking to see Foot sort of adapt in the situation. And if they don't like the look of a site, they don't need to force themselves to go right onto it.
The other thing from Fnatic, I know that the telestrategy we looked at is Sen, but this is a 3-site map. If Fnatic can isolate out the weak sides, where it's 3-site maps, there's going to be a lot more weak sides because they're spread between 3 sites. So if Fnatic go in, identify that, XX strong, it could be a good attack site.
I want to see Ada Captain doing a lot of what Kiko was doing and just being aggressive with the Waylay as well. But the wait is over, so let's toss this over to your casters for today. It is Pansy and Hypog.
Thank you so much. And yeah, a great series, technically. I mean, historically, these two, an illustrious little back and forth. But diving into this one, Mike, how do we feel veto-wise, at least? Let's start at the top here and work our way down.
Yeah, I guess it's a little difficult to go. This probably feels like it leans quite heavily towards Fnatic, but
feels like it, right?
I think map 1, I mean, it goes without saying, this rides on map 1.
Yes.
I think if you look at the map record beyond that, it just gets worse and worse, I guess, for Foot. But I mean, the historic discussion around, well, Foot, Turkish teams in general, it's that any given Sunday, right? Stakes are raised. They can really be quite hard to pin down and quantify ahead of time.
And I love that. The desk almost insinuating this Zeus go kill was a negative.
Yeah.
This guy has been going out and killing.
He can be the anomaly, really, to most expectations.
And this form he had on that Waylay against KC was exceptional. Now, we do know that Fnatic are a very different team, though. Very well-rounded here. Certainly have got their experience in this map, but also my eyes will drift towards the likes of Chronicle to see how well he does here. A little bit of a hot and cold performer as of late, but hoping he has an upswing today, as Zeus already looking for his first challenge.
No exchange to kick things off. Firmly in control of Rubble, at least. That's captain alongside Zeus. I think maybe a hint of that detected on the other side.
Yeah.
Crash is maybe just looking for any second prong to that. So you don't expect Yetajay to even be shouldering for info at this point. So yeah, very deep setup on the trip as well, so almost leaning towards a heavy retake on C.
stance towards A though. Zeus still here. Had a captain as well. Both prepared. Paranoia primed in hand. And there's at least good info of that. Potentially two spots. Oh! Don't doubt Zeus. I love that the desk was saying, you know, Zeus co-kill could be a negative. Look at the answer already. That could be the pistol round wrapped up with a bow. Boaster, Alpha, and Crashies have to try and dissuade that narrative, and Crashies looks for an opportunity and finds them stacked up.
Done well to get away with no damage conceded. Actually, but Zeus now twisting the knife. A third found. Looking at who might get Alpha here, but actually Crashies with the backstab.
Yeah, and there is this Sheriff in play for Alpha. Crashy's still very much here. Haunt is ready. Could catch Rex on a timing.
Perfect timing.
10 seconds now. Do need to start looking towards the plant, so Alpha needs to work on his own. But Crashies finds the fight towards heaven. This is stunning from them. But time has now lost this round for them. A valiant attempt, but gotta say it, the hero of the hour, Zeus.
And kicking off here, round one looking so on point. Beautiful setup as well. Perfect timing on the information. The stun along with the paranoia. Doesn't even really rely on it too much. These first two kills are off rip. Unfortunately at that point, even by the 60-second mark, I mean, no real engagement found. So it comes down to time. Fnatic had an opportunity at least to find a clean plant, but it just wasn't there, Lauren.
Let's look. Oh, very curious buy as well. Right back at it. Plucks away Kayak. And he's going to have his work cut out, right? For Kayak, he comes off the game up against Heretics not too long ago now, obviously. Having to face down, Mini Boo in prime form. Now you're up against the Zeus, who's looking like he's firing on all cylinders. But this time, deeper setup here. You can see J just trying to create that structure for him to play under, create some safety. He might be under some stress. It looks like he is. Outstays his welcome, and Alpha reclaims tree.
That's a captain's going to be called upon here, but actually Boaster finds it. So down to 3 now for Fnatic. 4 standing will find the plant.
Yeah, big situation for them here. Fnatic are looking a little worse for it, but this would be stunning, and it is. Alpha plays patiently, punishing the push up from Zeus on the flank, but now we're down to 2. This could be heaven sent for Fnatic. Chronicle does get the upgrade, but we know NA does it better with that thing. Can the rest of Foot find all these Fnatic players? I don't know if they can. The time alone is a factor. Double swing and double hold. Perfectly done. Fnatic in control. Punishing Foot for that very light purchase and expertly navigating the map.
A round 2 4v5 flip. Who else but Fnatic? So well constructed. Again, the composure here. Isolating Yesterday. And also here. Again, the gap between Atta Captain and the next player for Foot really is their downfall.
Nice! Come on then! You're losing ecos, are you? Are you losing ecos?
Where is Boaster from?
I was going to say,
days?
Boaster just sounded very southern all of a sudden.
Just a slice of EastEnders coming out. That was Pat Butcher or Phil Mitchell at that point. We do have 2 Sheriffs out and about, Zeus and Atta Captain. With that on the other side, of course, a good purchase here. Fnatic now looking to build some stability going forward. Don't know if they'll note that paranoia that got sent over towards A. I think Chronicle would have seen that, so that should be relayed forward. And contact found on a second player should, if anything, spur on this approach towards C.
That'll be the green light for Fnatic to find some space elsewhere. Kayak going hunting actually does inspire Mr. Fallen.
Oh, what? Outrageous stuff from Mr. Fallen. This shouldn't be this close. Trying to police this weapon. But Chronicle just wants some bullets to play with, doing the best he can to keep him away. Keep him at arm's length. Making something out of nothing here. That Sheriff now over into the hands of Zeus. 3 of them on CT. And actually, they're doing the work here. Alpha just about keeps it secure, but bloody hell, Mike. That got way too close again.
There's Brawley to start things off here.
Oh, yeah.
Fnatic come away on top with a 2-1 lead, but this is just incredible from Mr. Fallen.
Second.
Again, it's almost actually, if he can get to that rifle, it's just where it falls deep enough that
Last player standing.
Fnatic are able to police it well enough, control that space. Do have a paused clock. There's no colour change just yet.
Pause champ. I can see it.
I can see something.
I can see clear now.
The stage is red.
Sorry, we shouldn't take over Meg's song. She's been really trying to graft that tech pause issue. Looks like Alpha.
Looking like a keyboard issue.
His mouse,
Keyboard it looked like.
Key.
So it should be a quick one. Looks like we're maybe just a second to test things, but I mean, this again, the start to map one that you'd almost expect from both teams, to be honest with you. Foot happy to go toe to toe. Again, maybe a little overzealous in the second. I mean, flipping that 4v5 is wild.
Ridiculous. I feel like we've had some, even though it's 2-1, it does feel like such a high octane sort of start to things. It feels like no round safe, right? This is what it's kind of looking like. So Alpha just having a little test around. He doesn't look happy, and I'm seeing the relation to what it looks like in game. It doesn't look good yet, so might need to just fix that up for a second. Hopefully those issues are cleared, and once we obviously get the nod of what's going on, we'll let you know. I think we've figured it out ourselves, but
we're getting pretty good at that.
Yeah, which is it's probably not the best talent we have.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was about to say we're finally in control, but we're not.
I've never been in control.
No.
Well, Tarek's watching today, so yeah. So the Americas audience get used to this now. Welcome.
Welcome to EMEA.
That's not going in the highlight reel, is it?
Streets run red. Yes.
Welcome to EMEA. This is EMEA. Wasn't it? This is Rocket League. That line.
Yeah, I think it was. Yeah.
That's a banging line, to be fair. I'm quite jealous of that one. Yeah, not much to really dive through into the first 3 rounds, but it looks like the stage is cleared, and we're back into game. So hopefully, all good.
That is not surprising.
No.
The lowest stinger usage rate of all the regions. Again, we're just not very good with it.
No, honestly, like if you looked at G2, I bet they've probably had more success or even used to than the entirety of the game together.
100%.
Like, not even close. All right, back into this though. Buy coming out for both sides. Ult-wise, Zeus does have his. And speaking of ults, there goes Crashy. So should identify a fair bit of presence already played on site. That's Yelajay and Cracks. Early noted, good paranoia as well.
Landed actually as well.
And lovely staging to this Boaster, even taking the space behind it. But the high-low setup going to be difficult for them to try and get past, as Cracks already removes Kayak. So that should force Fnatic back, who look a bit lost here in this post plant.
Come through from Zeus. Create a little bit of space for Foot, and obviously Fnatic have had to concede all this. The plan being actually a ton of damage done from the Nano.
Yeah, that's shredded him down, but tap on the spike draws the attention, but all of Fnatic here, what's the plan to disrupt these players? A shot in the dark or two, sure! But Chronicle holds the line well. 2v2 now, Boaster had his success from this spot, but Yelajay cleaner. Boaster gets the kill that matters!
Done it again.
Puts the pressure on Yelajay! Have we been here before? Are we going to see it again? His nerves tested, and I don't think there's time on this for Yelajay. It's close. Oh! Boaster back-to-back Red Bull clutches in this scenario.
Beautifully done. It looked a little touch and go there when Fnatic are so quickly scrambling to get out. Back onto Mound, but it's the timing around the smoke. Not sure if maybe it's a miscommunication or something, but a little hesitancy to get that first half on the spike. You see at this point here, 2 falling to Chronicle in very quick succession. Almost seals the deal. It's a long way back for Yelajay to get back on the spike. Fnatic 3 on the board now. Again, a beautiful pace change coming out. That completely caught Foot off guard. Had to respect the utility behind that as well. Boaster maybe saw that stat pop up on screen.
Oh!
His first shot accuracy with just any gun is just beautiful.
I mean, Zeus is like such a standout player for me. He's been genuinely a treat to watch. Obviously, since Floor is not in the league anymore, it's been rather nice having Zeus kind of be the aimer to take that mantle up, at least in my eye, that I get to really look towards as someone who's such a mechanically gifted player. As so far, though, Fnatic doing what they need to, right? Just going through the motions here, not slipping this time. There have been those moments up to this point where these pistols have proved problematic. Here, though, Fnatic keeping it very clean. Chronicle just going eco-farming. So gets his ult ready to go, no sweat there. And Crashy's one step closer with the plant.
Door's not even broken for Yelajay. No real chance of finding an exit. Even so, the finance is already starting to build for Fnatic. A couple of ultimates coming online. Also, who's going to go find it? Maybe a spam or two, but I don't even know if Yetche is going to give across any further progress here. Boaster potentially looking to break the door. He'll just give it up to the spike now. A bit of a reset here for Foot. They don't really want things to spiral out of control too early, so looking for a round win here on this next purchase from Foot. Yeah, I'm absolutely with you. I mean, Zeus, we were talking about this earlier, looking in some scenarios, looking like the most mechanically talented player we have in the region.
Yeah. And look, we've
individually, it's been a real beauty to watch.
And hey, there were rumors and kind of murmurs of potentially Zeus looking to joining Fnatic at one point. Was he going to be the solution they needed? Obviously, as it stands, joined Foot in the end here, but it's been a treat watching him throughout this. Certainly a threat, certainly someone you have to now keep on your radar. Look at that early mound presence.
Just the thing to note as well as things progress, and obviously the stakes get higher and higher if you can maintain that performance.
True. God, the amount of players who had those playoffs upswings. I'm looking at like, I guess for me, obviously EG, the one to look at when it comes to like Icy and Ye from very, middling stats to then this super high level play. But look at this little fake coming out here. I don't know how much is being bitten on. It's still this 2-1-2 setup.
Well, Zeus is still noting presence elsewhere, so not necessarily a sell for Fnatic. Foot definitely aren't biting just yet. The response actually on the other side from Cracks. Nothing found on the Prowler though. Crashes hasn't been given an engagement to take just yet, but he's posted in a pretty deep position here and unnoted as of yet.
And again, they still feel there's a little bit of safety, at least with the utility from Yetche placed across B, so they can cheat a player over if they need to, but for now, it feels like it's inevitable time-wise. They're banking on this lockdown to basically facilitate the plant, but Mr. Fallen fancies back in, tries to get some space off this, but the lockdown's going to come through. Cracks might be screwed here. I don't think... Oh! What is that? Just goes absolutely ballistic for a second. And the captain couldn't quite make it out in time, but you're looking at the plant here, should be going down, Boaster with it in hand, and we are still within time.
Pit should seal the deal here. Fnatic makes it very difficult. Wrap coming through here from Foot. Yetche try and find something through the door, but Crash is still posted in the same position. Will be noted now.
Yeah, Horn back up, and it gives him a fair fight, right? Sees to follow, keeps him busy, looking to split the timing on this retake. Zeus creeping the smoke closer though, and Crashies dips away. Nicely played for him. Just buying plenty of time and takes a second glance. This is really nice. I mean, a little bit of an attempt there from Foot, but they've cancelled this one. The pit itself almost doing enough to dissuade their way forward.
Absolutely. Forces them into, well, a position to really readdress their approach. It's Crashies and Boaster to shut that down. Unfortunately, that's Captain and Yetche had to find something breaking through from door, but again, with such a huge part of site covered, Fnatic can really sit back, sit a little deeper. Cracks with a snap. Onto Alpha, there. And the lockdown's invested in such a deep position, and 3 members of Fnatic pushing beyond it. So they can't, well, Foot were unable to deal with that.
Timeout, it's all good. It's a Foot one, don't worry. They called this. And with
hear a yelp from the crowd there.
Yeah, we have given them PTSD, and I'm really sorry. I'm so sorry you're getting flashbacks. But at this point for Foot, they kind of need a resolution here, because it feels like, again, very competitive rounds, apart from the last one. Right then, there was a lot of ults invested. It was quite late in the round. Clearly some structural pieces that Fnatic were depending on to get that to work out in their favor. But beyond that, these have been competitive, but they've just not been tilting Foot's way.
And I think whether or not the plan on the previous, obviously with Cracks being one away from ultimate, Mr. Fallen having the Rolling Thunder, if they did want to sit towards a retake, well, potentially towards A or B. Like I said, the pit is really the worst thing to have to overcome in that scenario. Yeah. It's the one thing that does then swing things back in Fnatic's favor, but we'll have rifles at least coming back into the next.
And kind of
not necessarily broke just yet.
No, And if I'm not trying to lean on stats too heavy or even score lines really, but at the start of the day, kind of talking about Kayak and Zeus here. Kayak yet to get on the board. On the other side, obviously, Zeus very much towards the top end here. But also Chronicle.
Well, yeah, something
actually farming, but
yeah,
big impact for him.
Especially on this map as well, is where I think we've seen him maybe struggle circumstantially the most.
As Foot take a step back here.
Mr. Fallen again.
How many times?
Delivering for Foot. But again, I'm looking at that. The timing of Mr. Fallen drifting away from Heaven leaves Captain on an island. And again, there's bodies the other side of the smoke, but there's just so many question marks. Oh, it was actually a lazy clearance. That's tough. So like I said, there was another 2 members of Fnatic there that as soon as the smoke blooms, hell no. Hell no. We're not going for the trade now. Heartbreaking to watch that one play out. But Captain's done fantastic.
I've got to say as well, it feels like every single time that Foot get around, Mr. Fallen's getting multi-kills.
Yeah, yeah.
You got pistol round, you got that 2 through the smoke and the 3 in the last. I mean, the guy just keeps seeming to be winning here, and this is a little set piece here, little trap in mind, but is anyone going to be there to punish? Zeus! How has he gone away with it? Crashes just gets beheaded and he backs out.
The only one really left posted up super deep. Will fall for Fnatic. Too much of a deterrent for them though. Still happy to dip their toes, test the water. Curious now what the game plan is. Back to the same sort of timing on a round where Fnatic have been a little more active.
But in this time, Foot have pushed up towards Rubble, so it's going to be very hard for them to go back to that late
Yeah, I mean,
A hit.
yeah, still got the paranoia.
You can't do it. So I guess test B, right, is the logical
Yeah, I mean,
conclusion.
they dealt with the trap earlier on. Mr. Fallen's going to be able to get something done here with his utility.
Mr. Multi-kill waiting.
Well,
here we go. 3rd time's the charm, 4th time potentially, but Fnatic are in on the site. You can look at the pressure coming back from that mini door, that blue room. Here we go, swing, it's perfect. Oh, the synergy is off the charts here, but absolutely fold them in half like a lawn chair. Alpha, 1v5, mate. 6 seconds. It ain't happening. Beautiful reaction from Foot.
another instance here where the clock being Fnatic's main enemy. And usually credit their ability to mid-round effectively, and we've seen it so far already in the first 10 rounds. A number of times, but just here the kill. I mean, look at the clock though, 120 here. And even regardless, then it comes down to a 15-second sight hit where all this utility just are able to crunch Fnatic so effectively. And that's probably why we're seeing the timeout called now.
Yeah.
There's another example of just the round passing them by.
Again, as much as they obviously couldn't go back to Rubble at that point, not defaulting that utility out of them just screwed it, right? You can't hold for that pressure back in towards B, so time for a chat and maybe an overall change up here. Look, they've got 6 rounds. It's certainly doable at this point. Foot, though, have kind of found their own stability in the last couple, finding a little bit of what works for them. And it's weird, though, because a lot of that did feel like it came from over deliveries from players, but if that's what spurs you forward, fair play. And then you see that last round was just picture perfect. You take that every day of the week.
Well, previously sitting from a 5-1 to bring it here now.
Yeah.
Regardless of how the victories come through, you're absolutely right. You'll take them. Even here, this feels like it's been the best example of Foot understanding what Fnatic's late round will look like. And previously it's felt a little scrappy, a little scrambled. And it almost felt like Fnatic are the ones to fumble at the final hurdle, not Foot clear them off it.
Alpha's big chilling.
Yeah.
Crashes is smiling.
Still grinning.
Most actually look the most serious out of all of them, which isn't probably a good sign. I don't know. 6-4 now. Let's see if there is a solution in mind. There is still a good purchase here for Fnatic. Yeah, a couple of light shields, but it's certainly not the end of the world. Not seeing an Outlaw on the other side to be a bigger factor, but Zeus goes much further.
And actually had to captain first probe outside B in the early round. That will be the catalyst for Fnatic to head towards A, but Yetajay, he's adjusted.
You should run.
Lockdown again. Now, last time they used that as a late piece to almost allow them some safety towards this A site. Now, much earlier in the round, 120 that kind of coming in. Just playing patiently to get this plant. That's Crash's duty done.
Still got retake cameras here as well, and a trip. So that's actually a ton of information for Foot.
See how well they work off it. There's the cam popped. Sees nothing close. Spots one by tree and one towards site. A little bit of info. No flank yet. You should hear that alarm bot be triggered soon-ish. There it is. Zeus now looks forward.
He's got to win this 1v1.
Big 1v1, yeah, he does. It opens up the floodgates, because look at this post-plant positioning. It's very dedicated towards site. Fnatic wants space back, so they look towards CT. Kayak removing Mr. Fallen is perfect. It gives them a new bit of room to play from. And now they flip the script. Chronicle, Kayak, perfect reaction to the pressure coming back in.
I was looking at me, I must have looked away for a second. I didn't notice when Kayak had actually drifted that deep. But he catches Mr. Fallen in the stun. Again, this, all things considered, this looks like a really, really beautiful approach from Foot. Like I said, a ton of information. The fact that that trip's not broken, still had the retake camera as well. Well, it doesn't give them too much of an idea of what's going on.
Nice
but at least then they know that Fnatic kind of backs against the wall.
That's it. That's the Kayak.
Beautiful stuff from Fnatic.
My favourite phrase.
That's the Kayak.
That's the Kayak. Absolute badger. Zeus went walkabouts before, right? Super deep over towards C. Still posted up there. I mean, this battle between him and Alpha seems to be raging on the whole time, but still focused towards A. And a captain playing on the corner. Kayak has been really shaping up. Yeah, he's popping this. Bye-bye, get out of there, get the hell away. Oh dear, he's found you anyway! Sent down to his grave. And a captain couldn't escape the inevitable, and now Krax tries to play around the smoke. Does he see a... No, okay, so Kayak kind of knowing the limitations here, but Krax wants to play forward. Alpha on the counter swing, really nice. Kayak drawing all the attention, but Alpha very ready in backup.
See now a 3v5, what Foot can get done. Yetzige first on the chopping block, potentially alongside Zeus, but so it comes out here. Now it would just come down to Yetzige as Chronicle to seal the deal on an 8-4 half here for Fnatic. A strong finish, all things considered.
Yeah, found their adjustment, got back to where they wanted to be after a couple of shaky rounds. Foot trying to stay competitive, but they're certainly not out of the woods yet. It's 8-4, and we'll be back in just a sec.
Nice! Fantastic.
You start.
As competitive as those rounds felt, Mike, the issue is that with Foot sat on 4, do you see this as being anywhere close to enough? We've seen good impact from Mr. Fallen. We've seen Zeus hitting shots. Does that translate well enough to this attacking side now? Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's a tough question.
Yeah, I'm sorry, mate.
Wow. I mean, the one thing to take away from that, Fnatic came in with a game plan to really upset the rhythm and maybe the tendencies that Foot were going to try and establish in this half. I mean, that starts off the rip from round 2 being flipped. So Foot's first hint of comfort is stripped away from them. And I think actually then Fnatic began to exploit that a little bit. Criticizing maybe that round 9 and 10 where the clock kind of decided it, but Fnatic looked consistently happy to play out that sort of round, and Foot kind of struggled to keep up.
Saw the stats there, not the strongest area for Fnatic now, as Yetajay already removing the singular man, Chronicle, after a great first half, the first to go down here. Not really what you want to be seeing in that. Does need to keep that in mind. I'd love to see what the shot was from Yetajay. If it's just one of those shots that he's hit, fair play. But got to see Cron be careful about this, because now you can see that they have to dismantle that initial setup with that heavy emphasis towards the B side.
This has left an opportunity on the table here towards A. It's Kayak to try and find, and actually does find a response here. We'll get away from the paranoia as well.
Yeah, looks like we've got Prius in the building so far. There we go. Zill's taken over. Crack's going to find Crashies and try and keep this in favor of Foot, but the plant now going to be worked on. Kayak going to post in the paint shell. It's nice the plant to start with. That's pretty big. Buys a couple extra seconds for the support system to arrive. But there's not much utility here to play with. There's a TP with Boaster, and that's about all she wrote. 6 seconds on a turret. I mean, 5 on the smoke again. If they clear out a captain, it might be game on. Mr. Fallen replies, and Zeus still firing. There's Boaster left in the 1v3. He's been pretty clutch. This is tough, though. That's a great beginner. He's going to make them question.
No way.
No! That was so close.
It's down to 12 HP. Boaster came into that with 47, by the way.
That's ridiculous. Yeah, look at little grin. He's like, yeah, I was pretty close on that. I was right there.
I mean, Grin's on the other side, thinks for Foot as well. Oh, okay.
Fair play. I can't even.
It looked worse from Chronicle's view, to be honest.
I can't believe this from Boaster, though.
Almost. Bro, that was unlucky. The guy...
I mean, yeah, it was pretty unlucky.
Yeah.
He said 12 HP separating these teams.
Find you.
Round 1 of the second half.
Ay, ay, ay. Oh, just wants to live. Big stack of players.
Now you'd really want the round 2 conversion to come through this time. Yetajay a little far ahead here with the Bulldog, to be honest. You don't really want to see him dig his heels in here.
But it is just Yetajay.
That's what I mean. You don't want to see him even tempting fate in that scenario. Obviously not shaken by the second round in the first half.
I feel like I'm waiting for this to go wrong because they've taken so long to get here, and now I'm worried that the spike's slowly coming over towards the stack site, even though I'm getting scared. I'm getting scared, Michael. I don't like it anymore. Cracks. All good, all good, all good? Question mark? Everything's fine. Everything is smooth sailing. Foot making it up to 6. And look, we know Fnatic's track record in these pistols, certainly not their strong suit, but now they got to fight back.
See, now you do credit the purchase. The other side for Foot will be coming in pretty well rounded. Got the captain down on a stinger potentially, depending on where Mr. Fallen settles for.
Bravo!
Boaster straight onto the heavy weaponry. No surprises where we'll see him positioned.
I hate it. Hate it so very much. Kayak, though. One to receive the most attention so far. And the second that door swings, has to fall away. The paranoia is in. There's not a comfortable escape route here. You can see how well-rounded that side take was. Spike now to be planted up next, but there's a lot of threat here. Counter paranoia, do they try and push off this? Slowed down on the way, they don't make the most of that.
I mean, it's going to get awkward now. Yeah, I was going to say, if the plant doesn't come through, Foot have to consider a different approach here.
Look at the split from Mr. Fallen as well. Yeah, they're trying to cross over. Cron, he can hear the steps, he can see the smoke, but he can't really stop it just yet. It's Alpha who's in trouble. He's trying to find a way out, and he's going to go for CT. Seems like the safest route here. Bloody hell, team up with Chronicle. As I start choking, hopefully they don't. 3 on the flank here, Mike. A lot's about to happen.
The first engagement will even come through from Chronicle. The captain's actually slipped into a deeper position now. This is where the stinger will really pay dividends. 29 HP though. Got to try and slow Alpha down a little further, but not going to be able to achieve that.
No ults to bank on. It is the guns in hand. Here we go. Kayak looking for the way in. It's actually Boast to take the first couple of steps, but Foot are loving every second that passes. It feels better and better, but Fnatic fighting back, taking away 2. And the site now under scrutiny. J looking to buy those precious seconds, and it is going to start running low. But Boaster sprays and prays with crashes. And they're well within time on this one. Diffuse there, and Fnatic play it back in.
So there's a moment where Fnatic almost slowed down after those first 2 kills, expecting maybe Foot to find a response, but end up becoming a factor here.
Finished.
Unlucky for Foot, because I think forced into a pretty tough decision here. Like I said, that plant doesn't come through on the first kind of engagement on B site. There's kind of 4 of them kind of stood looking at each other like, I mean, once you find that rotation through water, it's so awkward. It just so happens that they're able to kind of completely negate Alpha's setup. Luckily, he's able to get away.
Zeus is up to now. It kind of makes this map feel so unapproachable. Ooh, gets away, takes a little bit of damage for it, but he's spotted out at least 2 there. And they instantly turn around towards it.
The pings. Pointed towards spawn here. Kron's already looking as if he wants to come across and secure the C site hold, but Zeus is able to get ahead of the utility.
But Alpha doesn't want to give up all of this space. Oh dear.
Did he TP into it?
Must have done. Sure, something's gone wrong. I'm sure we'll get it on the replay, but Zeus is trying to posture up on site and keep this, I want to say controlled, but Fnatic on these flanks have been good, and considering it's Boaster on the way on the flank here, he could do well here, could be able to TP across the trap on that deeper line.
Close enough, yeah.
No, so that's an eventual threat. Right now they can't get past the front door. J gone. And Craxum is to fall and don't even know about what's coming the way. That paranoia, God knows where that's going. And it's all down to Crax for the heroics now. A 1v3 is not gonna happen. I've got to say, Fnatic's retake so far, Mike, I love how well they pressure every lane. It's not just through CT or Waterfall. There's consistent flanks. It's well-tempered and it's well-considered.
Yeah, and I think conceding a body so early, like I said, Yetijay's posted all the way up, basically backing up onto the wall alongside Sport. Does he? Yeah. That's the alarm bot as well.
Oh.
Actually, I was going to say, I didn't see the assist coming through from Chronicle. I thought maybe there was like a snake bite come through, but
there, yeah.
TP's across, alarm bot goes off, and he actually backs up into the nano.
Yeah, bro, you try and abuse me. Try and abuse me. One more, come on. Come. More.
Alpha welcoming them back onto C site.
And he stayed seated, which is the more important factor. Alpha not getting up from the chair, which obviously invites the curse. This is much better. He's learned.
You and your crystal ball.
Stick Meg.
Where are
Real. Actually ping through? No. Most are not going to be in any indication just yet. It's only Mr. Paul, I think, has probably taken 1 bullet of that. Well, Zeus has taken the rest of them. Mr. Fallen again with a classic.
Mate, just give him a classic. He's been wild with it. At this point, though, it's not just a singular fight. As much as you may be able to clear Boaster out of the tree, if you're feeling like that's an option, there's still a lot of players close by. Because, hey, they put a lot of faith in Alpha, and you can see why. Alpha's been doing exceptionally well at just kind of like solo anchoring out that C site. He's got his util, he's backing away well, he's not overly rotating. He's holding his own pretty much on the other side of the map, so they're able to reinforce Boaster if he's under pressure. And for Fnatic now, they can just keep the numbers. The work really is now on foot to try and take a positive step. It looks like 11 is very likely.
30 seconds left.
Beautifully synced there. I almost forgot about the voice line.
I'd love you to be the announcer in game. Can I pay for that?
Yeah, we'll do
Right,
we'll
honestly,
do a sound pack.
You can monetize it. I know you guys like that. That's fine. We're down. Okay.
Whoa.
Hold on. Yeah. Oh! Oh!
Seconds left.
Oh no, that's a spike.
Spike down.
That's a spike that's gone down. Jay's gonna go back.
Wait, so
Time is just too late.
show me the replay on Kayak getting the satchel kill.
Wait, the satchel got the kill.
The satchel got the kill. The satchel that he got caught in his hand with.
Show me it. Show me
got
it.
a kill.
Please. Please. There's no way. Did I just like blank that out from my mind? Here we go. Please. Is it there? Here it is. It's a sticky bomb on him. That's so good.
It looked even better the second time round.
That's so, thank you, observers, by the way, and EVS, all of you guys. 10 out of 10 at your jobs. Now, ults galore, right? And Kayak on the operator. This was the thing that activated him before or after a slump of a performance. It's what got him back on that main page, but he's been having a great start already, so this will only amplify things. And chip damage done, Mr. Fallen having to run his way in towards B, trying to avoid that perpetual spam from Boaster. On the other side, Chronicle waiting. Shows a little bit of presence, and as I said, he knowingly falls away.
Well, Alpha and Crashies both have their ultimates, so this is almost playing into Fnatic's hand here.
Looking to dig out that lurk.
Expecting to find Yetajay here.
Spot on.
What can you do?
Feels like the book's been left open on the table, doesn't it? And Kayak's not missing. Mr. Fallen's gone down. It's systematic destruction. And a captain's got a absolute army to face. 2 found. You got more for me. This is hard work now. 10 bullets, 3 bodies to drop. He's still fighting as hard as he could. A valiant attempt, but a defuse nevertheless for Fnatic, who've really stepped up now.
Themselves their 12th round and didn't even rely on the ultimates either.
No.
Kayak now 1 away from the showstopper. Chronicle 1 off the pit as well. It's an elbow out of place. No stone left unturned here.
It just feels like they've got such a good idea of
what? What is wrong with the classic?
There's nothing wrong with Mr. Fallen, we know that much.
That one's working fine. But it just feels like Fnatic know exactly what Foot want to be achieving. Even in, like, you know, halfway through a round, mid-rounding, they seem so on point with it. Really very impressive.
There. It's Chronicle and Alpha. As soon as that first spike tap comes through, they're actively hunting the lurk. Alpha looking like he might get his wish once again.
Oh,
Yetajay, not so lucky on the other side of the map. Being punished time and time again.
There we go. Missile forward, this time gonna find it, and Zeus has been a little quiet on this side in comparison to the first and instantly traded out. Chronicle heard the word, saw the people were looking at him for these performances, and he's absolutely on it. 3v2 now, cracks out a captain. No site security. Backing that one away.
Oh, it's here so quickly.
Hi, Crashies. And goodbye, out of captain. It's all on Cracks, and he's pretty far here. Haunts back. Chucks that in. 1v3. 35 seconds. Position surrounded. Kayak watching. Swing from tree. Should be up next. There it is. Fnatic looking world class there, Mike. First half competitive, yes. Some really close rounds. The second half, that was an absolute masterclass.
Yeah, overall looking very well drilled in the second. Few question marks in my eyes on the first half, but I think coming in with such a diverse game plan, maybe you could give away some of those round losses.
Well, we're going to see if there's any hope to be found for Foot when we get towards Split, which will be next up. So don't go too far away.
Hold on, I think I figured out a way to beat Footballist. Stupefy! Stupefy! Stupefy! Stupefy! And Expecto Patronum!
What song are we singing? I'm begging.
Begging.
No.
Riding hard. When I was playing.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Shall we simmer on down with the Just say we got sheriffs and starry-eyed boys, got the banner highs, gone to the banner. Well, who's there? Know this. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite. I'ma take you all down like dominoes. I'ma take you out with another spike drop. Overheated, but I love to lock and load. I hear the echo, I hear the echo. Bang bang, run a bad team with the versatile. Ra-ta-ta-ta-ta all day. Enough with the chit chat, steady with the one tab. I'ma set it off, just wait. Oh, eres la omega con la O, no. Sabe que la alfa soy yo. Go, vete, vuelve cuando no estoy así. Desapareció. Oh, como piensa que no traigo la peña, las de sheriff de lo. Llamo chatarrero que se va a hacer rico de lo que dejaré tipo el suelo. When my back's against the wall, all the mirrors will dissolve. Bring the heat, bring it on. Watch me ignite it.
Welcome back, everybody. Fnatic, they managed to get the win in Lotus over Foot. Even though Foot was the one picking the Lotus, we spoke about how Fnatic has always been comfortable in this, but did we expect the level of play that we saw, Bailey? Because it literally looked like Fnatic had the upper hand for most of it.
I think Fnatic made it look easy, to be completely blunt and totally honest. I think, yeah, they were just running circles around Foot a lot of the time. I think that attack side looked so strong. I know that Minnie, you were mentioning the call-in coming out from Boaster as well. So, yeah, I think from Foot, you could see some of the ideas that they were trying to implement, but just not all on one page, it felt at times.
Yeah, I thought the attack side was clinical from Fnatic. It was a little bit closer than I think that, like, the score was closer to me than how Fnatic played that game, if that makes sense. They had put themselves in so many winning positions on attack, and then their defense was just their defense.
Look at that. Foot having 12 first kills, only get those 6 rounds. And when we look at the plants, they planted the spike 4 times, but only one of them was able to be translated into a 1 round. What do we think were the biggest weaknesses on the side of Foot for this Lotus that they definitely really wanted to play?
In terms of the kind of post-plant idea you're touching on, I think it goes back to what I was trying to touch on the Telestrator, where Fnatic are just extremely good at knowing when to play weak side and delay and chip damage, and then their retakes are just so strong. So I think for the post-plant specifically, I don't think Foot did too much wrong. I think on defense, they just didn't show much creativity. They had that one Waylay ult round that seemed nice. But apart from that, it didn't seem...
It was a bit empty, you know? It was like, I expected some follow-up.
Yeah, no, I have to agree. I would love to take another look at that Waylay ult round, because when we were watching it, I was just kind of like, I can see the ideas that like Zeus is trying to have, and I'm just like waiting on the rest of the team to be able to follow up with it and actually help them execute the idea that's in mind. But again, like I say, it didn't feel like everyone was on the same page at times.
Yeah, and something that we did see on the previous weeks that we were speaking about, the clutch potential, we saw again today. It was a round that ended up in a very, very close, but it literally felt like we had been here before, Minnie.
Yeah, I feel like flashbacks to Boaster doing this earlier on, I guess. But again, yeah, something I highlighted earlier was this C site for Fnatic being somewhere to go, and they abused it at the start of the game, and then Boaster just a clinical, easy clutch for him in the post-plant.
Yeah, this was a round as well where Fnatic really sort of upped the tempo and just did a direct hit on C, which was something as well that Foot were never really able to kind of gauge, you know, like where are Fnatic going? Like as much as they were trying to prop Zeus on C mound and down C long to kind of get that information, they're always super, super late to any sort of rotations to be able to contest the site.
It felt like Foot just let Fnatic do what they wanted the entire map. Like Zeus early on would use his refract sometimes to fight for space, but Fnatic didn't even seem to mind, and we're playing their typical slow style where I think they're the slowest attack team on Lotus in EMEA right now.
Yeah, probably one of.
And so if you're using that refract early from the Waylay, you're not going to get value later on. So I think that Fnatic just had...
So what I'm getting is more like it felt like Fnatic was the one who picked this Lotus and Foot was just there. Is that what I'm getting?
A little bit, especially we didn't even see Fnatic on what they consider their strongest side. Like I know that traditionally Lotus is an attack-sided map, but they're so good on that defense.
Yeah, the
so
retake.
they could have had an incredible. They could have won out that defense there.
Yeah, no, you know, one of the players that we were excited to see, and I think that we have been excited the entire year, was Kayak. He started off the map pretty slow. I think that he didn't manage to get a kill until like what, round 7, 8. But yeah, ever since then, he just, you know, we've heard this before. You just need that one round where you find it, you have a great play, and then you're on for the rest of the map.
Kayak is such a momentum-based player, as you say. As soon as you get that one kill, you're locked in. You're in the map. I mean, yeah, he's just honestly come on leaps and bounds. I think like when he first joined this Fnatic side, I know a lot of people were like questioning whether he was the right fit. Obviously, Derko was kind of big shoes to fill, but I mean, he won EMEA Ascension in 2024 for a reason, right? And I think that he's definitely living up to the sort of expectations that at least all the tier 2 defenders had of him. So yeah, it's nice to see him kind of fire up on that stage now.
Yeah, I agree. Like Kayak has been their best player, I think, this year. And so when he's doing this against Zeus, like Fnatic are looking like Toronto bound.
And Kayak wasn't even like performing amazingly, as you say. Like they weren't just relying on Kayak as their duelist to go in and kill.
I think it's crazy that he ended up with this, considering how it started.
It's pretty disgusting. And I think as well, like Zeus, you can see him getting like those opening engagements, but again, just no support from his team, which is like frustrating to watch.
Yeah, I think that's the way I'd frame it almost, is that I wouldn't really throw Zeus under the bus for this. I think that, like I highlighted it before, like Lauren was memeing a little bit, but I think that he was left on an island and isolated quite a lot.
Yeah.
I don't think that they had a great game plan to set up Zeus for success. And on the other side, Fnatic with all their positive energy, why is Kayak going to feel like he's, you know, like down in the dumps?
Better,
like the system's working, they're all hyped up, Kayak's able to perform, he's not feeling the stress of being on 0-6 down. What would Mini say right now? Like he doesn't care. Like he doesn't care. Like they're all hyped up, you know.
Yeah, I agree with you. I really hope that this plan revolves a little bit more around Zeus and not just leaving him alone, being like, oh, you have the Waylay, you know, you can go out, and it's like, yeah, but I just need so much more from you guys.
Yeah.
But let's look forward to what is going to be our second map, and that is going to be Split. As I said earlier, every single time that a team has not banned Split, Fnatic has picked Split. And Lotus and Split, many, they just play them a lot.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed that we're not seeing a team again punish Fnatic for their map pool. Like, I think Fnatic map pool is good, but they're not being exposed on some of these weaker maps. Like Giant X exposed them a little bit and had a close game with them. So I think this is a tough one for Foot. Like the rest of these maps are not looking amazing for them in the head-to-head against Fnatic, in my opinion.
Yeah, I think coming into Split, it is going to be difficult for Foot to be able to get this over the line, because it doesn't matter what side Fnatic start on Split either. They've always gone and had an 8-4 half the 3 times that they've played at this Split. So as long as they have an 8-4 half, I see Fnatic winning Split.
What do we think about the compositions, right? Like Foot have been very famous for changing compositions every time they do not win a map. And they've done it already a couple of times on Split. So Mini, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, they were playing the Chamber before, I believe, which is the same comp, I think, that they were playing
in the sky, do not forget.
Shanghai when Fnatic lost to them.
You do have PTSD.
But I think Fnatic won like 13-3 and had a pretty good game plan that game. So if they go back and look at that game plan, they might be able to pull that one back out for today's game.
I bet that Ben and Milan, that's exactly what they've been doing.
Looking back at my old game plans.
That's crazy, glazing yourself. Like, that's actually insane.
Only Mini can do that to himself. But what would you like to see if Foot are to change something, which I think we kind of can expect to? What would you like to see change, Billy?
Honestly, like looking at it, Zeus playing the Chamber was a big question mark for me. This isn't someone that plays the Operator an awful lot, so seeing him on Chamber doesn't really make a lot of sense in my head. And then of course they have cracks on the Raze, usually on Split. So I think for me,
Double duelist, maybe?
Yeah, I
Would you
want to
like?
see a double duelist. That's what I'm thinking. That's the kind of line that I'm going down. I wouldn't be against a double duelist, and I think that Yoru could be much better than Chamber.
Yeah, I agree with the double duelist angle. I think it's the only map where I really love the double duelist right now. Maybe Haven a little bit, but Split is beautiful with double duelist. If they think Krax is the Raze player in those moments, then we can see Zeus going to Jet. It's good for me.
Do you think it's maybe too much to have on the board? Do you think it limits the capabilities of the teams to change compositions so much, or do you think it's not that big of a deal?
They've had plenty of time to change the composition for this map specifically.
How much
I feel
time would you say is like ideal,
The
or the minimum?
My position on it is a bit different because I don't like to switch stuff quickly. I prefer to have like a more detailed playbook. But for most teams, I think a week is more than enough.
So we are going to get Zeus on that Euro, but Krax moving away from the race and now onto the Fade. Billy, double initiator, double duelist. Do you like this?
I really like this composition coming out from Foot. Honestly, yeah, having that double controller I think is so nice. Obviously sticking with that, but then yeah, moving Krax over onto that Fade. Mr. Fallen on the Tejo. We've been singing his praises about how he performs on the Tejo, but yeah, like I mentioned, is that Zeus on the Yoru. I cannot wait to see how this works out for them.
The thing Foot have to be really careful for here though is they don't have the breach to combine with the tail. So there isn't that explosivity on their exits. Usually the Euro needs that support from the breach to make this work. So I'm wondering to see how that's going to work.
Yeah, let's see. Can Fnatic move on to the next stage, or is Foot going to take us to a map number 3? Pansy for Hypog, any bets?
Gamba is really bad, Bayer.
Don't believe.
We would never take bets.
But if I did, if there was a universe that it was okay to, I'd bet on Fnatic.
Yeah? Yeah. I mean, okay, so last time Fnatic played Split, I'm looking, recent stuff, it was OT against Apex. It wasn't their cleanest of showings.
No,
but things have changed. They've started to, get a little bit better overall. They've started to work their way back up, looking in form, but Foot are a dangerous side on this map. A lot of the devs kind of talking through it and kind of explaining what they liked about
And to come back to the point where we discussed at the start of map 1, where Foot ever hard to quantify.
Yes.
A comp change is something that kind of reinforces that. So this could be something, again, to throw off the prep for Fnatic potentially, where they come in just thinking, yeah, we're confident in our game plan. I actually tend to agree with Minion that the double duelist does look best here on Split. So that's something that Foot are going to have had to have taken into consideration with the switch up. Kick things off though. Well, it's close to a wide open A site. Lotus is still happy to get ahead of this smoke though. Go for a little bit of a spam. Rewarded though. Just chip damage.
Plant in 5v5 post-plant. Good luck keeping up with this one. It's about to get hectic. Zeus on the front lines here. Anything to clear him from this corner? He's got a little bit of a complimentary position over towards Pillar, but he's cleared by Crashies. Is that a captain next on the chopping block? Gets cleared again. Fnatic. How are they doing this so easily, it looks like? A bit of a mad push from Chronicle, but I guess they have the numbers and no one's denying the defuse. Fnatic with a comfortable first round.
Basically digging out every single player they needed to and locking the remaining members of Foot out behind that smoke.
That looked way too easy.
Yeah, it really did. I think maybe the response here is that Foot have been given a free site. Doesn't feel great to be pushing in, but I mean, obviously, benefit of hindsight and what we can see ahead of time. There's opportunities.
Nice, we got a pistol! That's what we like, baby!
Whether or not there was...
Wait, 2 pistols.
The math ain't mathin'.
It hit really hard for a second then. Okay, look at a Zeus though. Gonna see that Outlaw out. Plenty of light shields to prey upon. Just hope that you don't come across Chronicle or I guess Crashies. The other 3, very available. And looking at this though, he does have Chron up towards those vents, so that would be the first potential contact, but Zeus gonna be taking that space.
Going to be rewarded. The start of the round, not necessarily. Flag with the rifle. Pushed up pretty deep on ramp here as well. Crashes a ton of information. As you can see over on the other side, Chronicle takes a ton of damage. Forced away back into vents. Mr. Fallen maybe looking to sniff him out. Yeah, Yeah, comfortable disengage though from Fnatic. To try and mitigate as much of this risk as possible. Maybe don't have a full picture in terms of the purchase, especially with Chronicle taking that much damage now. There's got to be some questions.
Pressure this point. HP are gonna have to backpedal. But Kayak now next in line, clean, dealing with Yellow J in the end. Got a little bit dicey for a moment, but Fnatic holding on to this. It feels a little bit threatening, but they're still in control, and there's no real pressure coming through main, and there it is, controlled there. Really aware of what Foot were trying to do. We saw how deadly they were on map 1 in these sort of rounds.
Like I said, the question definitely raised once Chronicle's forced back and takes as much damage as he does, but like I said, beautiful disengage. Fnatic I will take a step back, take a breath. Like you said, no threat really mounting in any part of the map. Actually, Foot coming in now with a little bit of a broken purchase. Bulldogs and a stinger to round it out.
Toxins going up. Poison orb emitting.
So Chronicle still sat SMG and 2 Guardians on the other side for Fnatic, but they're going to be feeling pretty good about this.
I do like...
Once they figure out, I was going to say, Alpha's here so quickly.
I like that they're taking the extremity control, right? Like, there's that respect being shown, or at least a little bit more of a passive approach towards that B side with just the jump spot. And they've given up a lot of mid space too, so they have to win out somewhere. And actually, look how far Alpha's going on this. The Prowler's still going to note there's a player here towards sewers. This actually could buy time for Alpha to continue this pathing.
Is the awareness there that enough of a window was left open? Because there's no traditional Sentinel utility.
Oh, this timing could be massive.
Yeah.
Again, you always want to let them commit a little bit further.
Yeah, you do, yeah.
Let them get a little bit further into
Chronicle's
this.
still here, ready to scrap. Because he's got the SMG, still wants to play up close and personal, but...
This timing to be everything. Kayak's even taken away cracks. They're so stacked on this site. This is without that eventual lurk coming into play. Alpha finally pulls the trigger, and he's got the spike. Reads the play well, posts out. Just that little bit of a denial as Crashy's on the swing. Fnatic converting the bonus. Beautifully done. Such finesse to it. Really keeping all the optics on that one just perfectly. Again, the fact that Alpha was able to slip the net so well, still trying to sell him that story, with Crashy sending out the Prowlers, keeping note of everything. Just the energy itself to this round was so good.
I'd be curious to know whether or not the awareness is there.
I did genius movement, bro. We will do it VOD review on that. We will do VOD review on that.
Well, we didn't catch it, unfortunately.
No, what was it?
I'm almost intrigued to go back and look.
What was the ingenious move?
Poison orb emitting.
Back down on pistols, but yeah, like I was saying, it's tough there because Foot again have a little bit of information to act upon, but it just takes so long. Alpha can shift walk all the way back behind them, up through Mail. It doesn't even end up being a factor, to be honest with you. Chronicles over-delivered from that position. Oh.
Hello, there's some rats in the vent. For Foot, they're just not getting many ways in. This feels like repetition, though. You're looking at Boaster kind of playing a little bit deeper on towards those rafters. This is the first time we're seeing this space being identified, so maybe Yedajay can relay this later round.
Yeah, this is weird to figure this out on a round where you come in with classics, though.
You almost don't want to give it away that you maybe notice something. And that is a huge flaw in the system.
Can't get the gun.
Chronicle quickly handles it, but he's going to disrespect the util and slip ahead. Oh, the confidence is sky high. Oh, that's beautiful. It doesn't matter at the end. He's done his job and then some. It felt like Foot found a little bit of a window there, Mike, but it got shut so quickly by Kron.
There's a chance if he's able to get his hands on that rifle, but like I said, whether or not Foot really lean on that too heavily, or if it's an anti-eco setup from Fnatic and maybe happy to just lean back into a retake potentially. A great spacing from Chronicle here.
Oh, yeah. But that rolled a little.
Maybe no VOD review on that one.
No. Skip that round, it's fine. Operator in hand so early for Kayak as well. Round 5 coming in with that. A new layer to this. They could actually potentially now post up and fight towards middle, which maybe Kayak's considering. Does he walk the smoke? Surely not. I mean, Kron's feeling confident. Forced away by the salvos. Looking for the final destination, this spacing, maybe looking to explore that here. It was left open before, but now you're seeing where Crashies is positioned. It looks like that's been shut.
Feeling the pressure here. Mr. Fallen was caught sleeping here on this drift up mid. Chronicle will catch him. Spike now noted as well. She's able to get away from that, but Alpha's found the back half of this. Yes, Crashies found the second.
The push and pull between these guys is fantastic. Again, you saw the kind of consideration wanting to get towards that mail room initially, right? That first step towards it, Kron's caught the cross. And then this back and forth, that little 1-2 over towards A. And instantly look at the new reposition coming out from, I believe that's Alpha and Kron up towards Heaven, making it near on inaccessible. Look at it. And then just a jump spot for Crashies here. There it is, info, that's both. And beautiful shot from out of Captain, but the numbers just simply not there. Fnatic in full force.
Said it on the first map, but looking so well drilled now. There's such little risk here. Again, after every single engagement, a reset back to a deeper position, an extra body in hand. Ready for Fnatic. Unfortunately, Foot just can't find a way in.
Nope.
Fortunately, now back in a position where...
Low five, low five, low five.
No synergy back in the coach camp, though. It's gone to shambles back there. Not on the same page.
Hands up here,
Bod
low
review.
5. What's this about?
Yeah, low 5.
Low 5, behave. You can't be doing that. Now, timeout coming in. Foot calling this one, and rightly so. They've not found any access points. It feels like Fnatic have gone back to the drawing board a little bit here. I don't want to say surprised seeing Split come out, but it feels quite indicative that they've gone towards Split as their first option here, that something's been readjusted. And this looks, I guess, polished, I think is the best way to put it. Nothing massive changing, but you can just see the layering systems.
Yeah, there's not necessarily any flair to what they're doing. It's very clean Valorant, to be honest with you. I think as well, it's probably how you need to approach a Foot that maybe has a question mark above them in terms of the comp change, in terms of even really seeing Split as the second map in this veto. You've got to feel like Foot would have come into this with a really, really cohesive plan to address that. Fortunately here, maybe not getting off the starting block.
You can see those ults start cycling now as well. Alpha very nearby, 2 away from Kayak. So they're really starting to get within touching distance. On the other side, of course, Crack's only 1 away, 2 away for Yedajay. So they've got a couple on the horizon themselves, but speaking of, instantly used here. At a Captain, this could be huge! Fantastic impact! Trying to get behind them here and do the damage from the back lines, but he needs help and he needs support. That's gonna be from Zeus on the site. Trying to just split between them, and Chronicle outnumbered. Foot pulling out a trick from the card of deck, deck of cards even. Needing something to run, and it's worked really well. A little set piece to offset the scoreline that's been disastrous. Alpha trying to make something out of nothing, and it ain't happening here. This was a really nice set plan from Foot.
That's Captain really finding a freebie on the back of the TP. Opens this one up. 1v5, the first will be Cracks if he can find it. It's an in-zone flawless response here from Foot to find their first. And maybe actually get off the starting block. Now the timeout. We're in a decent position behind this as well. See, Crashies, unfortunately. Ult goes out, and because he falls, Chronicle, I mean, he's just put in a really rough spot. Maybe go 1-for-1 at best in that scenario, but really clean exec from Foot here. Getting off on the high 5 as well. The synergy's just both camps struggling.
Shocking. Speaking of those ults, so Chronicle's got his and Alpha's got theirs now, 1 off from Kayak. So Crack's got his now ready, Zeus 1 away, Mr. Fallen 1 off. And a heavy emphasis towards this mid take, and it's pacey too. Kayak instantly sitting a little bit deeper here. Crack's looking to invest the ult this time. Gonna catch at least one. Alpha's response is to send the rocket, and it's got the damage. Crashies in the meantime played it forward. I like that initiative. Play it deeper in towards main. He does get traded out on in the end though by Yedajay. Now you're looking at Alpha in the off angle. Tricky timing on this. Boombot, I don't think found its man.
It's still going to be noted as well. On the back of that, Yedajay, luckily, find that one to Kayak just before he strikes.
But do they still know about Alpha? They've got to know he was here. That boom bot went in not long ago, but the satchel divides and conquers. Alpha knocks down 2, making his 3rd, 4th overall. Big round from him. I thought that opportunity may have drifted by, but absolutely not.
Unable to really force him out of position here. Again, it's unfortunate. It was actually a gravity well and a paint shell set up as well here, but Alpha's paint shell just missed. Not sure if anybody actually got caught in it.
I'm back in business.
And now he's on his feet.
Oh no. Oh no. The curse has begun. Just make a note, 9-1
Yep.
he currently sits, and then he stood.
Round 7 he stood up.
Yes.
Here.
The Foot now looking to cycle through some of these ultimates. We'll spot 2 out here actually.
Oh yeah, can we stay in for this one, mate? Yeah, he sticks around a little while, but not too long. Playing it out nicely there. Looking for the play back in though, is Boaster feeling like he's up for a fight, and it's all starting to go wrong. I told you, when Alpha stands, things get a little bit dicey. Crashes and Alpha trying to deal with it all though, and Alpha doing wonders. The flank on the way though, Yenajay creeping in the back lines. He'll be there eventually, but right now, he's under threat. Crashes goes a little too far on his own, and Krax finds him. Now Alpha left in the 1v3, can't be done! Yenajay there, and the curse begins.
A back and forth exchange coming out of that timeout. The tempo definitely shifting now. We'll find a second here. On the back of Zeus, really finding these 2 openers. Boaster catching. I felt like he caught like 3 flashes there.
Nice!
There's a moment there where Crashies drift onto default. It looks as if he was unnoticed as yet, but Krax resetting at the perfect time to catch that.
Time to jump.
Alpha already at 11-2, by the way. Hit to close off mid. Noted as well now the TP. So maybe an indicator of Zeus's later round intentions. But
so far.
Yeah, looking like it might be a little all in towards main.
Lots of pressure put towards site. The passive haunt goes up, but Kayak gonna catch Zeus. Where's the punchline to this? Where's the joke at the end of the setup here? Chronicle! Finding 2 as he works his way through the vents. Yenajay and At the captain on their knees as Alpha secures it surely. This is just Mr. Fallen now in a 1v5. Formality in the end. Chronicle securing the in-zone flawless for Fnatic and setting them up at the 7-2.
There's some fun still there for Foot. But yeah, I mean here there's Zeus fully committing here, but it's the spacing behind this. Even if he falls there should be somebody else to force 1 or 2 players of Fnatic off balance almost, but like you said, no second wave to that. Trading 2 for 2 now on the rounds. Definitely a shift in pace here after that timeout. There'll be a chance here for Fnatic to break the money though.
Main. And a captain gonna have to kind of readdress that slightly. Probably have to re-clear it because whatever their eventual plan is, it feels like again they're just in the wrong place, wrong time. Alpha trying to track that felt impossible. But they go for a 1-for-1. At least they trade back in here.
You want to see Atta captain looking to regroup soon enough because he's out of range here for smokes as well. I think the spike's slowly making its way towards Mail. Would lean towards Foot taking B. I think Boaster just figuring that out now as well. Maybe just waiting on the information on the back of Kayak's ultimate.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh, can't hear it.
Oh no!
Yenajay, you lucky boy! Kayak makes a bit of a meal of it. And all this time this was a pivot towards B, but both players now here. Crashies, can you isolate Yenajay? It's not quite clean enough. Still wants to try and help out Boaster, but they're all of Foot are stuck behind the smoke, excluding 1. It's clean for the first. Couldn't quite get the second, but Crashies now called upon here. Position now noted, 13 seconds, and a fair 1v1. Oh, Cracks.
Great decision making from Cracks under pressure here. Again, big gap between him and Yetaj, and actually down on 12 HP, so really awkward if he goes for that. Speaking of really awkward, the Vents engagement initially, but the second one was even worse.
Oh, this. I think I'm being shot in the back. He's behind me, isn't he?
Kayak, Shorty and Classic have come from the same factory today.
Send them back. It's a little surprising, the kind of Teo usage, considering, well, I mean, they'll be all right for Toronto, I guess, but hold on. A little bit of a quick move off the beginnings here. A lot invested into this, and already Kayak caught. Nice reply from Alpha, but I was surprised, you know, Kayak feeling a little hot and cold here.
Just a little and off. Some of these scenarios we've seen him in. Comes down to a 3v3 now, though.
It's getting brawly, isn't it?
Yesterday just constantly on like 20 or less HP.
Toxin screen down.
I have to see whether or not I'd say, well, I'm not even going to hold on to it. I was going to say whether or not the awareness is there that maybe Snakebite doesn't stretch into the corner. Well, not going to matter too much anyway.
Yeah. I mean, looking where we see this positioning coming out from, pushed out by B, it allows them that safety on the A site, and completely unawares of the walk-up. Maybe getting paranoid about middle, but we know where it's ending. And Boasty, you're basically in a 1v3 here. The paranoia, perfect.
Oh.
That was just right between the legs, basically. Leaving just crashes in a 1v2. Now, the position he comes from may be a little bit unconsidered. Doesn't want to give it away with util. Play this one out as best he can. They're trying to stay together.
Yeah, they're both tucked in.
She's taking steps closer now. Their curiosity getting the better of them. Are they going to swing together? They do. Foot taking a couple of strides now. That scoreline not looking so impossible.
Well, definitely not now, considering the funds on the other side of things for Fnatic as well. Maybe feeling, I would say, overconfident. Looking to continue applying this pressure. Awkward timing here for Chronicle. And Bosa's desperate to kind of get out there. He's got the Cosmic Divide, almost wants to regroup. So that's why we see this purchase coming in for the final round.
Look at the buy.
I mean, look at the
ults.
Yeah, look at the ults for Foot on the other side of things.
There's quite a few, and they're going to invest one instantaneously. Zeus going to trailblaze his way through that A site.
No charges.
Crash is looking to out the ultimate pretty early on. There's already a flank coming down through sewers. Mr. Fallen's guarding this. Oh, put your knife away.
My word, here we are. Oh!
He loses that.
How? How? I'm baffled by it. And this is now going to get tricky. Time on their side, yes.
Here.
Fnatic looking to find a couple of players here, counter ults back and forth. We can't see a bloody thing, and neither can Boaster. But what does it matter when he still finds two? Putting just Zeus in it all to handle. Too much pressure as Fnatic make it through the mists of utility and get themselves the defuse.
Set up here for success with the judge. A broken purchase converted. An 8-4 half here. Same comeback required once again for Foot.
Spike planted.
I was like a fucking bee! Boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom, boom! Tung, tung, so, oh! Very if they get...
Well, it feels like similar scenes from map 1. At 8-4, Foot have their work cut out, Mike. This hasn't been an easy game so far. I think our worries started even in the veto, really, seeing these two maps. Has anything we've seen really removed any of that worry? Do you think there is enough room left here for them to come back in this game?
No, I think the concern now comes that Fnatic are able to get themselves onto the attacking half with this double duelist composition, and already they've shown they're happy to be hyper-aggressive, take the fight to Foot, and I gotta say it, more consistently come out on top. Even in the rounds that Foot are, you know, happy to scrap it out. Maybe a few losses here and there for Fnatic, but the game plan has suited them perfectly.
It certainly has, and Alpha having a fantastic showing in the first half, 16-5, enjoying his freedom from the cage he's normally put in. The second he gets let off the leash, he has a brilliant
Not that he's ever
time.
passive on Killjoy anyway.
No, but it certainly makes his day, it looks like. And we see the set piece here. Not too surprising.
Gonna spot the TP crosser though, yeah.
Looking like a cancel on this, but then just Alpha go kill. It didn't work out. This feels like something was mistimed. This doesn't feel right at all. And it's
Spike's actually ahead of the smoke as well, so not able to isolate everybody.
Great from Foot, but I mean, that felt completely out of sorts.
Something nice to kill them with.
Moment here where you almost feel like if somebody is playing towards backside and they spot that TP, you want somebody kind of swinging out of the smoke. Getting curious, it's one of those rounds that you almost want to hear.
What happened?
Yeah, what's happening ahead of time.
It certainly makes you wonder, because again, the C's look good, everything looked quite nice, but...
Nice! I mean, I think Kayak cancels on the flash just because his TP's dealt with, but even so.
Yeah, very disjointed. Pistols certainly not perfect for Fnatic. We've heard it themselves even on the replays there. And for Foot, a necessary opportunity to be made here. A good chance to go farming as well, but a confidence to be made. Crack though, still going to be a problem. Takes away cracks, yeah. And that's a plant now.
Spike picked up the Bulldog.
Do you not like it? There we are.
Oh no.
Alpha?
Well, the problem being Alpha's got a shorty, so he has to walk up to...
Oh, hello. Well, hello there. Yeah, the J turns at the right time, but Kayak strikes back. Can he isolate another? Spots towards Heaven. They now know his position. They want to gap close towards his complementary, but not good enough from Chronicle. So, in the end, 3 remain. They recover the Bulldog, and no harm, no foul.
The fact that it's even a full clearance back towards Spawn. Like I said, it's the worst position to be in. And then you see he's got a shorty and say, yeah, he's literally got to walk up, tap somebody on the shoulder. But I think the awareness is there from Foot that there's a gap towards Vents. You see even Mr. Fallen clearing down mid with the drone. Obviously somebody's relayed the possibility Alpha or somebody else has slipped the net.
Figure out what that means.
I was,
Michael, you're the analyst.
I looked at it 3 times and I was like, rower.
I'm used to I love our stats guy, but I'm just stupid. I can't figure it out. 8-6 though. Gotta focus now. Stop giggling like Muttley next to me. We do have a Bucky. Bucky enjoys around the world. Time to focus.
Rejoice.
Yes. Real life can't have that much joy in it, so now's the time.
All missiles away.
The patient beginning here. Maybe Fnatic trying to just find out if there is a Stallo. There was no patience for either captain.
That was a paranoid to be main and just solo swinging.
I'm sending it, boys. Well, he found Alpha.
Well, there was some supportive utility from Mr. Fallen, but again, didn't feel like the most considered approach here. Give Fnatic the man advantage. I think actually, yeah, Zeus would have caught those steps as well. Deep enough position on ramp.
30 seconds left.
Out of all the players though, Zeus is here with the Bulldog, so going to be found by the Prowler, and that's it, gone. 18 seconds, it's getting a little low on time now though. get worried. We've got Yeta J here. These positions that buy a couple of seconds. Oh, the Bucky. Oh, good God, the Bucky. Oh, it's not going to work out this time. What the hell was that? It's fine. Fnatic make it out with 3 standing, but it got a little dangerous in moments.
Feeling a little reminiscent of some rounds on Lotus, but maybe just hyper-conscious of a scrappy purchase from Foot and walking into maybe some ratty crossfires. Alpha's actually the one to master the rat position here. Don't necessarily want to see it left that late on, I would say an anti-eco, but the anti-bonus here for Foot. How do you feel about those? No comment.
No, Kayak.
Kayak.
Without a paddle now. Backing away from mid after this early little exchange. And I hate them, Michael.
Still keen to try and dig Yetche out. Rather snake bite pretty early on as well. The next step really is obviously the Season 8 doesn't catch. Almost feels like a big win for Foot in that regard. Down to 50 seconds, Fnatic don't really much time left to at least pin somebody down.
The pacing from Fnatic now is so slow.
I mean, this is the thing, it's hard for Foot to really kind of get a grasp on the rhythm, but as long as they don't give away a kill here, Fnatic aren't really going to be rewarded.
30 seconds.
Oh no.
Oh, it's all or it's nothing. Actually, it's somewhere in between. My statement was completely incorrect. Zeus, though! What? Oh, he's out of this world! Zeus is one of a kind! We said it before, mechanically, one of the best. And that was a prime example of it.
That was absolute filth.
Give me that highlight reel now.
That was so clean onto Alpha, then the reset onto Kayak.
Oh, even slow-mo.
The second comes over the top of the box on Alpha. And yeah, you're absolutely right. That's one of those scenarios.
Cutting through.
We just look so gifted. Bring Foot within 2 now. Still a little bit of risk here. An Alpha one off Showstopper. Kayak has his ultimate, and actually they both have rifles. Well, the Guardian one of them. Like I said, still risk.
One of the ultimates sitting heavy in my mind here with Alpha. And I'm already looking at the kind of positioning from Foot, how deep they're... Okay, committing to that spray, I mean...
You want to swap it across now, he's got the Showstopper, so...
it's cursed.
It's gone. Yep, gun here. Close, you can have that one, mate.
She's hitting a banger on Zeus, though. And they're starting to get a little bit scary now. Turn around, turn around. I don't know what's happening, Mike. It's gone absolutely wonky. This is awful. That's the spike. That's the spike, and that was a good paranoia. And now they're right. Of course it's the Sheriff that wins it.
Yeah, this one's
for you.
Not gone to plan.
Yeah.
I mean, we're crediting Foot previously for identifying a little bit of risk or an opportunity towards vents. And here, Mr. Fallen's sight. I feel like he's playing a different round. There's so much pressure towards ramp.
What just happened there?
I mean, is this just awful timing? He's trying to... Oh, okay. The Tracer spam suiting Alfia better.
Yeah.
Like you said, banger of a shot. But yeah, Mr. Fallen just thinking like, yeah, I can get into bottom mid here and maybe look back towards Mail.
Okay, we made him sit down again.
I guess you got to try and keep Zeus under the thumb a little, right? Again, 15 to 12 him, 21 on the other side for Alpha. So as much as we do, obviously, when we're talking about mechanical capability, I'm not talking about just simply posting up large numbers on the scoreboard. I mean, you can watch this guy's aim. It is a treat. But speaking of, Little off angle towards mid. Whether or not he's going to get much play into this, I think it depends really on Boaster. But for now, Fnatic take their steps towards going up ramp. Cracks here. Is going to get a catch on the Prowler. Waiting from above. Yeta J going to try and hinder the progress, but it's still going to be Alpha working forward here. Slowed again. Plenty of obstacles, and it's still fantastic. At the same time, Cat did get cracked, so you are starting to see those numbers looking a little bit more even.
And that showstopper caught Mr. Fallen in spawn, by the way. That's just heartbreaking. Back-to-back rounds for Mr. Fallen just being... I mean, yeah, caught without even a say in the matter.
Not allowed to play the round.
No.
Oh, there he is. Zeus did eventually catch Boaster drifting through middle. Do they catch him drifting through bloody spawn? Fnatic. Feeling a little slippery here.
30 seconds
the captain not gonna see it either. Just cresting the corner, but maybe it's relayed that this was open. Yeah, it has been. Zeus firmly on patrol. Yeah, perfect from him. I mean, I feel there's going to be a timeout for Fnatic soon, though. Right, they've got plenty of rounds to play with still. They're not in any problem, but I feel like you want to slow it down here.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh my god.
Oh, cracks.
Where did this go?
Yeah, look, it literally catches Mr. Fallen.
I feel so bad for him.
I mean, it's sat at 3 and 14 as well. So when you're dying like this, it's like.
Nice!
What was the discussion we were having earlier? Mr. Fallen's alongside like Rien's, like the overall stats for stage 1, which again is a statement in itself.
Mr. Multi-kill from map 1.
Yeah.
And then he's having a map like this. Oh, where's that happened then?
That was a bomb mid.
Okay, unlucky Boaster, I guess. See you next round.
Didn't he literally just kill him in the same spot last round?
I think so, yeah. Go. Now looking for their next steps forward here.
And probably a big indicator here that no commitment behind the TP. Keep Yeta J's eyes trained towards mid. He actually did take a tag. I didn't even spot that until now, but he's down to 10 HP.
This would be a slow but steady march back into this game. Gonna hear the ult on the other side of the map. That's, I think, Zeus, looking for information. Maybe just want to note those additional bodies, those additional players. Sees nothing yet. It depends on the pivot now from Fnatic. Focus towards middle, maybe trying to sell a bit of a ruse towards that A side.
30 seconds though, so not much time left to formulate a plan.
And again, this position from B main, if they don't have anyone to try and clear that late, they can find safety there. Now, obviously, Foot don't know that. But with 25 seconds, it's time to go. They've got to make their move. Mr. Fallen, he's been having a tough time. Does he get anything working on his side? No, he doesn't. And Fnatic, with 15 seconds, clearing out the B site. Plant next on the cards. It's Zeus and Cracks to try and find anything they can. Nice to save.
Yeah, I was going to say it's as close to a 1v4 actually with 2 bodies standing for Foot. No way for them to find a way back in here. And yeah, the comfort factor should have been B main for Foot, but Paranoia lands, can't pin down a kill on the back of it. And then the flood is just perfect from Fnatic. It felt like, again, another situation where players on Foot are just getting shot in the side of the head, the back of the head.
Yep.
Completely caught off guard.
And again, a little surprised we haven't seen timeouts from Foot in this or Fnatic. They're happy to play this one through, as is both sides.
I was going to say, you would almost expect the timeout to come after this one, potentially. Again, Hero Rifles coming in from Alpha and Kayak. I mean, Crashes, oh yeah, not in a scope at least here, but there's this situation here, yeah.
Oh man, it's such a hard game for Mr. Fallen. It feels like he is having like that horrific game of Val where nothing's working. The sprays aren't clean. You're getting shot in the side. You've got rockets from across the map. It's a tough one. Now, if we're looking at who took this timeout, it's actually Fnatic. So even though they did convert that previous round, they're the ones to call it.
Maybe this was a pre-fire on the timeout to maybe consider things. I mean, a very different situation now. It's going to be a... Liking this. This is the best timeout.
Yeah, what is this?
On the playlist, what? As if we've just pulled this out for playoffs. I was about to make, I can't even remember what the point I was about to make. That was.
I mean, we're in like a different swing period for both sides, though, right? You're looking at Foot, who also probably needed this timeout as well.
Oh yeah, absolutely, yeah. I mean, they're going to come into. They do have the pit, so obviously the purchase can be offset ever so slightly there. Atta Captain's still going to struggle. So yeah, this is. I mean, feels like do or die now. Fnatic looking towards the 12th.
Feels like I'm about to go on like E1, M1 and like do something. Like, what is this?
It started off as like, it almost sounded like the GoldenEye pause music. I was just like, wait, are we? Are we doing this?
Is this it? Damn.
Very tense. And here's us chuckling over the top of it, yeah.
So we're trying to do something nice for you guys. You've absolutely wrecked it. But this is a huge round, right? Because it's 8-11. Foot trailing here, but they still have a purchase. It is not perfect, though. You're going to see Light Shields. You're going to see Bulldogs. You're going to see them at the very length of their finances.
Concern being they are flat out broke after this. So Fnatic do find 12 here. They have the upper hand in terms of the finances, and you could argue some key ultimates that lean towards a set piece. Form of Boaster. And Crash is actually Chronicle 2 away from the pit on his side.
1 minute again, this slow, steady pace, and almost no contact shown as well, right? It's very, very passive in approach. This is the first bit of committed utility we're even seeing about the minute mark, and they're already pretty deep.
That's it, yeah. Ultimate sent out from Cracks. I think, well, actually, yeah, caught Alpha, but necessarily a
catch two
way to paint the picture. I think actually, yeah, I saw 2 trails there, and the pit on the back of it. But this feels like it's almost forcing Foot to commit towards this triple hold on A site.
Do they walk CT? Do they go through vents?
There's a huge gap now in the defenses.
Is, but there's 35 seconds, so they've got to make their minds up and make it up now. Do they go into the stack of 3 that they don't know about with a pit coming up? One of the approaches.
Look at Boaster. Boaster's already repositioned towards B main.
But then you're walking in blind. You're going in so unknown. A re-smoke towards B main. They're going to be battling down the hatches, right? They know that something is afoot here. 20 seconds. Fnatic needs to speed up. Mr. Fallen, though, you've had a brutal game. Now is the time if you wanted to really turn up here, but they're going to get the ult going. Paranoia goes in. 10 seconds now. He needs to hold the line, and he can't. But it looks like Atta Captain could, but only for a moment. Time is a factor. Spike, I think, just going down in time here. Right to the very end of that. But it's a 4v3 in favor to Fnatic, who left it till those final seconds to pivot. You're looking for that long flank from J. It's so far off.
He's got to pick up the pace. He's so paranoid of somebody positioned deeper, and Chronicle is in vents, but will Zeus find him? He's got a hard clear him.
Oh! But Kron wins that. Ridiculous. And now Fnatic starting to really turn the screws. J's options, it looked late, and now it looks impossible. Denied. In the 20th round, I thought Foot had it right. You know, even though they were a little bit surrounded, segmented, yes, but still, that late round run.
Close will actually find J. And I think what's really, really indicative here that there's potentially a reinforced stack on A site. There's no rotation through vents or spawn.
True.
As soon as that pit goes up, you'd almost expect, right, that's the panic button.
Yep.
Panic button, and somebody's going to get caught off guard in the rotation. That's why Fnatic pause. I think they almost sniff out that this is the weaker side of the setup from Foot. Heads up mid-round from Fnatic here.
And it's a risky call that late.
Oh, it is,
right?
yeah. Because it takes them what feels like an eternity to dig out the 2 members on B site. But it feels like the nail in the coffin.
It does. And Foot going for the timeout here. You know he won that coach camp. You know he won it.
Give me that synergy. It's been on point.
Gaia's camp right now.
Give me a nice low 5 to round out the timeout. Switch up on the timeout.
Yeah, we mocked
not as
it.
tense now.
No, I like the other one. Guys, that's kind of chill these days. More chill.
More chill.
Yeah.
But, I mean, lots to digest here. Not many, I guess, opportunities in terms of, you're looking at the purchase specifically. You got Atta Captain's ultimate, but...
the money, Mike.
Yeah, Mr. Fallen's got his. Unfortunately, not really. I mean, very uncharacteristic in terms of his stage 1 performance to see him sitting here at 3-16 and not really having a say in most of these rounds. Sure as the IGL, but I mean, individually in terms of engagements, he's not been able to get himself rolling here.
No. Fnatic money's fine. Ults really nearby.
But yeah, Boaster's the key one, obviously. One off for Chronicle, potentially. did burn up Crashes in the previous, so... Oh, no.
Oh, Mr. Fallen's had a nightmare of a day, Mike.
And you can see the desperation for him to get something on the board. Find even just a small victory.
Might put your hopes then on the likes of your Yenajays, your Cracks, your Zeuses, right? Give me someone to step up and take a little bit of that pressure off the shoulders. So far, Fnatic's patience.
What?
Have they heard a step?
Maybe Crashes has in sewers. It's a weird ping. It's a very weird ping from Kron.
Okay, well, he's been
Now Crashes is going to catch him.
Yep.
Yeah.
Just has to wait. It is stunning to
Poetry
witness.
in motion to see how Fnatic operate in some of these rounds.
And again, as much as, you know, yes, they do have a lot of those kind of well-choreographed plays, a lot of this mid-rounding and kind of communication in between has been the strongest point, and it feels just like a celebration of them in some of these halves. That second half of the first map, the second half here, starting to look much better. As that a captain and Cracks.
30 seconds left.
Well, do or die time really here, and it looks like die's the option they pick. Chronicle slowly but surely hunting. Trying to find him, and it's Alpha to claim. A bit of a fizzle out at the end there, but Fnatic looking fantastic, Mike. I don't think many of us were worried after the loss to Heretics. I think a lot of us going, play that sets the stage going forward, but they've come out today looking improved.
And Fnatic are one of those teams that, you know, every so often a series loss will result in them coming back and looking really well composed and almost that back to basics, which, you know, a veteran in terms of the leadership here on stage for Fnatic. I think that's really important versus a team like Foot that, we keep saying, hard to quantify. You never really know how they're going to perform on the day, but I'll come back to the same comment I made earlier. Really well drilled. There was some rounds here where Fnatic just looked as if they were suffocating Foot.
The synergy's there. They're starting to look scarier and scarier, I feel, for Fnatic. It makes me nervous for the other teams if they keep finding this synergy, this layering. Again, going back to Split coming out for them here in the second map, looking very good. Deeper into the map pool we go. How does this team continue to keep looking stronger? Game by game, it feels like. Even in the Heretics loss, it was a fair result. I think everyone's seeing that Heretics very much at the forefront. Fnatic now, almost in my mind, starting to really confirm that second spot.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, you come into the Fnatic Heretics, I almost had Fnatic taking it, but I think as well, we'll come back to that same point, that the loss is always going to force a team like Fnatic to go away and say, right, guys, we've been operating at this level, we really need to actually elevate above that. I think today's probably a really good example of that.
I also want to say Chronicle having a much better impact.
Yeah, we were ready to call him out today almost, but especially on Lotus.
Yeah, there's been a couple of things we've been keeping our eyes on today. Fnatic had all the answers, but this time couldn't quite be the team to pressure them like they used to. However, a treat for you playing along at home. We're going to hand it over to the post plant where Kukuka and Billy will be waiting.
Thank you very much, Lauren. Yes, I am Kukuka here, joined by Billy. We will have two players from Fnatic joining us soon. That will be Alpha here and Chronicle. Yes, Lauren and Mike, you might have been ready to call him out, and maybe with the comparison that we saw between last week and this one, I understand that they went into the game with that idea, but Billy, Fnatic closes this in a 2-0 fashion, and what an easy way to close the day, isn't it?
Oh, it's so nice. I mean, it's so nice for us being able to have a couple of 2-0 games. But yeah, honestly,
doesn't happen often here.
I thought it was going to be more competitive, right? We're in playoffs. Like, I thought teams were going to be like pushing us to that third map. We start off the day with BBL having their fourth 2-0 in a row, which is crazy to think about. And now Fnatic as well being able to close out in a 2-0. And honestly, Fnatic just performed so well, right? And I think Lauren and Mike were hitting a couple of good points towards the end there of, like, you know, being able to step up, having that bounce back from the loss against Team Heretics. The synergy as well seems to be the buzzword that we're using for Fnatic, but it's so true. Like, the synergy has come on such leaps and bounds since kickoff, I think.
Many teams are able to bounce back, and we see this kind of points of inflection in turnover rounds, where the player gets a crazy clutch and then the team starts escalating rounds. But with Fnatic, I agree with you. It has the scary factor of, you know, they are capable of just keeping escalating, because it's not that one player is going to have a clutch moment, which they can. It's actually that you see the team come up together and you finish around, you're like, well, there was a
little things that I could have done better for this. But going on to the point that you were mentioning about BBL having 4 games now with 2-0, haven't lost a map in ages, even losing all the pistols today, they still managed to close in a 2-0 fashion. Coming into today, we spoke about Fnatic and Foot coming over tough losses, right? We spoke about a Fnatic that lost against a Heretic that looked impeccable. And on the other side, we talk about a Foot that was on the losing end of one of the BVL's victories. But I agree with you. I expected maybe a little bit more coming from Foot. And not only that, but also after having that interview with Gaius, who of course was very confident and was saying that if they were to lose today, they would just prove that they are a weak team.
Yeah, and I think that's really harsh. Like, as much as I love like coaches being able to have that sort of accountability, like that's great. It does feel harsh, but I can also understand too that like they're in the playoffs. If they want to be making a global event, if they want to be winning a grand finals in EMEA, making it to a grand finals in EMEA, like we discussed, then they do need to be the better team. They need to be able to face anyone. It doesn't matter if it's your big names like Fnatic, like Heretics. It doesn't matter. They need to show up and be the best version of themselves in each match. And right now, it's not exactly the greatest start to playoffs, is it?
Yeah, but I think that we end up with very cool qualification matches, right? We have BBLs versus Heretics and Fnatic versus Liquid. In case you've never heard about El Clásico here, that's our Clásico. But the Fnatic Liquid, I think it's going to be very, very interesting, especially
BBL.
with the form that Team Liquid showed
in a qualification match. Sorry to jump in, but BBL in a qualification match in itself just seems so crazy to me. Like,
I'm so down for it. I'm so for this.
I'm
it's
very
such a cool
hyped,
storyline.
but
Like,
yeah.
so many other regions like sending new teams or returning faces. I think that we should be joining them as well. Like EMEA has to be sending some cool storylines because otherwise they're we need to be part of the gang. I don't want to be excluded. And speaking about being part of the gang, I believe that we have 2 wonderful gentlemen joining us today. Oh, you guys are so polite. Welcome, Krom. Welcome, Alpha. Congratulations on the win. How are we feeling?
Thank you so much. Obviously good. I don't want to say bad, of course. You won.
I'm also happy. I'm happy to be back as well.
Yes.
Finally.
Yeah. Actually, let's start from the beginning, right? Because this match for us was a lot. Let's talk actually speaking about the map veto, because some people were having questions of how favorable it was to you, right? Like because you were the higher seed, you had that coin toss win. You chose to be Team B. I'm just refreshing your memories in case you didn't catch this. And chose to be Team B, and then Foot goes on to ban Icebox, which is not really a map that you guys played, and a map that you have banned in the past, and they pick the Lotus. Did you guys expect this to be the veto coming into today?
Also, we didn't really fully expect that. We said for us, expectable maps is Lotus split. Obviously, the Heaven map pick was pretty strange from our side because we played it a lot. We show how decent we are. Obviously, the last match against Heretics didn't go really well, but it's also like because of us, I would say, in some way. Like, we just didn't really play our match. And we were surprised that they banned Icebox. But maybe just because they also didn't have any data on us. Like, we never played it properly, so they don't know what to prepare for. And we probably expected what they want to do on that map. I'm actually lying. We actually played the practice against. They actually knew how we're gonna play, and they still didn't pick it. Maybe they're just scared.
Yeah, because in my head, right, you guys have picked split every single time that it's been open, and we can understand why, okay? But coming into today, we were like, well, if you're banning to your opponent's strengths, is it the Icebox? Maybe that scrim, they were more scared than you thought of at the end.
I mean, I still remember the scrim results. I mean, I'm not gonna talk about the results, but they were actually good for us, of course. Maybe that's why they got scared. But I mean, again, we were pretty much surprised by this Icebox ban. I think they could actually do it, but it didn't really go for the third map, so it doesn't matter like if we'll play against Icebox or not. We just did 2-0.
Yeah, you mentioned being back, both of you. I think that the performances that we saw last week and what we saw today was on a different level, especially you, Alpha, Kron, you as well. But it was so uncharacteristic to see your performance on Haven last week. We understand that, Heretics was coming in very strong and whatnot, but we've seen you through so many times playing the map, how hype you are and how insane you are within the game. And I feel like I want you to tell me what happened then and what has changed coming into today, because you were on point.
I actually don't know what happened last week. I couldn't shoot at all. But I think I changed in this week. I just started focusing Valorant.
I was like going office at the morning, I was playing Valorant. Before I go home, I was playing Valorant. I just played Valorant. And I say to myself, this week, I'm just gonna play Valorant and do gym. And let's see if it's effect good or not. And it effect too, I'm just gonna keep it.
That's the tech, everybody. You go to the gym and you play some Valorant.
No, I love that. Alpha, I wanted to come to you and ask about the Turkish rookies. So we kind of bidded today, being the day of the Turkish rookies, with all the ones making it to playoffs playing today. Is there anyone that's kind of impressed you so far out of that bunch?
In this EMEA? Or?
In EMEA, yeah.
Zeus, of course. I think he's a really good player. And on Stars also, he showed before the playoff starts, 11 as well. They are really both good entries. I think the Turkish aim is different.
Yeah, it is completely different. Let's take a look a little bit also at the compositions that we saw on the split. As I said, every single time that the map has been opened, you guys have picked it. We understand why. It looks very good. But Chronicle, did you expect the changes that we saw coming from Foot, or do you think that it had any impact on the preparation that I assume you did for the match?
I would say, I would say.
It's okay, we're all growing.
Yeah, there was a 10% chance in my head that they will change the comp because, like, from what I saw from previous price against them again, and also what we saw in the officials, their previous comp with the Sky Chamber was very strange. I mean, we didn't really see any strong point in that. Thankfully, they changed it to a pretty good one, and obviously it affected our game plan a little bit. We still stick to it and we won because of it, but obviously some runs didn't go really well because obviously different util set changed around.
Were you struggling defending mid?
I mean, thankfully or somehow, I actually was getting frags and I was always alive on this middle, which is surprising. Like, I was actually finding a lot of good ways to find an info and like getting like good ways to win the rounds for us, which is very good for again. Like mid control is very important on split. It's just insanely good. And I also like before maybe this match on this week, I just watched like 5 different demos from different Viper players, trying to understand maybe I can find something new. Sadly not. But
I was gonna say, did you?
No, but I mean, I tried to find like something really good that will counter it, and maybe that was like a result of it. So yeah.
You were ready for everything. Like every scenario was already playing in your head. Also, let's speak about like what do you think the keys to winning today was? Besides you guys having a good performance, what do you think clicked? We like the fact that Alpha, when you were hyping yourself up, you did not stand up. We like that. We took.
He actually stand up once.
Yeah,
I did once.
Pansy did call out, to be fair, yeah.
You know what happened after that? I told the team, guys, I stand up, I think we're gonna lose the round, and we lost the round.
So when are you going to learn the lesson?
I was so hyped.
That's okay. I think that you have excuses. But yeah, what do you think was the key to winning today besides you two having a good day?
I can say, I think it was energy. Because whenever we lose to someone, I think we are losing to ourselves. We are not losing to enemy at all, because on last week against Heretics, I don't think they did really good, but I think we just lost to ourselves. But today we didn't lose to ourselves and we managed to keep the energy really good, and we were like what was the name? Word?
Complimenting
each other. It was really nice.
Let's actually take a listen at that, because we have some video footage of you complimenting each other.
I'm begging you. Nice round, boys. Good job, Kayak. You see, you're not a spectator now. You're just fragger now. Nice. Well played. You beast. Let's go. Yeah, bro. You try and abuse me. One more. Come on. Come. More. What is wrong with the classic? Maybe I should control it, bro. Video, bro. Bro, why this guy is acting like he's from Harry Potter, bro? Bro, I did genius movement, bro. We will do it WOD review on that.
Oh, that's the one.
I'm back in business. Okay. We made him sit down again.
What was the round that you say you were a genius? Do you remember? I mean,
yes, it was around like a bonus. And the thing is, I started like obviously I was on middle. I just baited them a little bit. I did some movement, and I did some shots on rafters. When they already started executing us on B, they knew I'm on heaven, like on rafters. And like I just did a small run into the rope, and I did shift drop. So they actually didn't know I was under heaven, and I did easy 2K on them. It was like
too smart.
It was movement, 500 IQ, just genius.
I like the fact love that you said about we were complimenting each other, but actually you're just complimenting yourself.
I mean, you know, if no one compliments, you compliment yourself. That's good. That's that's the biggest energy boost.
I love that.
Honestly, I love that as well. Let's take a look also, Alpha, because we were speaking about how your performance today was night and day between. I don't want to, hover over too much onto it and just reminiscent of what happened last week. But look at your numbers today. This is the problem, okay? You cannot. When we saw the column number 1, we're more used to column number 2 and number 3, so we're going to be worried about you.
I mean, I'm happy that I played good today. I mean, like that's what I tell. I don't know what happened to me, but yeah, I'm back.
Are you gonna keep it up?
I'm just gonna keep the same things.
So going to the gym and playing a lot of Valorant?
Of course, and Liquid, wait for us.
Yeah, exactly. You're playing against Liquid next. Kron, I want to hear your opinion because you've almost topped your group. Liquid did top their group. They're looking pretty strong. So what is your opinion on the team right now?
Pretty strong individuals. Not sure about their team play, but overall I think it should be decent, obviously, for their group because they smashed the teams that were like probably with the higher individual skill. So then they have a good balance of it. But I think we can do it.
Do you think we'll get to see the Lotus between you two? I'm jumping ahead of myself, but
I'm actually not sure what Liquid exactly play. I'm not really sure.
Yeah, they do the double sentinel with the deadlock and the waylay. You guys haven't seen it?
I mean, we've seen it, but I saw so many matches. It was actually like it's hard to remember exactly everything. But if we play Lotus, it's gonna be a good fight. Like
I'll be so excited.
The match of strongest Lotuses probably on EMEA. I think it will be very, very hard.
Yeah, we see so much Lotus here in EMEA, as you're saying. I also wanted to ask you, you know that we are celebrating 5 years of Valorant history. Lovely. So what was, I'll start with you, Alpha. In this 5 years, what has been your favorite memory?
On EMEA or?
On EMEA, or you can do global as well.
I mean, I will go for the basic, lock-in, 2 versus 1 clutch.
Okay, what about EMEA? Oh, 2 versus 1 clutch, don't tell me about it.
It's lock-in, yeah. When it's 11-11, I get the clutch on yellow. It was 1 versus 2. And I don't know how did I get it, but I just get it, and we won. It was really good, yeah. It's my best memory. But on EMEA, I think I will say is my first 4K when I joined Fnatic. Is the first match against Navi. It was FPX back in the day, and I get 4K in pistol, and everyone was screaming. It was really nice. It was a good memory.
What about you, Kron?
I mean, not saying his ones because obviously it's like our team as well. Like we had a lot of good moments. For me, Ace against Crew, same as usual. I mean, I'll keep saying that. I mean, that moment when I did it, obviously, like it felt different. Like it was a very hard round there, like 3 versus 5, and I just soloed the whole side, and I was like literally just winning a comeback against Crew, like to lead us in the grand finals. Obviously, we didn't win yet, or after that, but it's fine. And also, I will say the second moment, actually, I mean, the second moment was actually Champs 24 against G2, like when I won the last round. It was a good emotion because, like, holy shit. I mean, everything got stuck there. Like, at the start of the half, I got the like beautiful color palette on my butterfly knife, which is like super rare. Like, it's 1 to 500 chance. I did insane rounding there, and I also won insane clutch there. I was just full happy because I could carry my boys there. But overall, like again, we have so many good moments. We like in Gambit, like I have so many good moments in Fnatic. It's just impossible to say every of them. Like, what's the best? All of them are super good.
I feel like you could do like amazing moments with literally just these two in Valorant. Like, there's been so many. But I wanted to kind of like look ahead. Who do you have as your sort of front runners for making it to Masters Toronto?
Front runners? You mean like who is gonna qualify?
Yeah, who do we think will qualify in EMEA?
Not saying us, like just because I don't want to jinx it. I believe Liquid can do it. Team Heretics will definitely...
In the lower bracket, you mean?
Who knows? But yeah, I mean, Heretics will, I'm pretty sure they will do it, unless they will got some pressure on them. But there's a chance, of course. And also, like the third one, obviously, again, because we are not including us. Let me look at this.
Hey, you can take a look at the bracket there, of course.
I want to be a KC fan. What is that color? Blue!
What about you, Alpha?
Okay, I will
3 teams, excluding yourselves.
Okay, I'm not Turkish fan, but I will say BBL.
Yes! Sorry, I am so on this board.
I think they are playing really good. I will say Liquid. I think they are really strong. And the third, if I have a choice from other teams, I will go for Heretics.
Oh, I was surprised that you left them from last. For a moment, I was like, maybe he's not going to include it. Crown.
You know what's wrong with your list, bro?
Yeah, we are out.
Yeah. But not only that, bro. Like, Heretics and BBL, like, they're gonna play together. If we win Liquid, they will also play together in lower bracket. Who's gonna qualify then?
I don't want to say who is going to eliminate it, but I think they're going to eliminate it.
Good job, bro. Very nice analytics.
Very nice. You see the schedule that we have there for tomorrow is Navi versus KC and Foot versus Vitality. Quick predictions from you two. Crown, you want to go first?
I think Navi, Carmine Corp. Carmine Corp, I would say. It will be very rough. Like, probably 2-1. Win with the close maps. On the second one, I would say... I think it's very tough for Food right now. Because, like, again, the schedule is not favoring them. Because, like, they have to play already tomorrow. Like, after, like, being defeated, it's just hard. I'll put Vitality. If they will wake up on a good, like, on a good hand.
Do you agree, Alpha?
I will say Navi.
Navi?
Navi win, White Heretics win.
Navi and Vitality. Okay, we got the sign. Well, we do not want to keep you here for very long because we know that we have not give you pretty much of a break and you're playing in a couple of days. So congratulations on the win again. We will see you in a couple of days for your possibly qualifying match to Toronto. Thank you very much for joining us. Thank you very much, Billy. Thank you to everybody that has stuck with us today. We will see you tomorrow for more matches.
Nice, boys, let's go! Sociable has played the timing perfectly. It's going to be a 7-5 half in their favor. It's BBL to win, map number 1! They're only one map away from that qualification game. A quad kill that keeps Navi going. Numpy still biding his time, looking to win it out. The 1v1! BBL make history! 1 win away from Toronto!
You're losing ecos, are ya? Stupefy! Expecto Patronum!
Here we go, swing, it's perfect! Oh, the synergy! Foot absolutely fold them in half like a lawn chair.
Bayek's utility is so good.
The second half, that was an absolute masterclass.
Yeah. That's what we like, baby!
I did genius movement, bro.
The curse has begun. He's out of this world! Now Fnatic starting to really turn the screws.
Let's do something crazy, get a bit wild today, cause we don't do this every day and we deserve it. Life is so amazing, nothing is in our way. Baby, Baby, let's fly away. Do you feel it? Is your heart rushing the way my heart's rushing when you take it all in? Baby, this is where we come alive. Do you feel it? Take the world by storm, 'cause you and I can't believe it took so long to realize what makes us come alive. Oh, what makes us come alive? Let's break some rules. No, we don't always have to be good. Don't always have to do things that we should. We'll feed the fire. Let's see it through and let go of what's holding us back. Just light it up